будущем заботиться.
Отвечу, мне придется этого не делать, но не потому, что я раскаялась, не потому, что я о чем-то жалею, не потому, что мне кого-то жалко, а потому что, пришлось, ладно.
Вот только сейчас завод Алабуги — это законная военная цель. Протокол Женевской конвенции о защите гражданских объектов гласит, что военные объекты — это объекты, которые, цитата, «в силу своего характера, расположения, назначения или использования вносят эффективный вклад в военные действия, и полное или частичное разрушение, захват или нейтрализация которых при существующих в данный момент обстоятельствах дает явное военное преимущество». Завод производства дронов под это описание подходит идеально.
Это самый большой завод.
Точно. Давненько я соседям стену не сверлила. Какая красота! А может, весь дом обесточить?
If this hasn't already begun, you're probably about to start to hear a whole lot about the Jevons paradox. I am annoyed, not because it's a bad thing to be thinking about right now, but first because it is the Jevons paradox and not just Jevons paradox. Because that's what I want to say, right? That's what my brain wants. It wants to call it Jevons paradox. Anyway, you're going to be hearing a lot about the thing that it is, so you should know what it is. It's actually a useful thing to understand. Understanding it comes in handy in a lot of different situations. You should also know, the second thing that annoys me about it is absolutely not a paradox. So just know that. We'll talk about why. But the thing that it is may, in part, define quite a lot of your future. It is likely going to be a tool that will help you understand where we may be headed, and it will definitely help you understand what's going on.
Самый секретный. В свое время был план производить несколько тысяч гераний. Вот сейчас мы производим в 9 раз больше, чем был план.
Получается, политех в открытую агитирует несовершеннолетних поступать в колледж, где обязательная часть обучения — это работа на военном объекте, который для Украины является законной военной целью. Это даже нельзя будет объявить военным преступлением, как удар по колледжу в Старобельске. И ВСУ уже наносили удары по Алабуге. В апреле 24-го общежитие Алабуги атаковали украинские дроны. Больше 10 человек пострадали. В том числе несовершеннолетние и граждане других стран, которые приехали поработать на высокотехнологичное композитное производство.
В тот день я проснулась от пожарной сигнализации, но все было иначе, чем окна на верхнем этаже нашего общежития были разбиты, и некоторые девочки проснулись от звуков взрыва. Так что мы вышли на улицу. Я увидела, как некоторые люди указывали наверх, так что я посмотрела на небо и увидела дроны. Тогда я тоже начала бежать. Я бежала так быстро, что обогнала остальных.
Поврежденное общежитие находится в нескольких сотнях метрах от цеха, где собирают боевые беспилотники. Те самые, что летят потом в украинские дома, электростанции и Киево-Печерскую лавру. Глава Татарстана Рустам Минниханов тогда еще прямо сказал, что рассчитывать на ПВО никому не стоит. Цитата: «Каждое предприятие, каждый муниципалитет и каждый город должны самостоятельно позаботиться о своей безопасности и выстроить защиту от беспилотников». Это был не последний случай, когда Алабуга страдала от ударов ВСУ. И несмотря на это, власти Татарстана продолжают настаивать на том, что несовершеннолетние должны работать на войну наравне со взрослыми. Весной 24-го чиновники лоббировали программу привлечения к труду детей. Власти республики планировали устроить на работу как можно больше подростков, начиная с 14 лет. Причем привлечь в том числе и на оборонно-промышленные предприятия. Чуть раньше Татарстан также предлагал поправки к Трудовому кодексу, которые позволили бы нанимать подростков с 16 лет на вредные и опасные производства. К счастью, этот проект раскритиковали даже депутаты. Их возмутили эксплуатация несовершеннолетних и потенциальные проблемы с репродуктивным здоровьем у подростков. Все-таки мы помним, фотография превыше всего. Еще Тимур Шагивалеев предлагал перевести в республике студентов-очников на вечернее обучение, чтобы днем они успевали работать на заводах. Правильно, а то выдумали тут тоже высшее образование получать. Если все будут учиться, то будет танки делать. Надо сказать, что руководство Алабуги и власти Татарстана вообще существуют в гармонии и взаимопонимании. На то есть несколько причин. Во-первых, для экономики региона это настоящий подарок. В 2025 году Алабуга заняла второе место в рейтинге инвестиционной привлекательности в России. Инвестиции резидентов составили более 280 миллиардов рублей. Особые экономические зоны Татарстана в прошлом году обеспечили 1/5 общего промышленного производства в регионе. Машиностроение в республике выросло почти на 40% за счет предприятий ОПК. Это все, конечно, заслуга не одной только Алабуги, но ее вклад довольно существенен. Во-вторых, Алабуга выполняет гособоронзаказ, и, как мы помним, выполняет хорошо. Завод получился гигантский и, судя по всему, достаточно эффективный. Ну и, вероятно, играет некоторую роль тот факт, что гендиректор особой экономической зоны — это протеже главы республики Миниханова. Возможно, поэтому на многочисленные нарушения, жалобы родителей и даже международные скандалы власти Татарстана закрывают глаза. И никого не волнует, что детей вербуют на военное производство, обманывают, оказывают психологическое давление и подвергают физическому насилию. Зато не слабаки и не сыночки-корзиночки растут. Но это сейчас вы сами или ваши дети думают, а не поступить ли в Алабугу политех, чтобы зарабатывать миллионы. Подумайте как следует, стоит ли оно того. Как-то так. Спасибо, что досмотрели это видео до конца. Если вы хотите поддержать выход подобных работ, то можете подписаться на Patreon или Tribute. Там регулярно выходят эксклюзивные ролики для моих жертв. Также подписывайтесь на мой телеграм-канал, там я сам пишу все посты, комментирую новости, пишу об истории, а иногда просто дурачу. Пишите комментарии к видео, я большинство комментариев читаю, на многие отвечаю. Ну и не забывайте подписываться на канал и ставить лайк, если ролик вам понравился. Это поможет распространить его среди других людей. Как-то так.
Please don't give me 30k.
as we get there. But first, the paradox. It's an actual claim that was made in 1865. There was a British economist. His name was William Stanley Jevons. He was 30 years old, which I'm consistently humbled when you find out how old people in the past were. They did their best work, and then moments before they died of consumption. How did he die? I should look it up. How did William Jevons die? Tuberculosis? He died at 46. And he accidentally drowned. I need to stay out of the ocean. He had a history of poor health. It is widely suspected he may have suffered a heart attack or stroke while in the water. So congratulations on William Stanley Jevons for being sickly but not dying of tuberculosis. That's a tricky thing to do. Anyway, he was 30 years old, and he wrote a book called The Coal Question. Britain, at this point, was the dominant industrial power on Earth, and that in great part was because they had a lot of coal. And the Industrial Revolution ran on coal, and Jevons was worried that Britain was going to run out of it, which, fair. Lots of people were worried about that at this moment. And there's a specific thing that this book made famous. I mean famous if you're paying attention to this kind of thing, but we are still talking about 160 years later, and it wasn't the, like, we might run out of coal part. The thing that made Jevons Jevons was what he said about efficiency. Because a bunch of people were like, actually, no, we're not going to run out of coal, because everything's getting more efficient. James Watt has just created this new steam engine design, which is dramatically better than the old engines that came before it. We're just gonna keep doing that. We're gonna make things more efficient. We're gonna do the same amount of work with way less coal. So surely that means that coal consumption is gonna go down. And the genius of Jevons was that he was right, that in fact, exactly the opposite would happen. As Watt's engine made steam power cheaper per unit of work, the total amount of coal being burned in Britain did not decrease, it exploded. But why? If you could do the same amount of work with less coal, why wouldn't you use less coal? Well, because steam engines had suddenly been made much more economical for a bunch of new uses that no one had imagined before. You could have deeper mines, you could have smaller factories, you could have a thing that nobody had ever thought of before, a train. That turned out to be a pretty big idea that would consume a lot of coal. A bunch of entire new industries that could not have existed when engines were less efficient started to make sense economically. This created enormous demand for coal because it turned out that there were a lot of things you could do with a cheap steam engine that were not worth doing with expensive steam engines. This is the Jevons paradox. When you make use of a resource more efficiently, you often end up using more of it, not less, because you have expanded the range of things that resource can economically be used for. And so this is my uninteresting complaint here. This is not actually a paradox. It might seem counterintuitive, but paradoxes are like specific things. Like if I could travel back in time and kill my grandfather, would I stop existing before or after I killed my grandfather? This thing doesn't make any sense. That's a paradox. This is just like a counterintuitive fact about economics. Anyway, that's the thing that we call the Jevons paradox. More efficient use of a resource leads to more consumption of the resource, not less. And it is often true, and it is sometimes not. And it is sometimes very true, and it is sometimes less true. But when is it true? And when is it very true? And when is it less true? That all seems important. And you could actually look at this. You can figure this out. Sometimes something keeps getting more efficient, and we use just about the same amount even though it costs less. For example, I would like to talk to you about your water heater. More accurately, I would like to talk to you about the historical fact of water heaters existing in homes, which is a thing that, in the long view of human civilization, is extremely recent. Like, there are lots of people alive today who were around before these were common. And before water heaters were a normal household thing, hot water was expensive. It was expensive in resources, but it was also expensive in time. You had to make hot water. You had to boil it on a stove, or you would stoke a fire under a tank. So people used hot water for things that absolutely required hot water and not much else. Cooking, occasionally bathing, maybe laundry sometimes, and that was about it. But then we got home water heaters, and hot water in homes got dramatically cheaper. And a Jevons paradox-shaped thing started to happen. People didn't just use the same amount of hot water without having to work as hard for it. They found a bunch of new uses for hot water. They started taking, and I know that this is crazy, but this is a new idea in humanity, showers. Now, people had taken hot water showers before, but they were never like a thing that you would just like a normal person would do. They definitely weren't taking hot water showers daily. That's like monarch activities. Using that much hot water every single day would have been insane. It would have been like the only thing you spent your time on. Then they started doing laundry way more often. Eventually somebody invented the home dishwasher, which, like, technically the mechanical dishwasher was patented in 1886, which is before hot water heaters were common. But, like, the dishwasher as a normal household appliance is a post-water heater invention. It is an idea that doesn't make sense unless you have hot water in your home, economically easy to have. So here's what happened. You make hot water cheaper, and then demand for the hot water goes up. Suddenly, people are like, oh, we made these hot water heaters. We need the tanks to be way bigger. There's a bunch of uses that we didn't anticipate. People are taking showers. Somebody invented the dishwasher. So far, this just looks like pure Jevons. But here's the thing. We did not end up using infinite hot water. There was a ceiling. There was an amount that we needed, and hot water tanks eventually stopped getting bigger. Like, you're not watering your lawn with hot water. There turned out to be a finite list of things that hot water is uniquely good for, and we found them. And now we use about that much hot water per household, and that's it. The Jevons effect ran for a while, but then it saturated. There was a moment at which, even if you could get hot water more easily and cheaply, people basically were like, I'm good. But now consider another thing. Let's just call it code. So code has been expensive for its entire existence. For almost all of human history, up until quite recently, every line of code that was written by an actual human who had to learn how to do that. And they got paid to do that, and they sat there typing it. Now, they increasingly had tools that would help them do that more quickly, but code is a thing that costs labor in a very direct, very expensive way, and as a result, code had only ever been written when somebody decided that there was a value for the code to be written that exceeded the cost of writing it. Which means that we, right now, have absolutely no idea how much code-shaped value is sitting in the world unproduced. We don't know how code-constrained our current world is, because code has been very expensive the whole time it has existed. Let's imagine being in the past, just before Gutenberg, and we live in a place where all books are copied by medieval monks, and that makes them extremely expensive. And then Gutenberg comes along and is like, I'm gonna make the printing press. And somebody asks, okay, how many books do you think people are gonna read now? And you go, I don't know, maybe we'll read twice as many books? Like maybe 3 times as many? There's no way that you could possibly see what's about to happen, which is that in addition for there being like way more demand for books than you could imagine, there's also going to be demand for things that no one has imagined yet. Like newspapers, like pamphlets, like mass market paperbacks. Those all are descended from the object of the book copied by a medieval monk, but they're not the same thing, and you're not going to imagine them when this starts. It is important to recognize that code is probably like that. We're starting to find out because AI is making code dramatically cheaper to produce, and the question of whether the demand for code is bounded, whether there's like enough in the way there kind of rapidly was over a couple of decades for hot water, or whether it is like kind of unbounded in the way printed material demand turned out to be. I will also argue that printed material nowadays, like the direct descendants of the book, don't even get printed. They never exist physically. Like one of them is the script that I'm reading off of a teleprompter right now. I don't think that Gutenberg imagined a guy reading a script off of a teleprompter, which is all especially meta because this isn't stuff that's actually in the script. I went off the script a little while ago and now I need to get back on. I don't know the answer to this question about code, but I do think that code is a lot more fungible than hot water. I hate that NFTs are how everybody learned the word fungible. Fungible is a useful word. If that's how you learned about fungible, an NFT is a non-fungible thing. So 2 things that are actually different from each other, and you cannot trade one for the other. Whereas a fungible thing is like a dollar. Like if I give you my dollar and you give me your dollar, no one cares. That thing that just happened basically didn't happen. But coal is a great example of something that's very fungible. You could do a lot of different, like the same amount of coal, you could do a bunch of different things with. And code is also like that. Code can do more different kinds of things. It is closer to a substrate in the same way that like knowledge printed on paper is closer to a substrate, in the same way that coal producing heat is closer to a substrate. Which brings me to like maybe the most fungible thing, which is power. It's energy. So when electricity was first becoming available, because of the burning of coal, it was extremely expensive, and it had basically one application, which was lighting. And we look past lighting now as a thing that's no big deal, but it is a very big deal. And when people got Edison bulb lighting, they paid a lot of money for it because it was super useful. And the original argument for installing electrical infrastructure in cities was like, this is a better way to light streets and homes than gas lamps, which are fires that create
150,
soot and
not worth
sometimes
it.
kill everyone. But then they got cheaper. And we found out that electricity could also do a bunch of other things. It could do motors, it could do refrigeration, it could do heating, it could do communications, eventually computation, eventually most of the modern world, because electricity is a base unit. It is ultimately fungible. It is a substrate. It can become motion or heat or light. It can become information. It can become chemistry. There's almost
300
nothing in the physical world
total.
involving energy transfer that you cannot do with electricity if you're clever about it. However, there is a kind of surprising thing that's been going on here in the US and in a lot of other places in the world. Per capita electricity use in the United States has been roughly flat since around the mid-2000s. For about 20 years, it looked like we had hit like hot water levels of enough. We had found the things we wanted to do with it, and efficiency was absorbing new demand. We were getting all these new ways of making light, in particular, that were way more efficient than the old ways.
Just get 1,000 for each of them.
It looked like Jevons maybe was wrong about this. Maybe we were good. This is appealing to me. The idea of enough would be nice if we could find it. Like, I would like to think that there is a point at which we will have enough, and when it happens, we will actually notice. And I think that probably for a lot of us, we are relatively there. I don't think that we're there as far as like health. I think we could have people live longer, happier, healthier lives. So that's one way that we don't have enough. But in terms of a lot of the energy use stuff, we do seem to have quite a lot. I'm not sure that this is how humans work. I have had this conversation with a lot of people where I do think that to some extent the want is a base unit of being alive, and so you, even if you have enough, you never feel like you have enough. It does seem like in the case of electricity, the enough in the US was temporary. And indeed, it was partly an artifact. So part of it was efficiency gains that weren't really making electricity cheaper, just letting us do the same things with less of it. And that was real. And I want to like say thank you to all of the bureaucracy that was put in place to make it so that our appliances are way more efficient than they used to be. That's real. That's totally unsung work that has made it so that things cost less for people and no one will ever appreciate it, but whatever. There was another piece of this though, which is that we offshored a huge chunk of our electricity intensive and energy intensive manufacturing, so that demand showed up on somebody else's grid, not ours. So this plateau was in many ways artificial, and we are now coming out of it. And the thing that is going to pull us out of it, I thought, was going to be electrification of fossil fuel burning infrastructure like cars. So you electrify a car, you electrify your water heater, you electrify your furnace, all of that stuff is going to be like better and more efficient and going to produce less carbon. It's going to take pressure off of gasoline and natural gas prices, but it's going to increase the amount of electricity used. And that's still going to be a piece of the increase of electricity use, but there's also going to be an unknown amount of increase in electricity demand that is going to be AI compute. We're turning electricity into things that no one ever imagined you could turn electricity into. And I will say that so far, a lot of that seemed to be of questionable utility until we got to code. Everyone I know who codes, and I know this isn't everyone, but I'm just sampling my real world, unless they use like really specific tools that they are really familiar with, they are using AI coding tools. They are writing less code themselves and directing AI to do a lot of the code writing for them. And again, we do not know how code constrained the world is. There is some thinking, however, that using AI for coding is actually pretty expensive, so there will be a limit to how much people are going to use it. That seems to be the case right now. I mean, Anthropic is making a lot of money for a reason, which is people are paying them lots of money because it costs a lot of money to use their tools. But its scheme engines can get more efficient. We all know that algorithms can get way more efficient, and so likely the cost of code will keep dropping. Now, as with any big thing that is very influential and has a lot of impacts in a lot of different directions, this is not something that you can do futurism on. Like, you can't suppose what will happen. Gutenberg could not have predicted the teleprompter. Gutenberg could not even have predicted Martin Luther. Like, but the question that then appears in your mind is how Jevonsy is this? If using coding tools gets more efficient, does that mean that people continue to use the tools at the current rate, or does it mean that they use them way more? Not just more, but the tools can do more in less time. I think the answer to that question is code is probably very Jevonsy. Like, there is a very good chance that if you keep making all of the various parts of software engineering cheaper, it will turn out that we need way more software engineering than we thought we would need. And not just in the like, oh, we could ship features faster ways, but also in the like, nobody who bought a Gutenberg Bible could predict newspapers kinds of ways. So one of my like more recent feelings about AI is that like, I don't care suddenly that much about people who are guessing 20 years into the future. Having been through the communications revolution of the internet over the last 20 years, I just think we were all wrong. And if we think we can look in hindsight and be like, no, I could have predicted how this would turn out, you're wrong. You're wrong. I think that there's way too many things interacting, which makes it so like kind of freeing that I'm spending a lot more time thinking about what the present is rather than thinking about like where we may eventually end up. I just think that now is confusing enough. Anthropic's annualized revenue is now over $40 billion, which for clarity, does not actually make it profitable, but it's shockingly close. It is probably going to make more money than YouTube by the end of the year. Or not, though, I want to say. Like, maybe it'll collapse. Like, I don't know. I think that there is a good chance, though, that code is just a very generative AI-shaped problem. I think there's a bunch of reasons why this is. You know, like, first, there's a huge amount of data that went into the systems for training. Second, probably most importantly, you can have a computer do a bunch of tests to see if something works or not, which you can't do with, like, a book. Like, you don't know whether a book is good or not by writing it and then running it through a compiler. Like, you can tell whether or not the code actually does the thing you asked the code to do. You cannot tell whether, like, an essay does the thing you want the essay to do. Not very easily. Like, maybe you have to test it on a bunch of actual humans who are, you know, not infinite. There's only so many of us. But point is here, we should not extrapolate from the effects on software engineering to other industries. They might follow very different paths, but software engineering, the present is enough to say that this looks like when it gets more efficient, we will use more of it. And that means that increasing the efficiency of creating code will probably increase the amount of electricity consumption, which feels paradoxical. But Jevons says, probably not. And that's very bad, because the Earth is a beautiful but fragile ball with a thin atmospheric film that human flourishing relies on being relatively stable. Electricity does not behave like hot water. There's no obvious enough. The total ceiling on electricity demand seems to be the total ceiling on everything that someone could want or need. Because, of course, the economy runs on energy, and electricity is a very fungible form of energy. I'd say the most fungible form of energy we have. And I think it's like the heart of this Jevons question. Where does it apply hard and where does it apply soft? And I think the answer is kind of a fungibility ladder. At the top of the ladder, you have specific goods, hot water, plastic, a specific kind of fertilizer. These are useful, but they are specialized. They have a finite list of applications, and once they've found all the applications, then demand will saturate. Below that, you have more broadly useful outputs. You have code and transportation and printed text and just manufacturing. These are all more fungible. They apply to many problem types, but they are still bound. And then, below that, at the bottom, you have substrates. And there's basically three things. There's energy, and there's information, and there's atoms. These are the inputs to almost everything, and the demand for them is derived for demand for almost everything. And saturating them would require, like, running out of things to do, which, I mean, would be nice if that were possible. I don't know that it's how we are. Also, I don't know that it's how anything would be. I think that everything would go infinite if you let it. And we apparently won't. Like, we're actually looking, that's the topic for another video, but looking like we won't go infinite, which is good. Or maybe we will. Maybe we'll have fewer people who consume way more. And so we will continue on the path to infinite. I don't know. Not this video's topic. The Jevons paradox is pretty mild at the top of the ladder. It's super intense at the bottom. I do not actually know if AI is going to be transformative in the way some people think it is. We might be on an exponential. We might be on like the steep part of the S-curve that flattens out way sooner than people are going to expect. The utility of these systems might be way bigger than we think, or way smaller. I don't know. And anybody who tells you that they know is probably selling you something. And just for clarity, maybe I'm also selling you something. I have an app that you could use to get off your phone some. It's called Focus Friend. So I'm going to sell you a little uncertainty. Touch grass. Turn on the bean that lives in your phone. Don't bother them while you read a physical book the way Gutenberg intended. Is that a brand deal? Did I just brand deal my own app? I don't know. Here's what I can say. AI is making at least one thing cheaper. Something is happening where they are providing enough value that people are paying a lot of money for it, and that is code. If AI ends up being more general than that, if it ends up not just making code, but like problem solving in general dramatically cheaper, then we have something quite new on our hands, because all right, now we get to my real theory. Just for the people who made it this far into the video, this is the thing that I've been working, I've got another thing. If you've heard me reference the other thing, that's not this. But this is the thing I've been working, okay, there's also a third thing. This is one of the things I've been thinking a lot about. Intelligence, as a category, looks an awful lot like a substrate. It's not a thing that is applied to a domain, it is applied across many domains. Biology, logistics, design, law. Like, these things are not closely related to each other. It is, like electricity, a fungible form of work. Specifically, a fungible form of manipulating information. So here's my rubric. This is a tool I have been using to think about certain things rather than something I think I'm explaining how everything works. It's just a tool for understanding certain circumstances. There may only be four kinds of things. There's atoms and energy, there's information and intelligence. Energy manipulates atoms. Intelligence manipulates information. Now, this is a very broad definition of intelligence, but I think that we might need, at this moment, a very broad definition of intelligence. I think that the thing that we think of as intelligence needs to be untangled from consciousness, untangled from qualia, untangled from sensation. In fact, consciousness and qualia may be like a fifth and sixth thing. So again, I've said all these things in a very declarative way, and then I immediately retreat. But anyway, I think this might be useful in certain circumstances. A point I want to make, though, I am more comfortable calling these things intelligence if intelligence is the manipulation of information in a way that creates something that we'd like in the world. And intelligence is certainly at the substrate level. So the question really isn't whether it would be subject to the Jevons paradox. It definitely would be. The question is whether AI systems can manipulate information usefully in many domains. They certainly can with code, but they might be much worse at it or more limited in other domains. But if that's what we're dealing with, then the Jevons dynamic is going to apply incredibly hard. And I think that that is the reason why all these people who think a lot about AI are like, oh my god, we're going to have to build data centers in space. It won't be too long before we Dyson sphere the solar system. Because there is no obvious enough for intelligence, in the same way that there is no obvious enough for electricity. We have no idea how intelligence constrained the world is, because intelligence has been bottlenecked by brains and attention for all of Earth's history. But there are a bunch of things that could make this happen more quickly or more slowly. There's going to be constraints. There will be an amount of electricity that we cannot make. So if you could trade electricity for intelligence, suddenly electricity demand will increase a lot. But there's going to be a cap. There's going to be a limit to how much we can create. And that's good, but it does require us to think a lot about how we need to make sure that energy for the use and flourishing of humans, who I think are better than NVIDIA chips, we will have to make sure, if any of this is true, which again might be impossible, might happen in 250 years. We're not able to see the future here. But if we are on this path, we should structure the world in such a way where people, living flesh bodies who are in charge right now, get to benefit. I think that that's important for a number of reasons. One, I do think I do have a prejudice towards humans. I think that I'd like us. I meet them and I'm like, I don't want you to suffer. But I also have a prejudice toward things that can feel and have sensations. I know that there are some people who think that AI might be headed down that road, but I think that there's probably some different things going on. Now, maybe I'm wrong about that, but I will tell you that the philosophical, thought experiment version of how we should run the world doesn't really interest me that much. There's a lot of people that are a lot like me, that have a lot of the same feelings about the world that I do, a lot who really, they put themselves in philosophical thought experiments, and then they're like, well, we have to make really weird decisions. I'm like, no, I don't actually, that's another video where I can talk about why I feel like you can philosophical thought experiment yourself into frickin' anything, and you should be very cautious about that. Go visit Akron, Ohio sometimes, just reconnect. You need to touch grass, you also need to touch the Midwest occasionally. I've gotten so far off of my script here. When you're in a Jevons moment, there are constraints, and we don't know what the constraints will be. Jevons was talking about how the constraint was going to be the amount of coal, and he was right. That did constrain things a lot. We just made a SciShow episode episode about how England was constrained by the amount of bones they could find because they needed phosphorus to fertilize the fields so that people could keep eating food. Because that was important. Almost always, though, the constraint ends up being the thing that you're not currently thinking about. It might be electricity. Like, we might be physically capped by how fast we can build power generation and distribution. Sam Altman seems to think that the only thing that will hold us back is the amount of sunlight the sun can produce. Ultimately, we will need a Dyson swarm to feed the intelligence machine, which I do wonder if we're talking about something that Jevonsy. Like, eventually, I feel like maybe we won't need any more intelligence. Like, we'll figure everything out. And then a lot of information, like this is a science take right now, a lot of information is not information that we can just get by thinking. You have to do stuff, like have wet fingers in a wet lab figuring out how much cancer fish get. That might be a constraint. It also might be something simple like cybersecurity. If everything runs on cheap code and cheap intelligence, the attack surface gets enormous and defending it might not scale at the same pace as creating it. That might constrain you. It might also be public policy. We might have all the technology and all the energy and all the intelligence and just like not be allowed to deploy it as fast as some people would like. Or we might be constrained by the law in how we can deploy it. It also might be social. Like if abundance gets distributed badly enough, people stop letting that happen with reason. If the world isn't treating them with respect, that's not great. There might be epistemic constraints. If intelligence is cheap, then content is cheap, and the expensive thing might be figuring out what's actually true. My guess is that whatever the constraint is, it's probably made of meat. Human agency is an extremely important part of this because there might be a lot of problems that AI-ish intelligence are good at solving, but that might not include helping humans live the kinds of lives they actually enjoy, which is, I think, the thing that we all actually want, right? Right? But beyond the fact that I'm pretty sure it's going to be tied to the reality of physical space and physical bodies living in physical space, figuring out what they actually want the world to be shaped like, I don't know what the constraint's going to be. I don't think that anybody can predict it. And it might be that we found one thing that AI is pretty good at, code, but there's going to be a bunch of things that AI isn't good at. It's going to be so interesting. I will say that. May you live in interesting times. We have all been cursed with living at a transformative moment. That is partly, and this is another thing that I've been working on, and I apologize for not having made it yet, partly the fact that we're living through a communications revolution, and the AI has already taken over, and we just didn't notice. It's not the form of LLMs, it's the form of recommendation algorithms that decide a huge amount of what you see, and what you see does indeed define the way that you move through the world, and what you think the world is shaped like, but that's the other video. I don't even know how I got on that topic anymore. My point is that there are some things that are just like not really AI-shaped problems, maybe, and that code, it just happens to be a really good one, and also there's a lot of demand for it. There's a lot of money in that industry, and so the model's useful for it. They're building all of these things on top of the models that are probably actually the most useful part. Nobody really is recognizing that super loudly, but just the sort of applications that harness the AI and turn it toward good use, those things, I don't know, they'll probably happen faster than they would have without AI, but I don't see any reason why AI would be able to create them faster than people. I think that human taste is still really important. I think that human understanding of human problems is way exceeding AI understanding of human problems. Oh, that's where I was. Interesting times. I got brought right back to it. Here I am. We are still in interesting times. There's too much to keep inside of your brain right now, which is why it's nice to have little rubrics. Like there are only 4 things, possibly 6. But there was a thing that I was just talking about there, which is that like maybe a constraint is that the AI doesn't know what to do with itself. You have to give it goals. It doesn't really know what we need, and I'm not sure that that will be something that it's good at. It might be that the binding constraint on the growth of this is human judgment about what to actually do. And that seems like maybe a good constraint. Again, it makes sense to me because it's made of meat, but also it might not be that. Anyway, that's the Jevons paradox, which is not a paradox. It's a description of a somewhat counterintuitive thing that happens in the world, and it's good to understand. Because when imagination is a function of what is currently cheap, you do not imagine what you could do with things that are currently expensive. But it's a good tool. Despite not being a paradox, the Jevons paradox is a good tool for understanding things about the world. Efficiency is almost always never the end of the story, especially if the thing being used can be used in a super broad variety of ways. If you make it more efficient, that does not decrease the use of the resource, it increases it. And that is Scary enough that I want to play Connection. Loosey-goosey, convention, check-in, baggage claim, carry-on. Well, that's definitely the red herring if you're going to put those all in a row. It's almost like check-in, baggage claim, carry-on, customs. Wow. You know, you're going to try and suck me into that? That's not happening. Checkout lane, follow-up, assembly line, El Nino, social norm, touch base, revolving sushi bar. That's a lot of words. Unwritten rule, reconnect, tailor-made. So I saw a bunch here. This is going to be no problem. I'm already feeling better. What did I see? I saw custom, tailor-made. That actually isn't one. That's not one. Okay, great, cool, fine. Convention, social norm, unwritten rule, custom. Those are things that are ways to do things that everybody knows, but nobody knows they know. And then we've got like touch base, reconnect. That's gonna be one too. Check in, follow up. So that's one. Checkout lane, baggage claim, El Nino, and revolving sushi bar all in a diagonal are things that have conveyor belts. And then you've got loosey-goosey, carry-on, tailor-made, I don't know, something. Assembly line, wait. Loosey-goosey, assembly line, tailor-made. Assembly line also has a conveyor belt, which is frustrating, and that's probably...
On August 6, 1945, the United States dropped an atomic bomb on Hiroshima, Japan, becoming the first and only country to attack another country with a nuclear weapon. But in our defense, we bombed ourselves a lot more. Nevada got the worst of it. Over 900 atmospheric and underground nuclear tests have been done there. Not to mention the Marshall Islands in the Pacific that were U.S. territories. We bombed them into oblivion. New Mexico, Colorado, and Mississippi have all had nuclear tests done there. But the state that might have gotten it the worst is Alaska, because in 1957, a plan was hatched to detonate not one, but 6 hydrogen bombs at the same time in the same place. The idea was to excavate a lot of land for an artificial harbor with nuclear weapons. It came crazy close to happening. So close that many people think that they actually did bury the bombs there, and they're still there to this day. Are 6 thermonuclear bombs buried under the permafrost of Alaska? The US government says no, but a nearby town, and their soaring cancer rates, disagree. Today we're going to talk about Project Chariot, possibly the craziest construction project in human history. It's hard to imagine now, but once upon a time, nuclear weapons were like the coolest thing. Today we are a lot more critical of the decision to, kill 250,000 people with 2 bombs, but right after World War II, it was a wonder of the modern world. Not only did it bring an end to the worst war in human history, it was the biggest technological advancement of its time. We had split the atom and harnessed the fundamental awesome forces of the universe. We had transcended mere mortals and become gods. I am the Golden God! The Golden God!
I am God.
We had entered the atomic age, full of unfathomable possibilities, and this was celebrated in movies, music, art, and design. I mean, there was a literal Miss Atomic Bomb Beauty contest. And speaking of half-naked women, do you know where the bikini got its name? From this. A test explosion named Able took place in the Bikini Atoll on the Marshall Islands on July 1st, 1946. And the French designer, Louis Réard, named his new swimsuit after the island because he thought this scandalous new 2-piece swimsuit would be just as explosive. Because nothing makes you hornier than a weapon of untold human suffering. But what if there were useful applications that didn't involve war crimes? I mean, this is the most awesome force we have ever wielded in human history. Surely there's something good we can do with this. Well, that was the thinking behind Operation Plowshare. The U.S. Atomic Energy Commission introduced Operation Plowshare in June 1957. The name came from the Bible, specifically Isaiah chapter 2, verse 4, where it says, "They will beat their swords into plowshares." The operation's goal was to find peaceful uses for nuclear weapons. That sounds crazy, but yeah, that was the idea. Alright, we've got all these nuclear weapons laying around. What's something we can do to take the most destructive force in all of human history and make something positive come out of it? Oh, I know! We can make a nice base! Get out. Project Chariot was one of the proposals that came out of Operation Plowshare. The AEC figured that they could use the weapons as tools for, quote, large-scale excavation in quarries and underground engineering. The proposal suggested that they could literally open up new territories of land or create things like canals, harbors, mountain roads, open-pit mining, and dams. It's kind of like we already use, dynamite for large-scale geoengineering, quarries and whatnot. It's like, what if we just go bigger? Like, way bigger. Some early ideas for these Weapons of mass construction included expanding the width of the Panama Canal and creating the Nicaragua Canal, both of which we've talked about in previous videos. They also considered blowing up a path through the Bristol Mountains to create a new railway between California and New Mexico. They thought that underground explosions could open up natural gas production and create reservoirs for petroleum storage. The first test was Project Gnome, conducted on December 10, 1961 in a salt bed located in southeast New Mexico. The AEC wanted to see if they could harness the heat from the explosions to, quote, produce steam for the production of electric power. They also thought that they could recover radioisotopes for other scientific and industrial applications. So they buried a bomb with a yield of 3.1 kilotons, more than 335 meters into the Earth. Scientists assumed that the blast would close the tunnel above and that would contain any radioactive materials or fallout from pouring out of it. And yeah, that didn't happen. Instead, radioactive steam and smoke came pouring out of that shaft, and it spread radiation that fortunately did quickly decay and didn't cause too much trouble. But the test was kind of a disaster, and it kind of put the kibosh on a lot of the future testing that they had planned. Before that happened, though, one idea did get through in 1958. It was called Project Chariot. And the idea was to place hydrogen bombs along a riverbank located in Cape Thompson in Alaska, detonate them, and use those detonations to create giant craters that would turn into an artificial harbor. What could possibly go wrong? So here's the context. Alaska had been a U.S. territory since 1867, but in July 1958, Eisenhower signed the Alaska Statehood Act that would finally annex Alaska as a state. So literally the very first thing the United States planned to do in their brand new state was light it up with 6 hydrogen bombs. Welcome to America. I mean, it's kind of like when you buy a new car and you want to take really good care of it, but also part of you thinks it'd be really cool to like smash the windshield with a ball-peen hammer just for fun. You know that thing where you just want to... No? Just me? Excuse me for admitting I like to have a little fun from time to time, jeez. Hungarian theoretical physicist Edward Teller was one of the first champions of the project. He's been called the father of the hydrogen bomb. He studied in Germany before fleeing in 1933 to escape the rise of the Nazi Party, and in America he studied with Enrico Fermi at the University of Chicago. He also famously visited with Einstein in 1939 to convince him to pen a letter to President Roosevelt to kind of warn him about Germany's attempt to develop their own atomic weapon. The famed Einstein letter led to the creation of the Manhattan Project. Teller would later join Project Y in Los Alamos, which is part of the Manhattan Project, that of course led to the first successful atomic blast in 1945. So, of course, when the Soviet Union detonated an atomic weapon in 1949, Teller urged President Truman to develop the hydrogen bomb, which he approved the following year. Nicknamed Ivy Mike, it was 1,000 times more powerful than the bomb that dropped on Hiroshima. Yeah, if you don't know how much worse hydrogen bombs are than like regular atomic bombs, hydrogen bombs, also known as thermonuclear bombs, they use an atomic bomb as the trigger to set off the main bomb. That's how much more powerful they are. And they wanted to drop 6 of these in the same spot in Alaska. So Teller led the study to make this thing happen, and the leaders of the project also liked the idea because if it was successful, that might get them approval for other projects using nuclear weapons, assuming anybody was left alive to do it. So there was a lot at stake behind this project other than just, let's blow up some stuff. No, they really saw, since Alaska was a brand new U.S. state, that this would help spur economic development there, create a brand new artificial harbor, and have some commerce happen. The idea was that the coal mines in Alaska could have a new port to ship out their products to other ports around the world. I mean, it's not the craziest idea, except it is the craziest idea. There were some pretty major problems with this. The biggest problem...
please. About right. Wait, 160 also? So up to the third, fourth. Ah. Second and third, please don't really matter.
Real quick before we start, if you're anywhere near New York City and you can get there for Sunday, July 12th, you can come and say hi to me during my show. It'll be live. I'll sign your calculators and we'll have a chat. It'll be lovely. But enough promo. Now it's time for breaking maths news. A large language model with reasoning capabilities has solved autonomously a significant puzzle in mathematics. And of course, did this happen while I was at home in the office? No. As is tradition, it happened while I'm trying to be on vacation. In fact, here's me from a year ago during a different maths breakthrough, complaining about the fact I was on vacation and pointing out a year before that, the same thing happened. So here we are once again. I've taken a break while I'm down the beach to talk about this breaking maths news, although unlike the last two times where I was on the west coast of Australia during spring and then autumn, this time it's winter, and I've come prepared. Now, I've actually considered making this video several times over the past 9 months, but every time I'm like, oh, there's not quite enough for a video, something else happens. And now that we are officially at the point where vibe mathsing is a thing, I'm gonna have to make the video. So the end result is an AI agent has solved a famous math problem. We'll get to that in a moment. Very quickly, we're gonna zip through the history. So the first time I contemplated this video was back in October of 2025 when a large language model solved an air dish problem. But we're gonna have to unpack two things there. First of all, and this will be fundamental to everything else we're about to talk about, what is an air dish problem? Paul Erdős, yes, it's pronounced like that, was a prolific mathematician from the 20th century, and they've remained incredibly famous and much loved as a legend among mathematicians. Check it out. Here's me wearing Erdős's coat. Long story, but part of why they've remained so relevant is they generated so many open problems. There are 1,217 problems documented and catalogued on the Erdős problem website run by mathematician Thomas Bloom, and in the 30 years since Erdős's death, under half of them have been solved. And famously, Erdős offered prize money for some of his problems, which now is almost beside the point, because these are so famous. If you can solve one, oh my goodness, it's so prestigious. And whenever it happens, it's a big deal. So it's no surprise these have attracted a lot of AI attention.
Water, not
and now what do we mean by solved? Well, in this case, Erdős problem 1043, which Paul Erdős shut down in 1958.
Except for 3 months out of the year.
It was already solved.
It's a minor flaw. And by the way, even if like this wasn't a problem, if maybe we had accelerated global warming to the point that we don't need to worry about the freezing, just getting the coal to the harbor would still be a huge challenge. Because the coal mines that would have benefited from this project were located on the other side of a mountain range called the Brooks Range. So in addition to bombing the hell out of this thing to make the harbor, they would also have to build new railroads and storage warehouses to transport the coal that they collected. But I mean, come on, you can't make an omelet without duking the hell out of a few eggs, am I right? So yeah, eventually the entire idea of turning this harbor into a new cash cow for the state, that was completely abandoned. So instead it kind of became just more of a feasibility test. But there was a much bigger problem looming on the horizon. The problem is that there were these things in this area called people. Yes, there were native populations that lived there, and they were going to have to deal with the fallout of this thing. Literally. So the local Native American populations teamed up with biologists to oppose the plan because they knew that there would be environmental repercussions that would go on for decades. And this opposition created a chain of events. This eventually led to legislation that was designed to protect these lands for years to come. It also raised awareness about Native communities and exposed the risk of, allowing complete federal control over native lands. In 1971, Congress passed the Native Alaska Claims Settlement Act, which transferred 44 million acres of land to native corporations, provided compensation, and settled indigenous land claims in the region. But there was another, even bigger problem that stretched way beyond Alaska's borders. Because the US was right in the middle of ironing out a nuclear test ban treaty with the Soviet Union and Great Britain. It was signed in 1963 and it banned nuclear tests above ground. The US argued that since Project Chariot would detonate bombs underground, that it wouldn't violate any agreements. Surprisingly, the Soviets disagreed. Teller and the government tried to push back. They argued that tests had shown that underground blasts would only create like minimal fallout. But the local Inupiat population in Point Hope disagreed. There was a town hall meeting in 1960 where the local population met with the AEC members, and the AEC claimed that the bombs that they detonated wouldn't have any effect on fishing populations or local wildlife or even the human population. But the Inupiat had done their homework. They had read about the Nelson Bravo test conducted in 1954, again on Bikini Atoll. And that's where the US detonated a hydrogen bomb that used solid lithium deuteride. There was actually kind of a screw up here. The scientists had left out an important fusion reaction, and the explosion was much bigger than they anticipated. Yet they originally predicted that the blast would be 5 megatons, but it actually came out to be 14.8 megatons, which at the time made it the largest explosion in history, on accident. This blast created a crater more than half a mile wide and several hundred feet deep, and it sent millions of tons of radioactive debris into the air. No one was living on this island at the time, but neighboring islands like Rongelap and Uterik were just 100 or so miles away. They had 236 people living there, and they were exposed to as much as 200 rem of radiation. For context, the average person's natural exposure to radiation is about 0.3 rem per year. That's more. And the Uterik residents weren't evacuated for 2 days after the test. Some started showing symptoms of radiation poisoning, and a decade later, residents of both of the islands developed thyroid tumors. The Inupiat also had evidence of decades of mistreatment of their land and their people to back up their arguments. Nuking their land just would have added injury to insult. Teller remained convinced that it would work with minimal environmental damage, but the studies came out and the arguments were had, and eventually Project Chariot was sunk. There was something else that was really interesting that happened. So
Was one? What?
Preparing
What
the
happened?
ground to do this test, they found radioactivity, radioactive fallout on the ground there already before they ever did anything. This fallout apparently got carried around in the upper atmosphere from those tests that we had been doing in the Pacific, literally thousands of miles away. The fallout had landed on the lichen that the caribou ate, and then the human population ate the caribou, and yeah, you can guess what happened next. So yeah, if small amounts of radiation could get into the food supply for the animals from hundreds of miles away, just imagine the damage it could do if it was only 30 miles away. Anyway, the mix of strong opposition to the plan, the expanded costs, the environmental concerns, all of it quietly killed off Project Chariot by 1962. Or as Tellers and his supporters might have said, they safely nuked it. So yeah, they got really close to doing this thing, but it never quite happened. But some of the preparation that they had done did cause serious damage to the environment. So even though they didn't explode any devices, they did bring in some radioactive material to conduct studies, and this radioactive material, it stayed in the soil for decades. Scientists also detonated nuclear weapons in other regions until the 1970s, even after Operation Plowshare came to an end. One device was exploded on native Aleutian island of Amchitka in the Bering Sea. The Bering Sea, of course, is right between Alaska and the USSR. This, of course, increased the distrust between the people there. And the fallout from the construction even affected the health of some of the residents. So, yeah, for years, the leading cause of death in Point Hope was cancer. U.S. News & World Report lists the Yukon-Koyukuk area of Alaska as one of the places with the highest rates of cancer in the United States. Even the drilling procedures caused major damage to the environment. Crews bore holes into the ground with equipment that used refrigerated diesel as drilling fluid instead of conventional drill fluid, and that contaminated the soil. It took several decades to clean up the site. Crews worked off and on until 2014 to clean up this area. I guess if your plan involves blowing up 6 thermonuclear bombs in one spot, you're not really thinking too much about the cleanup afterwards. And of course, when the government shows up, conspiracies always follow. Because the official word is that they didn't bury any nuclear weapons under the soil, but some residents at Cape Thompson believe that they actually did. That they did, and that they're still there. One resident even claimed that he saw the military plant one of the nuclear bombs into a drilled hole, and that rumor spread like wildfire. It also doesn't help that the government kept all of these contaminations and outbreaks secret until 1992. And that's when somebody at the University of Alaska found documents while researching a book about Project Chariot. Government officials said that they conducted more testing and that the land was safe, but I mean, that's kind of hard to believe when the cancer rates are going through the roof. And it also doesn't help that there was just a lot of secrecy around this project. I mean, there are still parts of Project Chariot that remain classified to this day. They say the road to hell was paved with good intentions. And atomic bombs. The first nuclear power plant in the United States went online in Pennsylvania in December of 1957, which gave us actually a real use case for nuclear energy that had nothing to do with weapons. The use of nuclear bombs, both in war and in peace, have been debated for the last 80 years. I mean, ostensibly, that's what we're doing in Iran right now, is about nukes. Ostensibly. But yeah, in those post-war years, they were like a gold squishy. Everybody wanted one. The Soviets especially understood that they were on the brink of being, outshined on the world stage, so they raced to create their own bomb. Unfortunately, there's no movie that was made about it. There's no Soviet Oppenheimer, but if you want to get the story behind the Soviet race to split the atom, you might want to check out the Red Atom series. It's produced by the team behind Real-Time History, and it takes you through the Soviet scramble to create the atomic bomb, the arms race, the Tsar Bomba, all the way up to Chernobyl and beyond. It's a neat peek into the other half of the whole mutually assured destruction thing that we never get to see. So yeah, if crazy nuclear weapon stories are your thing, you might want to check it out. And while you're there, you might want to see what else is on Nebula. Nebula is a streaming platform that I'm part of, as well as hundreds of other thoughtful creators, where you can see our videos early and ad-free, and find exclusive videos and films you can't find anywhere else. Like Red Atoms, it's a Nebula exclusive, but also my documentary Oldest and Newest Places in the World, where I took a journey that fewer people have done than have been to Mount Everest, I decided. It's a journey that spans 4 billion years, and it'll make you feel very humble, but also inspired. We've been working to make Nebula the best streaming platform on the internet, and part of that means, making it less algorithmic and more intentional, meaning it's a place where you can follow creators and actually see all their stuff. Like if you follow me here on YouTube, you might see my videos when you go out, or you might not. I get people telling me all the time that they're not seeing any of my videos, even though they're subscribed to me. But that won't happen on Nebula. If you follow me there, you will see all my videos, including things I don't post here. So if you want to go check it out, use the link down in the description. You can get 50% off an annual subscription. That brings it down to about $30 a year. It's like $250 a month. Signing up for Nebula supports not just me, but hundreds of people, and it funds more Nebula originals and gives us a chance to do bigger and better and more creative things. And to that end, if you really want to support what we do, there's a lifetime subscription that'll last until either you or Nebula leaves this mortal coil. It's $300 with my discount, and then it's free Nebula for life. So go check it out, links in the description, or you can scan the QR code on screen right now. Alright, thank you guys so much for watching. If this is your first time here, there's a whole collection of videos that I'll put right here that is of human experiments that we've done. It's a little dark, there's some war stories in there. Turns out human beings, kind of terrible sometimes. Who knew? But it's a collection of fun and interesting stories. If you found this one interesting, you might like that one too. Or just check out your sidebar if you're watching on your browser. Any other videos that have my face on them, you can go check them out. And if you like them and you're not subscribed, I invite you to subscribe, because I come back and do something. But that's it for today. You guys go out there, have an eye-opening rest of the week. Do stay safe, and I'll see you next time. Love you guys. Take care.
What happened in New Orleans in August 2005 wasn't a natural disaster. Don't get me wrong, Hurricane Katrina was a big storm. By many measures, it was one of the strongest hurricanes to ever crash into a United States coastline. It's in the top 10 for largest diameter, lowest central pressure, highest integrated kinetic energy, and more. Storm surge along parts of the Gulf Coast crested at nearly 28 feet or 8.5 meters, the highest in U.S. history. There really are no words to describe the devastation Katrina caused, particularly in New Orleans and the surrounding areas. Roughly 4/5 of the city was flooded. In some areas, the water rose above the roof lines of houses. The storm shredded the fabric of the city, and to this day, more than 20 years later, the population of New Orleans has not recovered to its pre-Katrina level. If this were just a story about a major storm overwhelming the flood defenses, it wouldn't undercut the tragedy, but it would be understandable. I think we generally recognize that these kind of systems don't offer absolute protection. The levees and flood walls around New Orleans were a sprawling collection of structures built over many decades. It wouldn't be out of the question for a storm of the century to simply exceed what those protections were designed to handle, but that's not what happened. There were about 50 individual locations where levees or flood walls were breached during Hurricane Katrina. Many of those were situations where the structure was overtopped by storm surge. But out of those 50, only 3 of those breaches accounted for the majority of the flows that submerged the heart of New Orleans and led to nearly half of the disaster's total fatalities and economic damage. All 3 of those breaches happened at surge levels below what the flood walls were designed to manage. And I built a model in the garage to show you why. This video is based on a chapter from my new book, Disasters by Design, which you can pre-order right now at the links below. The book is all about engineering disasters through history and what we learn from them, and I really hope you'll consider picking up a copy. I'll tell you more about it at the end, but first I want to show you this model. I'm Grady, and this is Practical Engineering. The land we call New Orleans has a history stretching way beyond its 1718 founding or the birth of the United States. Originally inhabited by tribes like the Chitimacha, this area has always been a complex intersection of human settlement and flooding. It is strategically located on the Gulf Coast at the mouth of the Mississippi, the largest river in North America. But that prime location also comes with challenges, namely that the city's exposure to tropical storms is extreme, and being a river delta, much of its development happened on top of historically soft, marshy, and low-lying terrain. In 1965, Hurricane Betsy rocked New Orleans, flooding more than 150,000 houses. At the time, it was one of the worst hurricanes in American history, earning the nickname Billion Dollar Betsy because it was the first storm with damages in excess of $1 billion. In response, the federal government, through the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, made a massive investment into the existing hurricane protection system around New Orleans, but they ran into an issue. A levee is an earthen embankment meant to hold floodwaters back. Kind of like a dam, but parallel to coastline or river instead of a crossing. We know that soil is naturally unstable on steep slopes, so levees have this trapezoidal shape in cross-section, with gentle, stable slopes on the water side and land side. Many of the levees in New Orleans were built decades before Betsy, and over that time, development encroached right up to the toes of the structures. You can see the problem. If you want to raise the embankment to provide more protection, you need more space. The solution they came up with is the eye wall, not related to the eye wall of a hurricane. Steel sheet piles were driven into the top of the levee, creating a vertical flood wall on top. They got more height and more protection without the need to condemn property for a wider footprint, which was a major win. All this flood protection infrastructure turned New Orleans into essentially a bowl. The levees keep the floodwaters out, but they also trap rainwater or any other water in. So in addition to the levees and flood walls, the city is dotted with pump stations that move drainage within the city out of the bowl. The heart of the system is the trio of primary outfall canals that run south to north, carrying rainwater from New Orleans' interior basins out to Lake Pontchartrain, the 17th Street Canal, the Orleans Avenue Canal, and the London Avenue Canal. Where most canals, rivers, and creeks in cities represent a topographic low point, these canals are somewhat of a high point in New Orleans. Runoff within the city naturally flows in street gutters and underground storm drains, eventually reaching one of the massive pumping stations associated with each canal. Those stations raise the water just a little bit higher than Lake Pontchartrain, and then gravity takes care of the rest, with the water flowing northward out of the city and into the lake. The problem is that Lake Pontchartrain isn't really a lake. It's an estuary with a direct hydraulic connection to the Gulf of Mexico. It functions as an arm of the sea, which means it's subject to the same tidal forces and catastrophic storm surges as the open ocean. When Hurricane Katrina...
Okay, Let's just hope for the best. And do you want the car? They actually want the car. Hmm. 11 pulls. Okay, so okay. Let's just go here first. Let's go down the list. Because I have the list. Moby Dick Bookstore in an Illusion Town. Is the first location. She inside it. Here she is. Okay, let's selfie.
Duke K. Amazing.
Is there a...
Duke K. Amazing. Duke K. Amazing. Amazing. Duke K. Amazing. Duke K. Amazing. Duke K. Amazing.
No, I need to go to Bagel and make another picture. Even create another post.
One time the Americans genuinely might be ahead of us is when it comes to air conditioning.
Like AC in Germany stands for a crime.
So don't let any of these Europeans tell you that they can't install AC. They can install air conditioning, but their ignorance doesn't let them. And so they have more people that die.
It's July, and in Europe, the reality is inescapable. We have a heat problem. And no, I don't just mean that it's summer and everyone's a little stinky and sweaty. Although, well, yeah, they are. But Europe has a structural heat problem, a city planning problem, an architecture problem, and most importantly, a cultural problem. Because if you're an American, especially if you grew up in the Midwest like me, with humid summers, air conditioning is not just a luxury, it's a building feature. It's like plumbing or a pool or that one drawer in your kitchen filled with batteries, expired coupons, and cables no one can identify. But in much of Europe, air conditioning is treated differently. It's often seen as wasteful, ugly, unnecessary, and unhealthy. And to be fair, Europe had a fair amount of reasoning for thinking this way. For decades, most of Europe simply just didn't need air conditioning the way large parts of the United States did. The buildings were designed to hold heat in the winter, energy policy was built around heating, and urban life was built around shade, shutters, stone, and opening the windows at night. But here's the problem. The climate that created that logic is disappearing. Europe is now the fastest warming continent on Earth, warming at roughly twice the global average since the 1980s. And 2024 was the warmest year on record for Europe, and this latest heat dome has been brutal. So today we're going to talk about why Europe resists air conditioning, why that resistance made sense historically, why it's becoming harder to defend, and what Europe actually needs to do if it wants to balance climate responsibility with basic human health and safety. So, let's take a look. For a long time, extreme heat in Europe was treated like an
Amazing. Duke K. Amazing.
Occasional disaster, a freak event, or something that happened in southern Europe or during historic heat waves. Basically, something once every couple of decades. The most famous example is the 2003 European heat wave. That summer killed more than 70,000 people across Europe, according to the WHO and later mortality research. At the time, it felt like a warning from the future. The problem is, that future showed up early. In 2022, researchers estimated over 61,000 heat-related deaths in Europe during the summer alone. In 2023, Europe saw an estimated 47,700 heat-related deaths. And in 2024, the estimate rose again, around 62,000 to 62,775 heat-related deaths across Europe, depending on the study and reporting source. That means that the 2003 heat wave is no longer just a historical tragedy. It's starting to look like an early preview. And heat is not evenly distributed. Southern Europe, Southeastern Europe, dense cities, elderly populations, low-income households, poorly insulated top-tier apartments, these are not just hot places. They're risk zones. In 2024, Southeastern Europe experienced its longest heat wave on record, 13 consecutive days, affecting 55% of the region. That same summer, Southeastern Europe
Hello, Appraiser. Duke K. Amazing.
What are you reading, Lacrimosa?
Manga. Duke K. New volume. Appraiser. Want to read?
Perhaps when I have spare time.
Duke K. Amazing. Hello,
What are you reading, Lacrimosa?
Manga. Appraiser.
Perhaps when I...
Duke
Yeah.
K.
So probably went there already. Let's see. Here, right? Here. Yeah. I've seen it already. Lacrimosa.
Can't fit anymore. Can't fit anymore. Can't fit anymore. Can't fit anymore.
No, First of all, I need to apply to character. Second, I need to make sure the red color pops. That also works. Yeah, it also helps with the color popping.
And you put more in your pockets? Pockets. Oh, too. Oh, what about drinking some now? Good idea. Can't fit anymore.
Third one is in Bureau area M10. I think I already found there also. Okay. No permission means no permission. Here she is.
Another shift. Oh no! Sorry, I woke you up. A brazier. That's okay. Lacrimosa. Going back. Sleep. Work. Sleepy. Sleepy.
Bagel. Not bagel. No, I need to. The fuck? He is indeed pretty. She's way too red. Praise be. Our vibes indeed. Mhm. So it's just the ping pause that will be. From 6 to 11. 5 hours. 300, 300. Okay. Okay, I see where it is. It is here.
Perfect angle.
Look at this water.
The wind's just right.
Oh. I went past it.
Time for the professionals. I'll deliver this one myself. Pretty lively here.
So soft.
Oh, so cute.
Appraiser?
Sorry. I didn't mean to wake you up.
Boom, boom, cloud. Soft, fluffy, comfy. Lacrimosa fell asleep. Lacrimosa have things to do. Thank you, Appraiser, for waking Lacrimosa.
You're welcome?
So soft. So soft.
Let me take over.
So soft.
Yeah. So soft indeed. Mm-hmm. Here. Here. A train station. Nope. Just an NPC. Hmm. Oh. Yeah. Sure, it kind of gets lost in the composition. Mm. 4 or 5, right? How do I get to Sunward Island? Main story chapter 5. I won't get it. That's fine. It's completely fine. So 450. Here. Right?
our pockets?
Pockets full too.
Oh, what about drinking some now?
Good idea. Can't fit anymore.
I'm not going to make pictures here because that's already something that she said to me. Literally the same scene. Alright, guys.
Intel confirmed. Exclusive delivery. Please sign here. Beautiful prey. What should I collect next?
That's fine.
I can see you all. Trust. Shift change. Don't make me clean up for too long. Time for the professionals to take over. Trust me.
Sorry, I didn't mean to hit you. Something heal. Here.
wind's just right.
Close your eyes and stand up slowly. I really admire you for trying when you're afraid of heights.
Since we're already here, of course I have to experience it. My legs are shaking. Your hand?
I wouldn't even try to do it. Fuck this. No, thank you.
Perfect angle. The view from up high is amazing. You can see the entire Cape Park.
Too bad Cape Dome isn't open air, or we could watch shows for free from here.
I wonder what the view would be if you climb to the treetop.
Come on, give me another lightning. Really? Okay, I think that's enough. Here it is, 7 out of 8. Okay, first of all, I need to get myself arrested here. I got everything I wanted from here.
Tip of the iceberg. Judy not only racially profiles civilians, but blackmails them into doing her job for her.
Actually, it's your word against yours. And if you want this pen, you're going to help me find this poor missing otter, or the only place you'll be selling popsicles is the prison cafeteria.
She promotes mass surveillance as necessary and good.
There are
and incorrect police stereotype. In my city, Seattle, entry-level cops make a base salary of over $100,000 a year before overtime. If that salary only gets Judy a single carrot, I guess Zootopia is experiencing unprecedented inflation as well. Or should I say, zooflation? But this is just the tip of the iceberg. Judy not only racially profiles civilians, but blackmails them into doing her job for her.
Actually, it's your word against yours. And if you want this pen, you're going to help me find this poor missing otter, or the only place you'll be selling popsicles is the prison cafeteria.
She promotes mass surveillance as necessary and good.
There are traffic cameras everywhere, all over the canopy. Whatever happened to that jaguar? Bingo!
She facilitates a mock execution, which is considered torture under the Geneva Convention, while forming a close working relationship with organized crime rather than arresting them.
You dirty rat, why you helping her? She's a cop!
And the godmother to my future granddaughter.
And she conducts illegal warrantless searches.
The thing is, you don't need a warrant if you have probable cause, and I'm pretty sure I saw a shifty lowlife climbing the fence. So you're helping plenty. Come on.
Trust me, I would love to not think about these things while watching a kids movie, but they're making it very, very hard. At the end of the film, she's even seen driving a massive MRAP-like vehicle, seemingly endorsing the militarization of the police that has led to countless civilian deaths, injuries, and the bulldozing of civil rights across the country. But let's table all of those specific issues, and instead let's just focus on the basic stuff that a kid is most likely to get from this movie. At the most basic level, Judy's quest to become a cop is repeatedly described this way.
I can make the world a better place. I am going to be a police officer. I am gonna make the world a better place.
Hey, Officer Hops. You ready to make the world a better place?
I talked about this a bit in my video on Paw Patrol and the basic lies about the role of police that are frequently peddled to children. But, for the record, that's not what the police do. While many departments have adopted the slogan, "to serve and protect," that is a PR catchphrase, not an actual job description. The Supreme Court has repeatedly found that the police have no obligation to serve or protect citizens, even if they're served with court orders specifically telling them to. Google Castle Rock v. Gonzalez. I'll wait. Remember Uvalde? The cops did nothing illegal in that situation. Because, you know, that's not their job. You can find dozens of examples of the police not acting to help people. This is a fundamental misunderstanding of the mission of the police. Many of you may have heard that American police evolved from slave patrols, which is true, but only for half the country, the slave states. In the North, the police emerged as cities grew during industrialization and immigrant wage workers flooded in. Wealthy business owners didn't love the idea of being so close to poor working class people while they were becoming the nation's first billionaires. So they invested heavily in the police, buying them rifles, artillery, Gatling guns, and creating their pension programs. The exchange was clear. The police would keep poor people in their neighborhoods away from the centers of wealth and power, break up labor strikes, and enforce what historian Sam Matrani calls a thin blue line protecting civilization, by which they meant bourgeois civilization, from the disorder of the working class. A rapidly changing economy, migrants coming in, and police being ramped up as a form of not-so-subtle racism. Good thing that doesn't happen anymore. Both slave patrols and these northern cops were designed, from the beginning, to protect property, and to make sure that exploited people never achieve any kind of material equality. Of course, enforcing economic inequality is also about reinforcing racial inequality. A lot of you are probably aware of how historic feedback loops have shaped the racial wealth gap, but that inequality is also due to explicit policies that are constantly redefining themselves in order to avoid detection.
I think there is this kind of tendency that a lot of people who don't study this and aren't thinking about this as their line of work, that they think of race as something that's sort of static and unchanging, and racial inequality is something static and unchanging, and so we can measure it. What progress over time do we see, and where's their progress, and where's their, as you said, lingering sort of effects of an older, outmoded system that we've apparently not fully escaped from. And all of that is somewhat true, but I think what is important to think about, and what I try to encourage students to think about, is the ways in which race is sort of constantly, the meaning of it is being rewritten and reimposed and reinscribed, so that the techniques of segregation do look different in some ways. And it isn't just a kind of residual thing that someday enough time will have passed that we will have moved on from this, right?
Many of us are aware of police brutality and can recognize that as bad, but it's only the most visible element of a structure designed to create and maintain inequality. Police are not simply susceptible to prejudice against racial minorities and poor people. It is, in fact, a foundational part of their job description. Now, before you get in the comments and say, what about violent crime? Violent crime is so bad. What are you gonna do about violent crime? The police might suck, but, you know, they deal with violent crime. First of all, violent crime makes up just 5% of arrests per year in the United States, and police only spend 4% of their time on it. So actually, it ranks lower on their list of priorities than playing Candy Crush, let alone harassing people. It's like racial profiling, harassing poor people, playing Candy Crush, stalking their exes with surveillance software, and then violent crime way at the bottom. We know that the best way to approach mental health and substance abuse issues are not with the police, but with social programs. Even pro-police academics like Christopher Lewis and Adonur Usmani of Harvard University admit that, in the long run, a significant expansion of social policy would reduce crime by addressing its root causes and, in turn, reduce the need and demand for both policing and imprisonment. Does that mean that I want everyone in prison to be released tomorrow? Well, in the case of roughly the 500,000 people arrested every year, or the thousands in federal prison for marijuana possession, while that same substance has formed a multi-billion-dollar industry, actually, yes. Yes, I do. But this isn't about freeing the neighborhood murderer. It's about reducing crime rather than punishing
59
it
days.
because that feels cathartic. It's about following the data-driven conclusions that social programs that create a more equal society reduce crime from occurring in the first place. Equality. The thing the police are designed to prevent from happening. Second, I think it's kind of obvious that even violent crime is skewed by class and racial interests. Just think about how many resources were spent hunting down a suspect in the murder of United Health CEO Brian Thompson compared to the abysmally low clearance rates for murders when the victim is black. To quote civil rights lawyer Alec Karakatsanis, the police choose to enforce only some of the laws against some people some of the time. My point is that the police do not just engage in obvious enforcement of segregation like blasting civil rights protesters with water cannons, killing unarmed black men, or even attacking BLM protesters. They also do so in much less obvious ways. To showcase this, let's look past Judy working with the mob, torturing suspects, blackmailing others, and violating the Fourth Amendment. If such a thing even exists in Zootopia, it's probably called the Firth Animalment or some bullshit like that. And instead, let's look at the most basic thing Judy does as a cop in this entire movie. Judy's first assignment as a ZPD officer is to meet a parking ticket quota of 100 tickets, which she promises to double by lunchtime.
100 tickets. I'm not gonna write 100 tickets. I'm gonna write 200 tickets. Before noon.
You know, she's a go-getter. She's a girl boss. She's gonna prove herself. So she's gonna write 200 tickets, whether those infractions are reasonable or not.
That was 30 seconds over.
Yeah, you're a real hero, lady. My mommy says she wishes you were dead.
Even among people who think that the police need to be reformed, you know, because of all of the unarmed people they keep killing, this is something that a lot of people see as a benign police action. Here's a 2026 article from the Sacramento Bee praising Grant Nakamura, who they call the most ruthless parking enforcement officer in the city, because of the nearly 22,000 citations he issued in 2025 alone. The article describes him in glowing prose, calling his work outstanding, and describing him this way. Nakamura can hear a meter expire in the night the way an owl hears a mouse across a snowy clearing in the woods, and, like the bird of prey, he descends on his victims with breathtaking precision. Majestic. Makes me wonder how much more accurate Zootopia would have been if the police had been predators hunting down prey civilians. I think that probably would have made a lot more sense than whatever racial nonsense is going on here. By the way, I found that article while scrolling Blue Sky, which everyone says is a liberal echo chamber, and the people there were striking a very similar tone. This might seem like ideal policing to you. These are unarmed officers, so the risk of physical violence is pretty low, and the law is still being enforced. I mean, in Zootopia, it's literally portrayed as a boring element of policing, somewhere to keep Judy away from real police work.
Judy, are you a meter maid? No, this is just a temporary thing.
Oh, it's the safest job on the force.
Oh, she's not a real cop. Our prayers have been answered.
Glorious day.
But I think that perspective really misunderstands just what's going on here. There have been tons of studies that have found that, like all forms of policing, parking ticket enforcement is much more intense in disadvantaged neighborhoods. A 2024 study published in Science Direct, for example, found a direct correlation between the number of parking tickets issued and the prevalence of poor and Hispanic populations across 16 different cities. Sure, there is less direct contact between police and civilians in this situation, and that should theoretically reduce racial profiling. But when we look at the data, it clearly does not. And a lot of that has to do with how segregated our society is.
I think increasingly white Americans and others are aware of the important role that the police play in terms of the police killings that often stem from these kinds of encounters with the police. But much more ordinary and much more sort of constant are the examples of the ways in which traffic enforcement and other encounters with the police enforce all sorts of other forms of inequality that are, hard to capture on cell phone cameras, right? But are nonetheless very, very real levers of inequality. And so the United States is an extremely car-dependent society. I don't think anyone would be surprised to hear me say that, and I don't think most people would be surprised to know that that's by design, right? That we have made political priorities to, maximize car use and to systematically underinvest in or simply not build alternatives to that, right? And that goes back to the federal highway system that was built and carved up Black communities in the era of redlining as well. And so even as the United States is this very car-dependent society, there are also ways in which access to driver's licenses and car insurance is not equal, right? And actually maps onto racial inequality.
Take, for example, what happened in Chicago when Rahm Emanuel took over as mayor in 2011. Emanuel, who was Obama's first chief of staff and is currently probably going to run for the presidential nomination in 2028, cracked down on unpaid parking tickets and fines in the city, in the hopes of raising an additional $33 million for the budget. Over 50,000 cars were impounded and personal bankruptcy skyrocketed. As the Columbia Law School found, many Black Americans ended up in Chapter 13 bankruptcy, even though it cost twice as much in lawyers' fees, lasted for years rather than months, and has a much lower success rate than the more traditional Chapter 7. But why would Black Americans pick Chapter 13 instead of Chapter 7 if it's clearly so much worse? Well, that's because Chapter 13 bankruptcy allows people to keep their cars and driver's licenses. And the most hard-hit areas by Emanuel's ticketing crackdown were among African Americans living in zip codes where residents have commutes of 45 minutes or more. Oh, and would you look at that? It turns out they overcharged those people, sending them into bankruptcy. Whoopsie!
It's part of a new ruling from a judge that says the city, quote, systematically overcharged for parking and other tickets.
No mistake, this practice has harmed the most vulnerable people in the city. End of story. And it's spanned now 3 different administrations, and not a single one of them has done anything about it.
That should be easily fixable, right? This is far from an isolated incident either. In Detroit, a number of political decisions at the local level has led to 3 related outcomes. First, after the National Guard was deployed against Black Americans who were protesting during the Civil Rights Movement, white people who could afford to left the city proper for the suburbs. Next, the car manufacturing industry that brought wealth to Detroit moved to those same outlying suburbs. And finally, those suburbs opposed public transit at every turn. Today, if you look at Detroit bus routes, you'll see that they literally have to go around these borders. This has led to a situation today where a mind-blowing 70% of people living in the largest Black majority city in the country commute outside of the city for work, and that means that they need a car. But there are dozens of barriers to getting a car. According to a report from the Detroit Justice Center, Michigan's required in-person driver's education program can cost students between $200 and $400 or more. And in 2004, the state eliminated public financial assistance for the program. 60% of drivers in Detroit have no car insurance either. And that's not just because they're stupid or reckless. Car insurance premiums in Detroit are roughly 4 times the national average. In 2020, premiums climbed over $6,000 per year, meaning that half of all households in Detroit would need to spend 1 out of every 5 pre-tax dollars they make or more on car insurance in order to drive legally. And as was the case in Chicago, if you do pick up a ticket, fines have a way of snowballing out of control for our poorest Americans. According to the Detroit Justice Center again, a $125 fine for impeding traffic can easily balloon to over $300 in just 3 months.
So this also contributes to segregation, which is, and this is what the Detroit Justice Center report, based on some of their own casework and working with clients, had found, is that many police departments and local court districts have come to rely on criminal fines and fees to operate, and in many cases to actually generate revenue for their governments, right? The most infamous example is Ferguson, Missouri, where the small suburb of Ferguson was basically using its residents as a cash machine to constantly harass people and give people nonsense nuisance tickets because it would generate a fine and a fee, and maybe they wouldn't be able to pay, and there would be all these additional add-on fines and fees.
The report accuses police of targeting Black and poor drivers to raise revenue. 85% of motorists stopped were Black. Allison Nelson says she was stopped at least 5 times. First for a cracked windshield, then when she couldn't pay the fine, court fees piled up, then an arrest warrant. Eventually, she was stopped and jailed.
Well, in Michigan, this was happening not so much with the people who actually lived in these suburbs, because these are overwhelmingly white suburbs, but with drivers who were passing through, right? Because they might live in Detroit, but they work in a suburb.
And guess what? Failure to pay these tickets is one of, if not the leading reason for arrest warrants in several states. A 2021 UNLV study found that over 58% of open warrants in Nevada were from failure to pay tickets owing to administrative-related offenses. Vehicle registration and maintenance, no license plates, or no insurance. You're never gonna believe this either, but those issued warrants were disproportionately targeted at black people. In America? And even if all of that racial discrimination stuff wasn't true, parking tickets and other civil infractions carry with them a flat fee, which means they are ironically inequitable. A $100 fine might not seem like much to someone making $200K a year, but for someone scraping enough money together to buy groceries, it's gonna be a huge chunk of their overall earnings. You know, the richest people in our society don't even need to park. They have drivers, or they get picked up and dropped off. They fly in helicopters. They don't need to commute to work, or they have a friend at City Hall who can make that ticket disappear. You know, the US Federal Reserve itself found that as many as 37% of Americans cannot afford an unexpected $400 expense. But for some reason, government at the local, state, and even federal levels have decided that it's easier to go after those people to fill their budgets than billionaires. Set aside all of the morally questionable things we see Judy do as a police officer, and even the seemingly most harmless action she takes is to go above and beyond in extracting wealth from people who have to commute to work.
If you have a grievance, you may contest your citation in traffic court.
Now, does this mean that I oppose the concept of parking or traffic enforcement altogether? Yes, no, I'm just kidding. Of course not. Cars need to be regulated. They kill over 50,000 Americans every year and are slowly killing the rest of us with their contributions to climate change. But we also need to realize that we've constructed our society in a way that makes cars necessary, then paywall them for our poorest citizens, then use their inability to pay as an avenue to extort them for more money they don't have, and then send them to prison for it where their labor can be exploited for free. Zootopia clearly wanted to engage with the political moment it arrived in, tapping into that first wave of Black Lives Matter energy, which is admirable. But by focusing on discrimination at this individual level, while holding a police officer up as a hero, it ends up lacking any kind of structural understanding of how racism actually works.
There's a tendency, and I see it with my students, to look back and think of like, oh, how irrational this was that white people didn't want to live near people of different races. And yeah, on some level it is, right? Racism is based on a total sort of invention, right? And yet, at the same time, it becomes real through these incentives and these structures, right? Even if racial prejudice is an irrational belief, when you've created the system and the structure to incentivize the continuation of that behavior, and if not even that belief, then you're guaranteeing that these systems will in some ways continue.
As David points out, there are structural incentives to continuing segregation and racism, not just personally held racist beliefs. I talked a bit about how American schools have largely remained racially segregated and unequal because they're financed by local property taxes in my video about Abbott Elementary, but long story short, because of the way race and class are intertwined in America, that means white kids largely get well-funded schools, while kids of color don't. But that doesn't mean that white parents are acting purely out of personal bigotry when they move to a wealthy, whiter school district. They are making a rational decision for their children to get them the best education they can. Likewise, whether you're intentionally targeting poor black people like in Ferguson or Detroit, or kind of accidentally targeting them like in Chicago, trying to extract money from poor and working class people is just a path of least resistance, trying to fill budget shortfalls that are created by an inability or unwillingness to tax capital more effectively. Not only does Zootopia not grapple with this, but the ZPD are ultimately upheld as good at the end of the film. Once they hear about Mayor Bellwether's crack cocaine plot, they immediately turn on her, arrest her, and reinstate all their predator cops. Becoming a cop is literally the culmination of Nick's redemption arc, a sign from the film that he's done being a low-life criminal and is finally ready to rejoin society. Which I find really disappointing, because they could have just as easily made the point that the line between criminal and police is often just semantic. Alright, that's enough about Zootopia 1. Let's talk about Zootopia 2. Zootopia. Zootopia 2. Yeah, that's it. Zootopia 2. Believe it or not, the plot to Zootopia 2 is even more convoluted than the first, so let's read it. Zootopia 2 takes place very shortly after the first movie. Nick has joined the ZPD and is partnered with Judy, but they're still treated as rookie cops, much to Judy's frustration.
We're gonna crack a new case, make the world a better place, and be the greatest partners of all time!
After an unbelievably dangerous and almost certainly unnecessary car chase, Judy finds a snake skin, and we're introduced to the central idea of the movie.
Of course, Zootopia does not allow snakes. There ain't been one of those around here for at least 100 years.
Turns out that snakes haven't been seen in Zootopia since one murdered a turtle nearly 100 years ago. Say murdered a turtle 5 times fast. It's not hard, but it is really fun. Murdered a turtle, 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 murdered a turtle. 100 years is also, coincidentally, when Zootopia was founded, made possible by its enormous weather walls, which we saw in the background of the first movie, but are explained in a lot more detail this time around.
Hailed the two during celebrations for the 100th anniversary of the invention of Zootopia's weather walls that allowed all environments and all animals to coexist in one city.
The weather walls were built by the Lynxley family, a rich and powerful family of lynxes. Real creative, guys. Nick and Judy go to the Met Gala, I mean Zootopia's centennial celebration, I mean the Zootennial, Jesus Christ, the puns in this franchise. And there they discover someone trying to steal a journal from the Lynxley family. Gasp! It's a snake! By the way, what's that snake's name? Something creative, I hope!
Time for the professionals.
Gary the Snake.
And your last name?
The Snake.
Was this movie actually written by ChatGPT? What the fuck? Maybe Art is dead. The Lynxleys demand that Gary be killed and the entire incident covered up, which is immediately pretty sus.
Kill the snake. We'll burn the journal. If he wants it, it's dangerous. And you two will file a report that he attacked us. And you will keep your mouth shut.
In the ensuing tussle, Gary inadvertently bites Chief Bogo, sending him into a coma, and Nick and Judy are framed for the attempted murder, sending them on the run. They follow a trail of clues, where they learn that actually, it was snakes, Gary's great-grandmother to be exact, who invented the weather walls, and that the Lynxleys framed her for murder, drove snakes and reptiles from their homes in a shot that feels like they got pogromed or something, and then stole the weather walls' IP.
He plotted to steal her plans for himself. So he committed a murder, his own maid, and framed Gary's great-grandmother.
And that's not all. Using the walls, the Lynxleys buried the former reptile ravine under snow and claimed it as part of Tundra Town, something they're now looking to expand again.
And that's when the Lynxleys expanded Tundra Town the first time.
You need to be faster than that.
And it's happening again.
Let me take over.
The expansion is going here. Marsh Market will be buried in snow.
After a bunch of hijinks bring us to Marsh Market, an interesting subculture where all remaining Zootopia reptiles now live, and Kopenhofen, which is not interesting at all and exists purely as a pun. Nick is arrested, and Judy meets up with Gary and Paubert, a renegade son of the Lynxley family who wants to expose his family's secret past.
Stop my family and show everyone the truth.
Except, plot twist, Paubert, like most rich kids, is just pretending to hate his family. When push comes to shove, he's completely aligned with them and their class interests, even if they do treat him like he's Roman Roy.
You don't belong in this family. You will never belong in this family.
Are you a sicko? What is this? Why do you send them?
It's just, you know, it's like, here's my dick.
Nick breaks out of prison, hitches a ride with a speedy sloth, and swoops in to save the day, culminating in an homage to The Shining that feels so weirdly out of place for a kids movie, but again, this is a very strange kid film series. Like in the first movie, the Lynxleys' plot is revealed, and everyone who had been doing their dirty work, like the mayor and the police department, immediately turn on them, arrest them, and bring snakes back to Zootopia as the heroes they deserve to be recognized as.
This is my family. Permission to hug?
Now, right off the bat, there are some major differences between Zootopia's 1 and 2. First and foremost, Judy and Nick are fugitives in Zootopia 2. They are not acting as cops and are in fact being chased by the ZPD. You know, it can't be propaganda if they're not even cops. Checkmate, leftists! Whereas the first movie portrayed the police as a flawed but noble institution, Zootopia 2 portrays the police more as bumbling fools, unwittingly doing the dirty work of the capitalist class. The Linksleys run Zootopia with their massive wealth, which stems from the very infrastructure of the city, and they use that wealth to control media narratives about snakes and reptiles and use the government to silence dissent and protect their interests.
But aren't there laws?
I will say this once, Brian. You will retrieve the journal and bury them. Or maybe I chose the wrong mayor.
The Linksleys are kind of like Robert Moses, the urban planner who wielded billions in tax funding to systematically carve up black communities in New York City. I read this as a response to criticism of the first film, and the evolution of the Black Lives Matter movement from something seen more as a symbolic idea that racism is bad to a more precise policy demand to defund the police. As we saw in the first movie, Disney doesn't really want to get into the weeds talking about structural racism and the need to radically reimagine our approach to crime and inequality. That feels like a touchy subject for them. You know, since they're a multi-billion-dollar company that paid zero in federal income tax in 2025, have close relationships with the broader military entertainment complex, and have been pretty silent on ICE kidnapping their employees. So they kind of sidestepped the whole thing by making Nick and Judy decidedly not cops in this movie. This is not to say that the movie is that critical of the police. Before she's framed for attempted murder, Judy's very first scene shows her practicing her favorite hobby, breaking into a locked storage container without a warrant. She then steals a car for police business and engages in a high-speed chase that endangers dozens, if not hundreds. Chief Bogo scolds her, but I think we're clearly meant to side with Judy here.
Officer Hobbs, despite my best efforts to avoid it, I like you.
Like the first film, Zootopia 2 ends with the police and mayor having an instantaneous change of heart, ignoring why they defended the Linksleys in the first place.
Did I choose the wrong mayor?
When the police find out that snakes actually aren't bad, they just immediately get over it. And we again kind of glaze past their role in a literal century of historic oppression.
This is our only chance to set things right. And when I do, my family will finally be able to come home.
I wonder why those snakes can't come back. What would happen to them? Who's stopping them? Could it, perhaps, be the ZPD themselves? Oh, look who's overseeing that pogrom I talked about earlier. It's some Rhino ZPD cops. Don't worry about it, though. They were just following orders. There's some other big differences between the two movies as well. Zootopia 2 is much more of a rom-com, very knowingly winking at certain subsections of its fandom. Before we even see Judy or Nick in this movie, we are told that
Chief, hi. If you're looking for Nick and Judy, they said they got it, and they're already on site with their baby.
We're then shown the two of them pushing a carrot-themed stroller, talking about their little baby, and with the hood pulled over so your mind can go absolutely bonkers imagining what kind of chimera monstrosity lies beneath.
And you know the one thing this little stinker wished for, aside from one day getting his tail reattached, was to see a choo-choo.
That person, Edward. Big brother Ed.
I'm so sorry for all the people I just re-traumatized right there. And if you don't get that reference, you should check out Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. It's pretty good. It's better than Zootopia. This seems to be a clear nod to the now infamous Zootopia abortion comic, which I will not be elaborating on, but there's a Wikipedia page, and the title's pretty self-explanatory.
Whoa, Fox and Bunny. Okay.
Throughout Zootopia 2, there's this intense focus on Nick and Judy's partnership, with that language just vague enough to either be about their working relationship or a more romantic one.
Well, we've been official partners for 1 week. Happy anniversary!
It looks like Judith got away. Was that decision mutual? Oh, sensing trouble in paradise.
Thank you for this.
Happy anniversary.
Oh, it's your anniversary? This is the night.
I mean, here's some real footage from this kid's movie. They know what they're doing, okay? That's all I'm gonna say. They know what they're doing.
I mean, I am just a dumb bunny, but we are good at multiplying.
Now, given the context of the first movie, this feels like a commentary on interracial relationships. You know, Judy wants to prove the haters wrong and show that despite their glaring differences, she and Nick do make a good team.
No one will question whether you and I belong together again.
But at the same time, there's still this focus on biological difference. When Judy and Nick are in couples therapy, I mean, a police partner workshop thing, they are compared to other interspecies partnerships that do not work. Usually because the species are clearly incompatible.
And Francine, Clark may be a mouse, but he is your partner first.
There's this badger named Karen who seemingly cannot stop hunting her prey partner.
Okay, unfortunately, Karen has chosen to see Joel's smile as a sign of aggression.
They even call back to that joke later. The message here seems to be that getting along with different people can be a process. But when you tie it to race like this, you are also kind of saying that while predators have overcome their biological urge to maim and maul, some have more than others. So, you know, that's still in the movie. But there are some subtle changes to the species as race metaphor, where the first film seemed to say, races are different, some in very scary ways, but it's okay because they're not like that anymore. The second film argues more that what we find scary in other races might also be socially constructed, since snakes were driven from Zootopia by propaganda.
The fanging didn't just change how folks saw snakes. No mammals trusted any reptile after that. That's why we all left.
But again, like with the first film, I think this falls apart as soon as you think about it for like a second. For example, Gary is portrayed as nice, friendly, and completely harmless.
You don't have to hurt him.
Hurt him? Snakes never hurt any. You won. We aren't the bad guys.
He's venomous, right? He is canonically venomous. Sure, he carries around a shot of anti-venom with him.
Don't worry about my fang. I got my own anti-venom pen. Stops the toxin.
Stab me straight into the heart.
But to pretend that this danger is completely made up by society is very silly. Do this for me. Close your eyes and imagine there's a dude walking around your neighborhood, and duct taped to his hands are 2 syringes just dripping with fentanyl. You say something like, "Holy shit!" But then the guy's like, "Oh no, don't worry about it. I have Narcan. Don't even worry about it. Don't worry about it. I bet you feel silly now. Don't even worry about it."
I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about any of this.
I don't know about you, but that wouldn't make me feel that much safer. I would probably try and stay as physically far away from him as possible, and I don't think that would make me a bad person. You know, one wrong move, and I'm not just gonna need Narcan, I'll need a hepatitis screening. Again. Despite Zootopia 2 taking place just weeks after the first movie, and despite Judy really struggling with her anti-fox racism in that movie, she's apparently completely overcome not just her fear of foxes, but of all predators who have historically hunted rabbits. You know, like pit vipers.
Permission to hug.
And at the same time, Zootopia 2 firmly establishes that some species of animal are, indeed, subhuman. We see fish, worms, and insects all being processed and consumed as food, despite the entire previous movie supposedly being about how predators have evolved past their need to eat prey. This reminds me of the Natural History Museum scene from the first movie. Like, why are you including this? What is this ad? Like, can you imagine if Zootopia 4 tries to incorporate fish and other water animals after showing them being ground up in Marsh Market? They'd have to call the movie like Zootopia 4, Aquatic Revolution, starring Vladimir Lenin, Clam Guevara, and Mao Zedong. But even setting all of that aside, the film is still pretty essentialist when it comes to species. The lynxleys are almost exclusively referred to not by their family name, but by their species name, which makes me wonder why they even came up with the super creative name of lynxley in the first place.
The lynxes just erased it.
Kinda have no way to find him or stop the lynxes.
Those lynxes will get more land.
You know, reptile, who can tell us the hidden secret in here? Why the lynxes frame the snakes? We've been framed by the lynxes.
The lynxes want us dead. It's a setup. It's the lynxes.
They are described and shown to be inherently territorial. We never meet a lynx who isn't obsessed with accumulating power, wealth, and lying rampant.
I mean, you can be different than your family.
I don't want to be different.
Zootopia 2 also has this kind of focus on intellectual property and ownership that's kind of new and kind of fascinating if you'll go on a little tangent with me. You see, in 2017, a screenwriter sued Disney for stealing the idea for Zootopia in the first place. According to him, he had pitched an eerily similar film to the company in both 2000 and 2009. The similarities are striking. His pitch included a cute and optimistic squirrel lady who is not taken seriously, a story about overcoming discrimination, and even a Latin female character in the body of an African animal who exists as a performer and sex symbol. Look, I know Shakira is very beautiful, but don't we think it's a little weird to have sex symbols in a kid's movie? While that lawsuit was dismissed pretty immediately, Zootopia 2 seems to be winking at this beef. You see, the screenwriter's name was Gary Goldman. Gary also just so happens to be the name of the snake in Zootopia 2, whose entire narrative arc is about trying to regain control of his family's IP, which has been stolen and turned into a massive commercial success by thieves.
The now disgraced Lynxley family were revealed to have stolen the original plans and covered it up for decades.
It's honestly diabolical. It just really feels like they're just twisting the knife in there. It is wild that Zootopia 2 is basically a movie about how Disney is the villain.
I filed a lawsuit against Disney saying that I was the creator of Zootopia, the franchise, and he's slithering around Zootopia claiming that his family are the creators of the climate walls that were the foundation of Zootopia, the society.
This focus on who has a right to the land that is being terraformed by the weather walls has also led people to read a kind of anti-colonialism into the film that is simply not in the first one. After all, the Lynxleys are described in pretty explicitly colonial terms.
This Thundertown expansion only makes them more dangerous. Territorial animals will do anything for more land.
Some have gone so far as to read this as a critique of Israel and Palestine, since the Lynxleys are taking land from a desert people and justify their territorial expansion by claiming moral superiority.
Begin the expansion. Freeze Marsh Market. Flush everyone out. Water folk, like foxes, are lesser mammals.
You know, I'm very puzzled by the constant concern which the world and also Britain, I must say, Mark, is showing for the Palestinian people and is actually showing for these horrible inhuman animals.
But what I find most fascinating about the worldview portrayed by Zootopia 2 is something you might not have even really clocked or noticed, but it's been sitting in the background the entire time.
Tomorrow's weather is, again, everything.
These weather walls exist in the first film as well. Massive physical structures that pump cold or hot air in either direction, maintaining the correct climate for each separate habitat, from Tundra Town to Sahara Square to the Rainforest District. While Zootopia 2 is most focused on who has a rightful claim to the weather walls, it's just taken for granted that they're a good thing. That they allow for Zootopia to be a melting pot where animals of all different backgrounds can come together.
For the 100th anniversary of the invention of Zootopia's weather walls that allowed all environments and all animals to coexist in one city.
It's not immediately obvious why these walls are even necessary. In the first film, Judy's police academy training has her working in all sorts of different climates, so it's pretty clear that she'll be expected to go anywhere as a ZPD officer, regardless of if it's her natural habitat and without any extra weather gear. Characters don't seem to need warmer or cooler clothes depending on the climate. When Judy and Nick end up in Tundra Town, he's totally comfortable in his short-sleeve Hawaiian t-shirt. In the second film, these same animals are completely comfortable wearing the same clothing at Burning Mammal. Overall, characters are shown to have a pretty easy time passing through the walls from one neighborhood to the next. But it's also apparent that the special differences of animals do shape their neighborhoods. Remember in the first movie when Judy chases a weasel into Little Rodentia? Considering she's the first bunny cop and by far the smallest police officer in that first film, that might actually be the first time the ZPD has ever been able to go into that part of town. Likewise, Marsh Market is home to all remaining reptiles in Zootopia, and it's a place that people seem to want to avoid.
If you must know, I have an aversion to reptiles.
When the ZPD do show up in Marsh Market chasing Judy and Nick, the reaction from the reptiles implies that this is a neighborhood that exists outside the law. Not only are they happy to harbor fugitives, but the bar has an alarm system meant to alert patrons to the presence of the police.
It's the ZPD!
Follow me!
The only animals that actually seem to be affected by different climates are reptiles and snakes, who are shown to need warmth
So warm.
and are shown to be able to freeze.
Hate to leave you out in the cold, but I'm gonna.
So what this means is that the weather walls definitely impact some critters more than others. That's not too bad when you think of Zootopia as a zoo, although a little problematic since animals in a zoo are kind of prisoners. But when you think of Zootopia as a metaphor for America and race, well, now you're getting very problematic. Because Zootopia 2 is basically saying that these walls that keep people separate are the only way that different races can coexist. In the words of philosophy professor Michael Marder in his outstanding essay on the film, Zootopia 2 believes itself to be offering a model of tolerant coexistence, but its vision is one in which life is always being supervised ecologically, psychologically, technologically. When the climate walls must be shifted, expanded, or reinforced, the film exposes a truth it does not directly confront. A city organized into climate zones is a city organized into identity zones. What looks like ecological sensitivity is, at bottom, political zoning. And that's a very old and very dangerous idea you may better know as separate but equal. For those of you who aren't Americans or young Americans sent to an underfunded and failing public school system, separate but equal refers to a legal doctrine enshrined by the Supreme Court in the 1896 case Plessy v. Ferguson, where the court said that racial segregation is a-okay so long as blacks and whites get access to the same stuff.
It was never intended to be separate, but it was intended to be separate, primarily separate, and separate meant unequal. People who were pushing for over the overthrow of Reconstruction and what became called Jim Crow understood that inclusion, universal social programs, universal school systems was a threat to racial hierarchy, right? And so the separateness was always meant to be a way towards inequality. Separate would always have to mean unequal. And so what you see very quickly is that as soon as you have the foundation of separate school systems, separate neighborhoods, separate drinking fountains, separate swimming pools, all of this sort of stuff, the versions on the black side of the color line were always worse, right? They were worse to begin with, they were worse maintained. And this is in spite of the fact that we know in the case of black schools, for example, that many black people in the South worked very hard to maintain their schools. This was very stark, where you had neighborhoods that were black majority, didn't have working sewer mains, right? Didn't have these kinds of very basic fundamental amenities that you would have on other sides, even though, you know, black taxpayers were also paying for these systems to build an infrastructure and amenities in white majority neighborhoods that they weren't allowed to live in, right?
While explicit racial discrimination in the context of voting and housing were outlawed through the legislative wins of the civil rights movement, that can't explain why segregation in the US has been getting worse over the past generation. A 2021 study out of UC Berkeley found that out of every metropolitan region in the United States with more than 200,000 residents, 81% were more segregated as of 2019 than they were in 1990. While the Fair Housing Act and growing racial diversity in the United States have created fewer all-white or all-black communities, the United States is still remarkably segregated. At a national level, 59% of white or black people would need to move to achieve perfect integration. I also cross-referenced UC Berkeley's most and least segregated cities list with 2025 census data and found that more than 1 in 6 black Americans lives in one of the top 25 most segregated cities. By the way, we already talked about Detroit quite a bit earlier in this video, but it did indeed rank first by a mile in the segregation rankings. But that, I can only assume, is because they don't have the data from Zootopia yet.
Nixon himself is on record as saying, like, look, we can't do anything about the fact that there are these white-only suburbs. Those suburbs aren't white-only because black people aren't allowed to live there. It's because they can't afford to live there, right?
Yeah, that's the problem.
There's nothing illegal about discriminating based on class, but of course, that assumes this kind of separation between race and class and other forms of inequality that has never been the case, right? Anytime you're creating communities that are extremely exclusive based on economic status and seemingly non-racial categories like homeownership or that sort of thing, you're creating communities that will also be racially exclusive, right? And so even in an era where you can no longer explicitly discriminate based on race, there are all sorts of ways that communities maintain racial exclusion through economic and class factors.
Segregation does not simply exist today because we used to have it and it's been really tricky to overcome. It's been perpetuated and recreated by a series of deliberate political decisions designed to creatively recreate segregation while being able to pretend that it's totally not racist anymore. In her book Race for Profit, Professor Kianga Yamada-Taylor lays out what she calls predatory inclusion, a process that emerged after redlining was outlawed, by which African-American homebuyers were granted access to conventional real estate practices and mortgage financing, but on more expensive and comparatively unequal terms. In some of the cases that she outlines, black people were sold properties on the verge of collapse, or that were literally condemned for demolition prior to the sale.
It was a real estate practice. It was something that banks and lenders made a lot of money off of, but it was also a top-down, political process. So going back to Bill Clinton and especially during the George W. Bush era, the federal government had put a lot of emphasis on, as a way to address the racial wealth gap, we want to make it easier for black working class and even black poor people to own their own homes, right? As a way to sort of create an engine of wealth and heritable wealth and that sort of thing.
That sounds good.
It sounds great, right? It sounds like, addressing, we see that there's this huge gap in terms of white and black homeownership rates. Can we address that, right? Well, the problem is that if you're steering people towards mortgages for homes that they simply can't afford, that's not creating wealth for anybody, right? That's setting people up to fail. That's setting people into these mortgages where they are, burdened with debt, right?
Studies have found that a huge chunk of the increase in black homeownership in the 1990s was due to subprime mortgages. Now, if subprime mortgage is setting off a little alarm bell in your brain, congratulations, you were born before 2000.
It sounds complicated, but it's really fairly simple. Banks lend hundreds of billions of dollars to home buyers who can't pay them back. Wall Street took the risky debt, dressed it up as fancy securities, and sold them around the world as safe investments. If it sounds a little like a shell game or a Ponzi scheme, in some ways it was.
To make a long, complicated story short and easy, in the run-up to 2008, Wall Street investors bought and sold bundles of mortgages that were seen as a safe investment. But due to rampant corruption, these mortgage bundles were in fact not safe, and were made up of what are called subprime mortgages, risky loans made to people who were more likely to default. Because there was so much money being made, millions of people were steered into mortgages that they could not afford or even understand.
But they told me that they would go by my husband's payroll.
Even though he'd been laid off from the shipyard.
No, he passed away.
Her husband, Ronnie Towns, was dead. World Savings noted that in her papers, but his former income was used to qualify Betty.
What's Betty's actual income?
About $1,875 now.
What was written on her loan applications?
Over $4,000.
Bank employees actually targeted black people because of their vulnerable position. As this study from the American Sociological Review states, ongoing residential segregation and a historical dearth of access to mortgage credit in U.S. urban areas combined to create ideal conditions for predatory lending to poor minority group members in poor minority neighborhoods. This racialized the ensuing foreclosure crisis and focused its negative consequences disproportionately on black borrowers and homeowners. And when the housing bubble did burst, it hit those communities extra hard. Those houses were the first to be foreclosed on. And in all of the cities with the largest black populations, places that had been targeted by these practices, those communities have yet to recover. Part of that is because local governments made sure that those communities bore the brunt of the recovery as well. Research from Bernadette Atuene and Timothy Hodge found that in Detroit, 1 in 4 properties was foreclosed on because the owners owed property tax, but that the city had illegally inflated property tax bills by as much as 85%. Atuene tells the story of Mr. Jones, whose home the city estimated was worth nearly $50,000, despite being a derelict without windows, a furnace, water lines, or electrical wiring. He couldn't pay the property taxes that the city demanded, so his house was foreclosed, and then it was sold at auction for $2,900. Just $400 more than he had spent on it in the first place. This is just me, but it sounds like they kind of just straight up stole it from him.
And so you have all of these kind of spiraling and snowballing effects that are a result of the economic crisis. And at the same time, cities have bills that they have to pay, right? They have to pay for trash collection. They have to pay for schools. They have to pay for police and all of.
Well, they don't have to pay for police.
They don't have to pay, but well, they do insofar as there are laws and budgets that require them to. So at least in the current situation, they do.
Yeah.
But they have all these obligations, right? They have to pay for pensions for their employees and all these sorts of things. And cities like Detroit and city and county governments end up really ramping up the kind of extractive fiscal policies that were already in place, but really increase after 2008.
And I just really want to highlight again how it's the police who are just doing their jobs that take an active role in enforcing segregation through these totally not racist mechanisms. Take crime-free housing ordinances, for example. These are also called nuisance property ordinances, and they're laws that require landlords to perform criminal background checks and then give police officers the authority to, quote, decide whether a potential tenant's criminal history disqualifies them from rental housing in the community, regardless of whether that person has been convicted of a crime. Yeah, you heard me. Under crime-free housing ordinances, which have been adopted in over 2,000 municipalities across 44 states, including 1/3 of California local governments, you can be evicted or blocked from housing for simply having been arrested. The police can decide that that makes you associated with crime and order the landlord to evict you whether they want to or not. Shit, you don't even have to be arrested. The police can just decide to evict you if they've been called to your house one too many times and that annoyed them. Maybe your neighbors called about a noise complaint. Or maybe, just maybe, you're the victim of domestic violence and the police use the fact that you called for help as evidence that your home is the site of ongoing criminal activity. A 2020 Los Angeles Times report found that when a city becomes more diverse, that's when local government passes these crime-free housing policies. They found that among the 20 California cities with the largest increases in black residents since 1990, 85% have approved crime-free housing policies. For communities that saw the largest increases in Latino population, 75% have approved these policies. And you're never gonna believe this, but giving such wide latitude to the police has resulted in wildly racially disproportionate outcomes. It's almost like that was the plan. These evictions often can serve even larger segregationist aims, like gentrification. Do you remember Breonna Taylor? We all said her name, we all said we wouldn't forget. The woman who was killed during a no-knock raid at her boyfriend's house. Well, it turns out that that no-knock warrant was part of a broader effort to evict residents who were impeding a redevelopment initiative. And the police aggressively used nuisance violations to remove residents, with 85% of those violations coming from the majority black West Louisville. City officials settled this lawsuit without admitting wrongdoing, but I mean, just 2 months after arresting Breonna Taylor's boyfriend, the city and a land bank purchased that house for $1. Which, I don't know, if you ask me, is pretty damn convenient. My point is, segregation is bad. Not segregation was bad, because despite what I might have been taught in my Yankee school, it never ended. In fact, when you really dig into the data, those northern non-Jim Crow states are actually more segregated than the southern ones. But why? Why are these liberal northern blue states some of the most segregated in the entire country? Well, here's where we get back to Zootopia, because I think that Zootopia really embodies the American liberal approach to segregation and integration. Sure, it acknowledges that racism and discrimination are broadly bad, but it also argues that the way we coexist is by having our own separate neighborhoods, entrenched with a giant physical barrier. Even though we can clearly see from the film that these barriers are actively used as a form of displacement and gentrification. Like we literally see the Lynxleys use these walls to mass deport all reptiles and take their land. That's not some hypothetical thing someone might use the walls for. It is literally why the Lynxleys built them in the first place. Zootopia places all of the blame for this at the feet, the paws, of the Lynxleys themselves, of those evil elites. Agnes, the original inventor of the walls, is treated as a hero in the movie, rather than some Oppenheimer-like figure who invented a technology of mass destruction and exclusion.
She wanted to make the city a place where all animals felt welcome.
How tiresome.
So she invented her weather walls to help everyone.
So, as long as we have the right people in charge, everything's fine. See, there's no structural problem here. Walls don't divide people, they actually unite them. That's why me and my partner have erected a giant wall through the middle of our bed. It brings us closer together. This harkens back to the problem of the first movie, which is that you can't really talk about race relations in America without recognizing the structures of white supremacy, and that the police are part of that structure. I guess what's so fascinating to me is that this is clearly a story that thinks of itself as progressive on race, right? But even while Zootopia is trying to sell this liberal progressive story about how racism is bad, okay, they're still upholding basic tenets of racism. They are saying species have fundamental, unchangeable, immutable differences that demand physical structures to coexist with each other. These are baseline assumptions that I think betray a resistance to integration, even in this fantasy world where it's not even necessary. Like, I understand the desire to draw all of these different neighborhoods and animate different settings. It's fun, it's world building, it's engaging, but they also literally made it a fundamental part of the plot. You cannot watch Zootopia 2 and ignore the weather wall. I think it's strange for a film so obsessed with the natural state of predators, with their focus on DNA and biology, to portray their utopia as something decidedly unnatural. You know, walls do not exist in nature, nor do climate controls or bioengineering. There's no transition zones between neighborhoods in Zootopia, just a firm man-made or mammal-made border. Zootopia is just as unnatural as whatever Nick and Judy's kids would look like. Let's just hope they're less horrifying than the Shrek donkey dragon. These are movies by and for white people, for white children, that refuse to grapple with what whiteness actually is. These movies do not see white supremacy as an institutional force.
There's a wonderful scholar, urban studies scholar named George Lipschitz, who has this concept of the possessive investment in whiteness, the idea that whiteness and white privilege is actually a kind of property, and that people guard it in the way that they would guard their property, and that they do so in part because of historic, prejudice and the kind of attitudes, racial attitudes, certainly, but at the end of the day, it's mostly because of structures and systems.
Instead, we kind of talk about all races as being potentially discriminated against.
Well, there's a lot of different animals out there, and sometimes we start to look at all the little reasons that we're not the same. And it makes us worry.
But that's not the problem. And I think this mindset is precisely why we've seen the gains of the civil rights movement evaporate over 2 to 3 generations. You know, white liberals love saying racism is bad, but they also think that any kind of course correction is also bad. In the 1970s, Joe Biden led white liberals in efforts to kill busing, a program meant to combat school segregation. It's an uphill battle convincing them that affirmative action is a good idea, let alone reparations that would actually help lift communities out of the death spirals I've outlined in this video. Again, of course, conservatives oppose those things even more, but they never would have succeeded if liberals had held the line. Without any kind of structural, material analysis, Zootopia can only attempt to detangle colonialism and policing from whiteness, which is to fundamentally misconstrue the historical and socioeconomic context that created colonialism and policing in the first place, not just in the United States, but globally. While I've focused on how Zootopia reflects American racial segregationist attitudes, this is also a story about groups of people being driven from their homes due to climate change. Much of the current migration at the US southern border is being driven directly or indirectly by climate change. Drought and extreme weather events have ravaged agricultural economies in Latin America, destabilized governments, and led to a rise in gang power. Also, those CIA coups, those didn't help. Globally, a 2021 report from the World Bank, not exactly a woke institution by any means, estimated that there could be as many as 216 million climate migrants by 2050, which is just 24 years away. We are closer to that than we are to 9/11, so think about that. Despite Zootopia proposing a set of wildly inefficient energy walls that can maintain different climates on either side, seriously, Zootopia's energy bill is probably bigger than any AI data center. There are no borders in a climate crisis. As environmentalist Bill McKibben wrote in The New Yorker, there's really no way to pretend that migrants arriving at our southern border have no claim on America. Honduras could have built the biggest, most beautiful wall on its northern border, and our CO2 would have sailed right across it. Yet, in the past 40 years, building walls has been precisely the approach taken by Western countries. According to the Transnational Institute, between 2013 and 2018, 7 of the biggest greenhouse gas emitters, the US, Germany, Japan, the UK, Canada, France, and Australia, have spent twice as much money, $33 billion, on border and migration policing than on climate finance. The US alone has spent 11 times more on enforcement than green energy infrastructure. This response from Western countries is what Christian Parenti calls the politics of the armed lifeboat, responding to climate change by arming, excluding, forgetting, repressing, policing, and killing.
Build that wall! Build that wall! Build that wall!
In 1989, the world united in celebrating the collapse of 2 historic walls. The physical wall that separated West Berlin from East Germany, and the less physical barrier of South African apartheid. You thought I was just joking around when I brought up the Berlin Wall at the beginning of the video, but it's all coming full circle, baby! At the time, there were only 6 physical walls on international borders. But as of 2020, there are 63 such walls, despite researchers finding that it is clear that fenced borders experience substantially more violence, and despite the pleas of the original conservative God Emperor.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
And again, the police are not separate from this process. They are deployed to enforce and maintain this racial inequality. Throughout Trump 2.0, we've seen ICE engage in lawless activity, racially profiling, kidnapping people without warrants or an arrest, and conducting violence with impunity, all while being supported by local police, who have done more to harass protesters than to hold unidentified masked men accountable for snatching people off the street. So, what's fair to ask of Zootopia? Do we want it to talk about the new Jim Crow? Given how they've addressed sticky issues of race and the fundamentally flawed nature of their racial metaphor, I am begging them not to. Do I want Zootopia to portray the police as a malevolent force filled with racist cops? No, because that also obscures the structural reasons for why the police behave the way that they do, and ignores the fact that even if every single cop in the world was a really nice guy or gal, they'd still be enforcing economic and racial inequality. But I do think that we can ask Zootopia to stop preaching colorblindism to kids. That all we have to do to overcome prejudice is to eliminate the hate in your heart, because that clearly has utterly failed. You know, if be nice to people was a message that was effective in combating American racial inequality, don't you think we would have solved it already? If defeating racism was truly about getting people to a place where they don't see race anymore, congratulations, most white people are already there. As sociologist Eduardo Bonilla Silva writes, most whites assert they don't see any color, just people. That although the ugly face of discrimination is still with us, it is no longer the central factor determining minorities' life chances. And finally, that like Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., they aspire to live in a society where people are judged by the content of their character, not by the color of their skin. Zootopia wants to think of itself as in pursuit of this kind of world, one where we've overcome our racial prejudices, and one where we're only seeing other animals as animals, not as prey or predators. But it undercuts this by also arguing that prey and predators are in some historic sense inherently different. Maybe they're more similar now than they used to be, but those differences tangibly exist in this world. These are approaches that remove politics from the equation. A one weird trick doctors hate way of hacking institutions. A shortcut that absolves white people from the hard work of integration and desegregation. Teaching them that all that really matters is respecting people on an individual level. But there is no way to overcome these systems without a robust political approach. Instead, what we need to do is create a system that taxes wealth more effectively. We need to reinvest the money we spend on bloated police budgets on universal social programs that have been proven to reduce crime by lowering inequality. We need to detangle school funding from local property taxes and decommodify housing, instead establishing it as a human right, as it's recognized under international law already. We need to engage in a racial reparation project that can actually begin to integrate our society on a material level. Or, you know, maybe I'm just taking Zootopia too seriously. Thank you so much for watching. Please share, like, subscribe. If you like this video, you can support it on Patreon, patreon.com/skipintro. Sometimes, you know, your video on Yellowstone does really well, but you don't make any money off of it because Jason Aldean is a fascist, and also so is Toby Keith. At least Toby Keith is dead, so that's nice. Rest in piss, you motherfucker. There, I'll have my whole debrief of all of the research that got cut from this video, my full interview with Mr. David Helps, along with that kind of stuff for all of the videos I make. We also have monthly mailbags, live watch-alongs, and I made a little skippy on the Lego police thing. If you're interested in that, you can also get your name in the credits, which is pretty cool. Patreon.com/skipintro. It's really nice. Thanks for watching.
It's about time we threw another tea party, don't you think?
Сейчас сложно о чем-то говорить, кроме топливного кризиса. Но на повестке дня есть второй важный вопрос. Стоит ли верить слухам о подготовке мобилизации осенью? Слухи эти подогреваются не только мутными источниками, но чем-то более важным – законодательной активностью. Министерство обороны внесло в Думу законопроект о фактической отмене медицинских комиссий для контрактников и мобилизованных. Надо помнить одну важную вещь. С конца 2022 года российское государство очень последовательно готовится к мобилизации по всем направлениям. Во-первых, законодательно. Приняты законы о круглогодичном призыве, фактически отменены повестки. Полностью готова юридическая база для поражения в правах тех, кто от призыва уклоняется. От запрета на управление автомобилем до невозможности выезда за границу. Во-вторых, идет подготовка технологическая. Уже созданы реестры и синхронизированы базы данных. Мобилизация больше не упирается в пропускную способность военкоматов, оборудованных бумажными картотеками. И, наконец, система готовится бюрократически. Поиск наемников, вербовка студентов, реферальные программы, создание целой индустрии частных компаний, которые ищут контрактников для фронта более или менее законными методами, а также профессиональные охотники за дезертирами. Все эти активности, которые мы наблюдали последние 3 года, даром не прошли. Прежде чем разберем ситуацию по пунктам, напомню, что в описании у нас есть полезная инструкция со способами обойти блокировки интернета в России, как платно, так и бесплатно. Система, помимо того, что выполняла текущие задачи по поиску людей, еще училась людей процессить в большом количестве. Открывала для себя новые приемы и технологии. Понятно, что те конторы, которые сегодня зарабатывают на поиске наемников, в момент мобилизации начнут зарабатывать на отлове тех, кто от нее уклоняется. Это станет большой индустрией, скелет для которой уже готов. Высшие учебные заведения готовят быть структурными подразделениями военкомата. С началом мобилизации мы наверняка увидим планы по кампаниям отчисления с немедленной отправкой на сборный пункт. Законопроект Минобороны об отказе от медкомиссии – часть законодательно-бюрократической подготовки. Медкомиссия, даже в том формате, в котором она у нас сейчас есть, оценивающая рекрутов на выпуклый военно-морской глаз, это лишний этап, лишняя остановка, лишнее бутылочное горлышко. Следует ли из всего сказанного, что мобилизация случится вот-вот? Нет, не следует. Бюрократия просто готовится к тому моменту, когда решение будет принято. К тому, чтобы как можно больше народу, как можно меньшими усилиями, с как можно меньшим скандалом быстро хлопнуть, когда новой волне мобилизации будет дан таки ход. Работа бюрократии в этом смысле очень проста. Не их ума дело задумываться о перспективах и политических решениях. Будет мобилизация через неделю, месяц или год, или не будет ее вовсе. Работа системы — подготовить инструменты и разложить их таким образом, чтобы можно было все устроить хоть сегодня. Сама по себе новость о том, что Минобороны хочет отменить медкомиссию, не ласточка мобилизации. Мобилизация — это политическое решение, и мотивы у нее будут политические. Мобилизации не случится по той причине, что система организационно к ней готова. Равно как и неготовность системы мобилизацию не остановит. У защитников второй поправки к американской конституции есть известная формула: пистолет еще никого не убил, убивают люди. Бюрократия положила Путину в тумбочку пистолет, а воспользуется он им или нет, всецело зависит только от Путина. Обсуждать имеет смысл не бюрократическую рамку, а мотивы Путина, и выглядят они, надо сказать, довольно жутко. Во-первых, людей на фронте действительно острый дефицит. Даже в период расцвета платной мобилизации в позапрошлом и частично в прошлом году такой формат пополнения армии просто покрывал потери. 1000 человек в день или около того – не тот масштаб величин, когда надо вывести войну на новый уровень. Чтобы попробовать прорвать фронт, открыть новые направления, вывести войну из позиционного тупика, в котором она застряла со времен успешного контрнаступления Украины в Харьковской области, для этой попытки нужны сотни тысяч, миллион и более людей сразу. И нужны в течение нескольких месяцев, а не размазанные на годы. Война выглядит хреново и неуспешно, причем в глазах всех, от Дональда Трампа до последнего зетника. Без разницы, верят ли наблюдающие фантазиям Путина, которые на десятки километров опережают фронт, или смотрят на реальные карты. И то, и другое ни о чем. Никакой вариант фронтового положения дел, даже самый оптимистичный путинский, не приближает к победе. Тупик этот плох не только тем, что он тупик, а тем, что у тупика есть реальные политические последствия. Дональд Трамп, еще недавно готовый кататься вокруг Путина как цирковой медведь на уницикле, убежденный, что Путин – это настоящая сила и партнер по разделу мира, посмотрел на достижения Путина за 1,5 года и явно разочаровался в его способности побеждать. Граждане, элита, вся страна, даже те, кто особо не следит, понимают, что войне нет ни конца, ни края. Это ощущение тупика распространяется и влияет на всех. Когда люди смотрят в окно и видят очередной дрон, у них возникает ощущение, что он прилетит и завтра, и через год, и через 5 лет, что сильно влияет на обрушение рейтинга Путина. То, что можно пережить, это не то, в чем хочется жить. Попытка прорвать фронт в Украине, напасть на страны Балтии, любая попытка навести какого-то шороха, какую-то движуху, упирается в число доступных людей. Их нужно много здесь и сейчас. Еще о мотивах Путина скажем после небольшой рекламы. Смотрите, пожалуйста. Еще в конце 2024 года среди россиян был проведен опрос, есть ли у вас карта зарубежного банка. И каждый 5-й ответил утвердительно. Спрос на такие карты все растет, ведь с ними и за границей спокойней, и сервисы можно оплатить, и перевести деньги родственнику в другой стране тоже можно. И понятно, что в отрасли, где спрос растет, цены растут тоже. Особенно на удаленное открытие карт. Поэтому, если вы планируете путешествие, то оформить карту лучше заранее. Например, через команду Skyzit. Они пока держат доступные цены, и карту иностранного банка могут оформить в срок от 1 дня по загранпаспорту любой страны или паспорту РФ. Специалисты Skyzit не просто предлагают вам открыть карту, а сперва разбираются, как вы ее собираетесь использовать, и подбирают варианты, подходящие под ваши задачи. Если карта нужна вам для поездок, аренды автомобиля или отелей, это один вариант. Для оплаты сервисов другой, подешевле. Для жизни за границей или регулярных переводов третий. Есть еще тариф семейный. Будет карта для вас и для родственника, или друга, так тоже может. Оформление происходит после аванса. Остаток вы внесете после изготовления карты. Это занимает несколько дней. Пластиковую карту доставят в любую страну, а вы сразу сможете привязать ее к Apple Pay или Google Pay и пополнить с российского счета по выгодному курсу. Приложение банка при этом доступно на русском языке. Skyzit гарантирует, если карту не откроют, деньги вернут. У них более 20 тысяч клиентов, среди которых есть и члены нашей команды. Они протестировали карты за границей, и все работает. Еще напомню, переходите только по проверенным ссылкам. Их я оставил в описании под роликом. По ним, кстати, еще активируется скидка от 5 до 15 тысяч рублей по промокоду КАЦ. Спасибо, что смотрите рекламу. Она помогает каналу оставаться независимым, делать качественный, как нам кажется, контент и выходить с ним каждый день. Продолжаем. Мы говорили о мотивах Путина. И, во-первых, это острый дефицит людей на фронте. Во-вторых, осенние выборы в Госдуму – это последние федеральные выборы аж до марта 2030-го. Более чем на 3,5 года. Такого длинного зазора между электоральными кампаниями не было во время этой войны еще ни разу. Если мобилизацию объявлять не этой осенью или около того, то вообще непонятно, когда момент будет лучше. Понятно, что мобилизация станет огромным политическим кризисом, и кризис этот должен случиться максимально далеко от любых событий, которые могут превратить его в реальную проблему, когда злые граждане будут иметь возможность свою злость выразить. В-третьих, есть по-своему поразительный момент. Российская армия воюет и ведет себя с солдатами так, будто это деревенские жители, насильно забритые в солдаты, которые ничего о состоянии дел на фронте не знают и которым деваться некуда. Но делают они это в мире, где у каждого деревенского забулдыги есть хоть и трижды жизнью побитый, но смартфон с выходом в интернет и с VPN, скорее всего. Где люди представляют, куда они попадут, хотят того или нет. Одной рукой вкладывать сумасшедшие деньги в рекламу, раз за разом повышать выплаты за подписание контракта, а другой поощрять существование пузиков, произвольных казней, пыток, подвалов, вымогательств и не прилагать никаких усилий, чтобы это пресечь, это в чем-то оригинальный подход. До нуля приток новых людей в армию не упадет, но он уже точно не будет покрывать потери, и дальше будет только хуже. Дальше сказки про работу водителем не штурма рассказывать будет еще сложнее. В-четвертых, денег стало меньше. Поштучная скупка людей ввергла регионы в такие долги, что положение многих из них становится угрожающим. При текущей долговой нагрузке, при текущей ставке, при нефти Уралс в $42 за баррель, при ежедневно горящих НПЗ и нефтебазах, при закупках бензина в Индии и керосина в Японии, в условиях уже наступившей рецессии, при таких вводных федеральный центр просто не потянет дальнейшее повышение выплат и значимое расширение притока наемников. Да и не только расширение, может и текущий уровень не потянуть. Мы видим, что у бюджета вполне реальные проблемы с исполнением даже текущих обязательств. Минфин разрешил сам себе одалживать и расходовать деньги помимо всякого закона о бюджете. Задача Минфина сейчас лихорадочно искать возможности порезать расходы. Дональд Трамп в очередной раз не оправдал высоких возложенных на него ожиданий. Война с Ираном не увязла на годы, как можно было бы думать, а закончилась за 3 месяца, и на рынок хлынули рекордные объемы нефти. Ожидать какое-то чудо из внешнего мира теперь точно безосновательно. С финансовой точки зрения от решения о мобилизации уйти нельзя. Государство исчерпало возможности покупать людей задорого. В-пятых, но вовсе не по значению, мобилизация – это способ проецировать силу. Один из двух, если не считать ядерное оружие. Провести мобилизацию и сохранить систему, насильно загнать на фронт сотни тысяч, миллион и более – это способ прекратить все более внятные разговоры об утрате контроля над ситуацией. Если Путин сможет заставить систему провести мобилизацию, если система справится, если не будет больших протестов, повального бегства, потасовок с сотрудниками военкоматов и полиции, если все получится удержать в руках, значит Путин контролирует ситуацию. Значит, вообще всем, внутри и снаружи, в том числе тем, кто его окружает и все более внятно бухтит о прекращении войны, нужно смириться с тем, что Путин вечен и может делать все, что хочет. Как гласит народная мудрость, за деньги-то каждый дурак купит. Не надо быть лидером, чтобы наемников покупать. А вот чтобы на 5-м году войны, когда она уже очень непопулярна, не считаясь ни с какими фундаментальными проблемами, вопреки всеобщей усталости и практически открытой фронте, заставить людей идти на фронт, а систему их туда гнать, это показатель полного контроля над ситуацией и над Россией. Если система с мобилизацией справится, а граждане ее проглотят, значит, сочинять эпитафию Путину и его власти пока крайне преждевременно. Причем это будет сообщение сразу всем. И окружению, чтобы перестало глазами рыскать, и западным союзникам, чтобы убедились в бессмысленности войны против неубиваемого противника. Не какие-то отдельные законы или технические решения. Именно это должно нас пугать. На данном этапе очень сложно себе вообразить какие-то контраргументы для Путина относительно мобилизации. Она ему явно нужна для войны. Она ему нужна политически. Да, мобилизация – самый реальный риск для его власти. Но нам достаточно взглянуть на формат агитации «Единой России», на то, что сам Путин говорит, на его дефиле в камуфляже, чтобы понять, он явно сильно недооценивает реальную непопулярность войны. Он явно недооценивает, что на дворе не 2022, что война давно вылезла из телевизора, что она бьет не только по НПЗ, но по кошельку и образу жизни граждан. Что рассказы про игру в зорницу на 73-й линии фронта в районе Хабаровска больше не прокатит. Путин явно недооценивает, что абсолютно все поняли, на фронт можно уехать только в один конец. Веселых мужичков, которые распевают песни под гитару в автобусе, рассчитывая побегать месяц на полигоне и вернуться домой, больше не будет. Всех чрезмерно наивных граждан угробили за 4,5 года без остатка. Сначала мобилизацией, потом платным наймом. Остались те, кто на войну не пошел даже за огромные деньги. Те, кто осенью 22-го не перепугался бумажки с печатью и не ломанулся в военкомат. Остались, наконец, те, кто обратил внимание. Людей в прошлый раз забрали и не вернули. Путин явно недооценивает. Новая мобилизация точно будет выглядеть как в Пензе, с драками, с запихиванием в автобус. Если кампания правящей партии будет исходить из того, что в войне Путин с народом едины, что люди проголосуют за букву «З», значит, и решение о мобилизации будет исходить из тех же предположений. Из предположений, что какой-то политический кризис, конечно, может и случиться. Недобитые враги немного побунтуют. Но все решится дубинками Росгвардии, а в основной массе граждане, молча и с пониманием, примут необходимость достижения всех целей СВО. Это в высшей степени ошибочное предположение. Но в системе, где решение принимает один человек, не имеет значения, насколько они ошибочны. Имеет значение только его точка зрения. А человек этот живет в совсем другой стране и ведет совсем другую войну. И уж точно, если на выборах получится достичь того результата, который Путин ожидает, если воображаемые им граждане проголосуют за войну до победного конца, это станет финальным аргументом. Страна готова принести себя в жертву. Короткий ответ на вопрос о перспективах осенней мобилизации звучит так. Мы не можем ничего знать, но в данном случае не верить слухам оснований у нас нет. До завтра.
Yeah, wish that certainty that mobilization is coming. I wish I heard it for well, during particular time.
Two frontrunners of action combat in gacha games. One, commonly referred to as rotation slot, another once hailed as a left mouse button simulator. But from the outside looking in, they look much the same. 3 characters, swap between them, flashy units, flashier ults, resource bars, and timer-based endgame. Then you play them and they might feel similar at first, and then you learn them and they start to feel nothing alike. So let's dive into why these games are similar, why they're so different, and where they...
.208 p.m. somewhere. How's it going, everybody, and welcome back to another video. Haven't even started the video, and I'm already sweaty and covered in beer. Par for the course for 208 on a Wednesday, but at least this time the camera's rolling. What are we talking about today? A couple weeks ago, a viewer sent me an article from the New York Post called "Second Sphinx Buried Under Sand Suggests Megastructure Below the Pyramids of Giza." I don't know why I expected the New York Post to tell me anything worth reading, and all I could think of was, oh god damn it, it happened again.
Spirals.
See, like once a year, like clockwork, the mainstream media will pick up some really stupid archaeology conspiracy theory that will suddenly become way more popular than any actual archaeology that happened that year. And me, as well as every other archaeology science communicator, has to begrudgingly come out of the woodwork and say something about it. You probably remember the example of this from like last year, where, you know, researchers found the 2-kilometer tall structures underneath Khafre's pyramid. That story was spread by every gullible moron on the planet to the point where I ended up having to go on Piers Morgan to talk about it.
Yes or no, UFOs have visited Earth and governments are keeping it secret.
I'm always ready.
Sounds cool, man. That thing still haunts my nightmares. So when I saw this, I was like, god damn it, not only did this happen again, but also god damn it, it's in the exact same place as last time. And the moment that I opened this article, I realized why. The reason that this year's clickbait mainstream brain rot is in the same place as last year's clickbait mainstream brain rot is because they were both published by the same fucking guy. That's right, everyone. Filippo Biondi is back for another fucking masterpiece of research, this time with something a little bit less stupid than what he was talking about last year, but still something that absolutely reeks of Filippo's signature bullshit. So in this video, we're going to be doing a couple things. We're going to go over this discovery as a whole.
Okay, let's chat. Beidou.
So what you're saying is that this card I drew is actually pretty good?
Fate is simply fate. It makes no distinction between bad and good. However, talking solely about the upright strength card you drew, one of its interpretations actually fits your profession well. This card symbolizes passion, courage, confidence, and desire, as well as perfect, unfaltering love. No matter what surprises fate throws your way, I believe you will take control and steer a steady course.
Oh, don't flatter me. By our rules, a good fortune means paying extra for the reading. Here, I'll leave my coin pouch with you. If you have time, could you read the fortunes of my crew?
That's the first time I've received a request like this.
We've sailed this ship from one corner of Teyvat to the other, braving the winds and waves. After so many years at sea, there isn't one among them who doesn't harbor troubles of their own. I may be their captain, but there are things even I can't help them with. So, running into a fortune teller like you, it made me think you might be able to help set their minds at ease. As for recompense, that won't be a problem. We've done good business on our way here and dragged in quite the haul.
As intriguing an offer as that is, I'm afraid I'll have to pass. I fear there aren't enough cards in my deck for such a sizable crew.
Ah, Traveler, Paimon. I haven't seen you in a long time. Are you here to have your fortunes read too? own business, of course. And to help a certain someone scout out new trade opportunities while I'm at it. Our esteemed Tianxuan, of course. Who knows what kind of scheme she's cooked up this time. A few days ago, completely out of the blue, she tells me there's good business to be had in Fontaine. Doesn't ask my opinion, just whips out a detailed itinerary and tells me to follow the trade route it outlines. Turns out, she'd already sent people to scout ahead. I haven't had any urgent business lately, so I went along with the whole thing. And what would you know, it's been plain sailing the whole way. What was supposed to be a 2-week job got wrapped up in just over 1. I figured since we're already here, we might as well stick around and have some fun. So I gave the crew some shore leave to kick back and relax. Matter of fact, just yesterday I booked an event space at the Hotel de Boer and the lot of us drank up a storm. The crew's still sleeping it off at the hotel, so I thought I'd venture out for some fresh air and to sober up. But I only made it a few steps before this, fortune teller stopped me and asked me to draw a card. Here, it's the strength card. Looks like a good one, and since it's the right side up, I think that makes it even better.
Upright strength. How should Paimon put this? It really does suit you, Beto.
It certainly does. Now, let me explain the other meaning it holds.
Don't tell me. It's bad news.
I wouldn't say it's good or bad, and it's not directly related to your fortune either. Just a little after-class musing, now that your reading is over. It's clear that you possess both powerful outer strength and an indomitable inner spirit. To borrow a metaphor, you're a lantern in the dark night. You dispel the darkness and guide lost souls on their forward paths. But you must know that it's not only the lost and weak who are attracted to the glow. Bugs cling to the lantern, competing for light and heat. Believing that it can keep them warm, the light burns more intensely. Only by doing so will its radiance not dim. Now, it would be best if someone could drive these bugs away. Because if no one does, perhaps one day the flame will consume its remaining fuel, all for the sake of a few unworthy pests.
If that's your concern, I don't think there's any need to worry. I have a friend who knows how to help people figure things out, and, well, she enjoys taking care of pests who hide out in the corners.
A rare friend to have. Judging by your tone, you must really trust her. She doesn't sound like someone who would easily lose her way.
Her? Oh, if she were the type to get lost, I doubt anyone in Liyue would know how to stay on course. Take this trip, for instance. She's the one who pointed the way. It all makes sense now. I was just thinking, if she really wanted to do business, there's no way she'd let me kick back and relax.
So basically, Ningguang just wanted to give you a holiday. Why make you take such a massive detour?
Well, I'm sure she'd say something like, some detours are needed. Only by taking them can the shortcuts be found. I'll never be able to unravel the twists and turns of her mind. Well, she still needs me to help expand her trade routes, though, so it's not like she'd do me harm. As her strength card, I'll remain up front, breaking the waves and forging a path ahead. Whoa! Oh, look at the time. I'd better head back and check on my crew. See if I can't sober them up a little, get them shipshape and ready to sail. Traveler, Paimon, Lady Fortune Teller. I hope to see you around. This card is a rare treasure. Can I keep it? Oh, probably not, right? I'll just take one last look.
A light that guides the lost, and those who come for more than its glow. Interesting. If I have the time, I should pay another visit to Liyue.
Not bad.
To ashes! Swift and merciful. Spirit Blade, attack!
Power that ended Haishan!
Submit for judgment. A touch of frost. From whence you came.
To ashes!
One with my blade. Submit for...
It's not over. Power that ended Haishan!
From whence you came. Forth, my... Submit for judgment.
Eyes on me! Back at ya!
Swift and merciful.
Huh? Isn't that Mizuki and her two mini Baku? Are they talking to Barbeloth already?
Traveler in Paimon? Lady Barbeloth was just talking about you. I was wondering if we might cross paths. It seems like fate has already arranged our meeting place. I suppose you could say that. If the prep work for this educational film about psychology I'm doing goes smoothly, I should indeed have time for some leisure. Though until then, I still need to focus on my work. It's a new idea I came up with. Back when I was promoting Isa Bathhouse, I took inspiration from Fontanian cinema and recorded a few variety show episodes. People seemed to love it. Not only did they watch every episode, they even remembered all the psychological concepts we showcased. So I thought, why not make a few films about mental disorders as a fun and educational way to explain basic psychological concepts? If I can raise everyone's basic awareness, perhaps people can develop a more objective understanding of what mental disorders are. Perhaps I can stop people from blindly dismissing these conditions as made-up nonsense, or treating them like some terrifying boogeyman. And maybe my future therapy sessions will go a little more smoothly. That's right. After all, illnesses of the mind are invisible and hard to pin down. Trying to get a hold on them, or even just detecting their existence, is sometimes far from easy. But even I don't know how to pin them down to fit neatly into a script. I'm a bit embarrassed to admit it, but even though I've written quite a few papers about mental health, I'm completely stuck when it comes to writing a film script. Sometimes I stay cooped up in my room all day, endlessly going over a few lines of dialogue or a few seconds of plot. Even then, I might come away with nothing to show at the end of it.
Maybe you're just missing a little spark of inspiration. When Paimon and the Traveler get stuck on one thing, we do something else, and then, ding! The answer just pops into our heads.
It seems like great minds think alike, Paimon. That's why I came here, to experience a form of divination quite unlike the fortune slips I'm used to. I'm hoping this mage's lunar arcana can bring me some fresh inspiration.
Inspiration. Anya once said that she wanted to write a fairy tale for every card in the lunar arcana. But there were so many stories she wanted to write, and so little time. Since you're looking for inspiration, go ahead and draw a card, Miss Yokai. I hope that mage's unfinished fairy tale can lead you to the inspiration for your own story.
All right, Lady Barbeloth. But most of what I know about divination relates to the Grand Narukami Shrine. Fortune-telling with cards is a first for me. If I do anything that breaks the proper ritual etiquette, please set me straight.
Oh my, the reversed moon. The upright and reversed meanings of the moon are similar. Escapism, illusion, self-deception. Like someone traveling beneath a dark moon, having lost their way forward, but not knowing how to break free.
Why does the meaning of this card sound like a warning? Paimon's got a really bad feeling about this.
However, since Miss Yume Mizuki can still hear this prophecy, it means the situation is not yet too dire. With a little effort, you may be able to exit the haze that obscures your path ahead and find what you seek.
Escapism, illusion, and self-deception?
Taking the card at face value, yes. To put it more plainly, you're running from an answer that's right before your eyes, searching far when you should be looking near.
Are you saying there's someone who can review my script standing right in front of me?
It's not limited to just the script, but how you interpret the meaning behind the card is entirely up to you.
The The answer is right in front of my eyes, yet I'm searching far when I should be looking near. I think I understand what you're getting at. When you put it like that, I really have been deceiving myself. Or rather, I couldn't help but search far when I should be looking near. I thought about visiting Yae Publishing House and asking Guja Yae for advice, but then... From a clinical perspective, I suppose this counts as unconscious avoidance. Thank you for your divination, Lady Barbeloth. You really helped me find inspiration after all.
There's no need to thank me. I did nothing. You untangled the threads of fate yourself. I merely placed the loose ends in your hands. However, Guji Yae is also someone swept along by fate. Intertwining threads often bring trouble. With that in mind, keeping your distance wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing.
If I simply ask for some feedback on my script, surely that wouldn't bring fate into the mix, would it?
As I said, how you interpret things is not up to me, Miss Yume Mizuki. I cannot see every twist in your future from reading a single card. Who can perceive every obstacle on the path of fate before it trips them up? Sometimes it's just like that little brat said. Fate is called as such, for it cannot be changed, nor can it be reversed. It can only but be accepted. Anyway, Miss Yokai, I look forward to watching your film.
Not now. Don't be scared.
Sweet dreams! Oh, tricky patient!
Cold. Mine's a commit.
Time to relax.
The night is cold. Stars.
Turn that frown upside down.
My guiding stars. Cold. Mine.
Sweet dreams!
To the very heart of the hut.
Called back to the Zeppeljärni Palace again? Ugh. What's the point in all these endless meetings? play many different instruments. You don't believe me? Find me a piano, and I'll show you a thing or two. You can't help me fix this annoying affliction either.
Precisely. It's already too deeply intertwined with your fate. Imagine your destiny is a tree. This affliction is like a new shoot growing from its branches. It's been helping you absorb sunlight and dew this whole time. It, long ago, began to shape your fate. If you cut it off now, the wound left behind might fester, infecting the entire tree.
Huh. You make it sound like it's a good thing. It's clearly getting in my way, keeping me from mixing the drinks I need. It's more like one of those vines that wrap around the trunks of giant trees, restricting their growth and slowly strangling them.
Well, if that were the case, your fate would have rejected it, and we could have easily pruned it away. Unfortunately for you, it's not at all what you say it is. All right, enough talk. That should be enough to convince you I'm a legitimate fortune teller, yes? Now, just like I told you, come here and pick a card at random. And let me give you a little advice about your future.
So I just pick one at random. Okay. How about this one? No, wait! This one!
Don't overthink it. No matter how you choose, you can only ever draw the card that's destined for you.
Oh, this fortune teller's laugh is so creepy. She's just like an old witch from a fairy tale. But since she's so good at it, it'd prove really helpful. I have to choose my card carefully. Huh? Traveler? Paimon?
True to form. Here you are at just the right moment. Well said. Compared to an intangible thing like fate, commissions have a far more intuitive effect on shaping our words and deeds. Now, seeing as you're here, perhaps you could have a word with this little one. She doesn't seem very trusting of an old witch like me.
Well, it's not so easy to trust a weird-looking fortune teller who set up stall in the middle of nowhere. Oh, the traveler seems to know this fortune teller pretty well. Great. I can finally have someone I trust. Traveler? Paimon? Come over here for a sec. I need to talk to you in private. Looking for new ingredients, of course. Oh, my previous approach to mixing drinks was far too narrow-minded. I kept limiting myself to actual food. Paimon wouldn't exactly call the things you put in your drinks food, Diona. Well, it's all technically edible, as long as you grit your teeth and close your eyes. It's stuff you can force yourself to swallow. bunch of rusted screws, scrapped cables, coagulated chunks of grease, dust bunnies, toe jam. And it's all thanks to that guy from the Fontaine Research Institute who makes Fanta. He's been a real help. Well, I heard that really tasty fizzy drink stuff comes from the Fontaine Research Institute, so I headed over to take a look. When I got there, Mr. Henry let me try a few bottles of the new Fanta flavors. Completely all the house. Mr. Henry doesn't smell of alcohol at all. Nope. He just smells like Fanta. Sweet and tangy. When stiff, and you can tell he's a reliable sort of grown-up. And he was the one who suggested I come to this stall. He said my affliction is probably beyond the Research Institute's ability to analyze. But he heard that this weird fortune teller who showed up recently near the court of Fontaine, apparently everyone who's been here says she's crazy accurate. Maybe if you get your fortune told, you'll learn something about what's causing your affliction. If you grasp the principles behind it, perhaps you could find a cure. Well, hard to argue with that logic. Guess he didn't end up becoming a researcher at the Fontaine Research Institute for nothing. So I came here to see the fortune teller. As soon as I walked over, she stopped me and said there was a strange disturbance surrounding me. Before I could ask, she blurted out all the answers to my questions.
But the scientific logic of the Fontaine Research Institute doesn't directly apply to divination. Even if you understand the principles, it doesn't mean the solution will be easy to come by. Just like I told you, mysticism isn't built of bearings and bolts, and I can't simply repair your fate for you.
Oh, are you telling me nothing can be changed? Then what's the point of drawing a card?
By drawing a card, you may just find a tiny missing gear to fit into the wheel of fate. It may seem insignificant, but when installed correctly, the tiniest gears can still drive massive mechanisms.
You're not just humoring me, are you? Traveler, what do you think? All right, if you say so. Then I'll take one. All right. Here we go. Looks like it's...
Oh my, how strange. To think the disturbance surrounding you has grown with such vigor. It's no longer a shoot, but a sturdy branch. How curious.
Huh? What are you saying? Does this mean the drinks I mix will taste even better from now on?
If we judge solely by your affliction, that would indeed be the case. Furthermore, the card you drew is the reversed High Priestess, which means you've been too focused on the illusions before the veil, which is precisely why you've been unable to pass through it for so long.
That doesn't sound like it has anything to do with mixing drinks. I thought this card would tell me what ingredients I need to use.
The lunar arcana aren't known for creating recipes. At least, not yet. But mixing drinks isn't the only way to find the answers you're looking for.
The answer is to teach those old booze hounds a lesson, so they never get drunk and cause trouble again.
You're certainly driven, but while your body moves forward, your heart remains stuck.
That's not true. I hate those weird old drunkards from the bottom of my heart, especially...
I see. Then, have you talked to the one who fills your heart the most?
How did you know I was thinking about one person in particular. I didn't even...
Through divination, of course. Perhaps you should cast aside your impatience and confused emotions and tell him how you truly feel. You might find it more effective than trying to mix the most disgusting drinks in the world.
There's no way he'll listen. Once he started drinking, he doesn't listen to anyone.
Perhaps that was true before. But now, you found a tiny gear from the Wheel of Fate. Return to its rightful place. Certain things might undergo subtle changes.
You mean that? But it is just a card.
Of course not that. Talking about your heart. Something which has already begun to change.
My heart hasn't changed at all. Now, I need to go look for ingredients. How much is the divination fee? I can pay it in full.
Oh my, what a well-mannered child. Much more endearing than that other little brat. But there's no need for a fee. Just consider this a gift from a witch.
Thank you. If you ever come to Mondstadt, I can treat you to a drink. I guarantee it'll taste delicious.
Mondstadt, you say? Yes, if I get the chance, that might not be such a terrible idea.
And thank you for helping me out, Traveler in Paimon. No matter the trouble, Paimon and the Traveler will swoop in and save the day. But swooping in is thirsty work. So once we're done, we wouldn't say no to some of your tasty drinks, Iona. It's a deal. Next time you're in Mondstadt, I'll treat you to the best drinks you ever tasted. The kind with absolutely zippo alcohol.
By the way, if you have any more questions about your card, look for someone named Mona. You probably already know who I'm talking about.
Mona? Yeah, I know her. She always orders the cheapest drinks. Is she a powerful fortune teller too?
Ha! She's nowhere near my level. Still, she should be up to the task of reading the lunar arcana. Otherwise, she might as well hang up her hat. Just tell her you've brought a prophecy on behalf of the mighty astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus as a test. Don't worry. As long as you say that, she'll do her best to interpret it for you.
I think I got that. Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus. Yosa! That's a long name. Come to think of it, isn't Mona's name really long too? I think it was the what was it again? Called back to the Zeppeljärni Palace again? Ugh. What's the point in all these endless meetings? play many different instruments. You don't believe me? Find me a piano, and I'll show you a thing or two. Called back to the Zeppel-Yarny Palace again? Ugh. What's the point in all these endless meetings?
have a little look at what different people are saying about it and how the misinformation human centipede has been treating this research, and finally take a more critical look at this story to see if this is something that is in the far-flung realms of science fiction, or if there's actually a nugget of truth worth exploring beneath the clickbait facade. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Milo Rossi, and today we're going to be talking about the second Sphinx. All right, so I'm going to be totally honest, y'all. I really don't know all that much about this. By the time I was sent this article, I had already seen this thing posted like all over the place, and I was just trying to like plug my ears and hope that it would go away. And when I resigned myself to the inevitability that I had to talk about it, I decided that I was going to wait to read these articles fully until I was on camera. Partly because I think it would be a lot more funny to capture my real reaction to them, and more importantly because I just really didn't want to do this twice. So we're gonna just start with this, where we're all pretty much on the same playing field, and then I'll get into the analysis later. Look, I'm just trying to stave off a day of research, okay? Second Sphinx, buried under sand, suggests megastructure below the pyramids of Giza. Those little quote marks have never been used more appropriately. All right, this was published March 27th of 2026. The pyramids of Giza might only be the tip of the iceberg. Italian researchers claim that they might have found signs of a sphinx located beneath the pyramids of Giza, suggesting the existence of a sprawling subterranean citadel. You'll notice that the word researcher is probably going to be used a lot in here. This is because Filippo Boiondi and the others that he worked with, at least on the previous research, are all not archaeologists. This is not, of course, to say that people who don't have a background in archaeology can't have a voice in archaeology. It is instead to say that if you have no experience at all in archaeology and act like you know more than every archaeologist on the planet, chances are you're full of shit. Radar engineer Filippo Biondi. You always know it's good when a major archaeological discovery was found by someone with a just completely random fucking superlative. Radar engineer Filippo Boiondi dropped this alleged historical bombshell during a recent episode of the Matt Beal Limitless podcast. Oh my god. Dude, we are so fucked. We are so fucked. We are so fucked. Dude, this is a crazy discovery. Where did it come out in a paper? Was it published in a journal? No, bro. Some random fucking guy talked about it on a podcast, so it must be true. This is the same shit that they did with the spirals underneath the pyramids. Y'all remember that?
Spirals.
Oh, yeah.
I understand. When I get stronger, I need to put more effort into controlling my strength. One, two, breathe, 3, 4, and Yeah, it was revealed at a conference. Oh, that sounds pretty convincing, right? A conference, that must be official. The conference was just all the people that made the discovery talking to each other. I know this is rich coming from me, but just having a camera running doesn't make the things you say fucking important. The Matt Beal Limitless podcast. The Daily Mail reported. Oh my god. I don't know what's a better reputable source, the Matt Beal Limitless podcast or the Daily Mail. What the fuck is the Matt Beal Limitless podcast? I've never even heard of this. Are you fucking kidding me? Ah, yes, behold, the reputable sources of the Daily Mail. Do you guys see how insane this is? Do you see how insane it is that I have to be talking about this? Like, you don't need me to explain this one to you guys, right? Like, this is ridiculous. We got the New York Post citing the Daily Mail, citing an 80,000 subscriber podcast channel on YouTube full of insane AI-generated thumbnail conspiracy content about Sasquatches and elongated skulls. And the video that all of this comes from has fucking 75,000 views. 75,000 views, and it warranted a publication in the goddamn New York Post. Oh, Milo, it's not that deep, bro. Anyone who has ever told you that the war against science is not that deep, this is where the fuck we are, guys. We've disbanded the National Academy of Science. Scientists are literally fleeing the country, and actual newspapers are publishing actual articles rooted in this bullshit. Whoa, what's up, guys? It's Milo, and I'm Sweaty. My alter ego, Sweaty Milo.
terrible superhero. Okay, quick little thing I just wanted to add in here is I know I didn't include any footage from this podcast in this episode, and I'm sure there'll be a few comments like, oh, Milo, come on, you're being way too harsh on the guy. Give him a break. He asked, you know, he really grilled him. He asked a bunch of hard questions. But I want to counter that with saying that I don't care. This is the whole problem with like the modern like centrist just asking questions people. It doesn't matter if you bring a complete fraud onto your show and grill them with a bunch of questions because you're platforming a complete fucking fraud. And as you can see by the way that the Matt Beal podcast is advertised and structured, it is very clearly implicitly promoting these ideas. Matt Beal is not someone with a scientific background inviting Boyandi on in order to break down his theory and disprove it. He's a layman who knows that the success of his show is directly contingent on how sensationalized the bullshit is that he platforms. We see this mentality all the time with pseudoscience and anti-intellectualism. Like, think about the fucking Jubilee debates. You know, they'll have like, you know, one white supremacist versus, you know, 20 normal fucking people. It's like, I don't give a shit how many hard-hitting questions you asked, you platformed the fucking guy. Now, obviously, this is not that. That's a very hyperbolic, facetious example. But even if I'm being as charitable as possible and saying that Matt was trying to, you know, be the critical mind in the room, as you can see through the tone of all the publicity that this podcast gained, it didn't fucking work. So whether it's Matt Beal platforming this guy or Joe Rogan platforming an anti-vaxxer, you don't get to hide behind a few tame questions to make it seem like you're the voice of reason in the room. Jesus, I can't fucking believe that. We just live in the stupidest timeline ever. It's just, I hate this. Okay, sorry, back to the fucking... what, 2 sentences into this shit. He said, there is something very huge that we are measuring beneath the Giza Plateau. Yeah, your fucking ego, Filippo. Jesus Christ. He and his team said they were tipped off to the alleged underground guardian by explaining that lines between the pyramids to the known Sphinx also point to a parallel mound under which the second feline facsimile supposedly resides. Like a cryptic puzzle from an Indiana Jones movie. Okay, if any of you come see me on tour this fall, which you should do, there's a link to it below, one of the things that I talk about in my presentation on pseudoscience and misinformation is that part of the reason why pseudoarchaeology is able to be so popular with the general public is because the general public has really no idea what actual archaeology is. Instead, their perception of archaeology is informed by popular media, your Indiana Jones and Tomb Raider and things like that, which, don't get me wrong, I absolutely love. They're a great inspiration of mine, like for many people interested in archaeology, but they are obviously a terrible representation of archaeology. But the public doesn't know that, and so grifting assholes, hypothetically, can dress up their bullshit conspiracies in a veil that looks like something from Indiana Jones, and the public will just eat it up without even thinking about it. The dude was essentially talking about ley lines on an 80,000 subscriber conspiracy podcast on YouTube and got a fucking New York Post article written about him. The bar just gets lower every day. Satellite images of the Giza Plateau have reportedly captured this dune, which the signal possessing radar claims measures approximately 108 feet tall.
Called back to the Zappoyarni Palace again?
That's your image?
What's the point of
That's
all
the
these
image.
endless
They literally
meetings?
did the same thing with the Khafre Pyramid conspiracy. Editors, show the data that they actually found underneath the pyramid. Great, and now show how they reconstructed it. That is a fucking massive leap if you ask me. Now the scan is obviously picking up on something here, but to call that a sphinx is just so disingenuous. Now I'm sure I hear a couple people saying like, dude, why you gotta be mad, bro? Big archaeology. He's an actual researcher, okay? Look, he's doing research. Finding something like this and then confidently claiming that it is something completely outlandish and publishing it to the world without bothering to fact check it is not fucking research. If I went out into the woods with a metal detector and mapped all of the points that I got signals at, that would be research. But if I then claimed that all of those signals were evidence that I'd found the location of El Dorado, that wouldn't be research, that would be complete bullshit. And you might say, oh, well, it's a lot more likely that this would be another Sphinx than that you'd actually find El Dorado with a metal detector. But barring likelihood, there's an equal amount of evidence for fucking both. The first Sphinx sits slightly below the surrounding surface in a shallow depression, so it is possible the second Sphinx could be hidden beneath the higher mound. He noted that the mound is made of a hardened sand that would facilitate its existence rather than an impenetrable bedrock as well. Biondi said the precise geometrical correlation between the visible structures and this mysterious dune has made him about 80% confident in his theory. That's how real science works, guys. You don't fucking check with anyone. You just reach an 80% confidence just by your own research, And then you just get out there and you start running your fucking mouth. When small men cast big shadows, you know the sun is about to set. Precise geometrical correlation. Oh my god. I'm not quite sold on it, but if you threw in maybe like a resonance, maybe like a vibration or like a harmonic, or maybe like energy, I might be on board with that. The researcher also referenced the fact that the Dream Stele, a granite slab sitting in front of the Sphinx number 1. Okay, this is what I mean by this being really fucking irresponsible research. The public does not have the fucking tools they need to think critically about this information. So if you tell them confidently that you found a second Sphinx, they start labeling the only Sphinx as Sphinx 1. I think that whatever this is, it totally warrants more research. It's just a cool structure. There could be something there. But implying that it's pretty much confirmed is gonna lead to some poor bastard at the New York Post who loves Indiana Jones to publishing it as though it's fact to everybody else. Anyway, a granite slab in front of Sphinx number 1 is carved with a pair of mythical cats, suggesting there was always supposed to be 2. Is that a typo? Is carved with a pair of mythical cats, suggesting that there were always supposed to be a second sculpture. Shouldn't that be there was always supposed to be a second sculpture? Or there were always supposed to be 2 sculptures? Some poor bastard at the New York Post who loves Indiana Jones and can't fucking grammar check his shit. Am I wrong? I feel like that's wrong. Maybe I'm the idiot here. Who knows? It's very likely. His theory implies that there was an actual function to the propagandistic symbol, which was constructed by Pharaoh Thutmose IV. Scans showing the alleged parallels between the Great Sphinx and its supposed subterranean doppelganger. This is something I'm gonna have to talk a little bit more about when I do some research, but like, what are the time periods on all these? Because a lot of times when people do this stupid fucking ley line shit, they're drawing parallels between a ton of different things that are not only very well documented and well understood, but were built like hundreds of years apart. The hieroglyphics reportedly describe how the Sphinx was a deity that appeared to a young Prince Thutmose as he slept in its shade, promising him the Egyptian throne in exchange for clearing off the sand that had entombed it. To get to the bottom of the matter, it is a typo. To get to the bottom of the matter, Team scanned the ground beneath the first Sphinx. Team, not the team? Am I going fucking insane? Team scanned the ground beneath the first Sphinx, all the pyramids, the conjunction between the pyramids and the Khafre pyramid. Yeah, he claimed they found vertical shafts, horizontal passages that pointed to an underground megastructure, something I've already talked about before and has been beaten to death. I don't want to go over it again because I hate beating a dead horse, but sometimes, you know, you gotta beat the horse more when it keeps fucking getting up and walking away. These reportedly mirrored a network of shafts and passages beneath the above-ground Sphinx, illustrating an incredible symmetry. There's a buzzword for you. Drink. Coincidentally, Biondi is not the only researcher to claim the existence of a second Sphinx. Egyptologist Bassam el-Shamma first raised the theory more than a decade ago, citing an ancient Egyptian record and mythology that described a lightning bolt striking the Sphinx. He postulated that this image could allude to a second monument that was destroyed after being cursed by a powerful Egyptian god. Egypt's former Minister of Antiquities, Zahi Hawass, has thrown cold water on such theories, arguing that extensive excavations of the area have yielded nothing. Biondi stressed the need to study the phenomenon more carefully. It's just so classic. It's just so classic. Don't get me wrong, I don't think Zahi Hawass is perfect. I got my qualms with him as well. But whether or not you like his fucking attitude, he's one of the biggest names in Egyptology. Now, my point with that isn't an appeal to authority, quite the contrary, actually. My point is that he is personally invested in Egyptian archaeology and Egyptian tourism doing better. So from a purely self-serving standpoint, archaeologists like Zahi Hawass have way more to gain from a discovery like this than whoever the fuck this schmo is. This is a point that I always make with these pseudo-archaeological cover-up theories. Whether it's that they're hiding giants or hiding Atlantis or they're leaving part of Göbekli Tepe buried to hide the truth, you know who the fuck you are. Why the fuck would archaeologists want to hide the biggest discoveries ever made? There's a whole subset of the pseudo-archaeology economy online that is just founded in people complaining about things archaeologists aren't doing, which is crazy because they don't give a flying fuck about the things archaeologists are actually doing. The people that make up these cover-ups don't care about archaeology. They just found a really profitable grifting angle for the outrage economy that we live in. You know what? I want a more reputable source. Let's see what the Daily Mail has to say about this. There he is, Filippo, on his fucking podcast, sitting on a little golden... It's not even golden, it's like a piss chair. UFO whistle... I'm sorry, what did that just say? Did that say something about UFO whistleblowers storming the Capitol with explosives? Huh. We are finding precise geometrical correlation, 100% of correlation in this symmetry, he added. We are, what fucking symmetry? 100% of what fucking symmetry? Because what you found doesn't really look like a sphinx. It's a vague oblong shape that is over there. How do you even quantify that you found 100% of this? You mean like there is 100% something at the other angle? Because of course there is. Would there be nothing there? Using a satellite radar technology capable of detecting subtle ground vibrations, Biondi claimed the data points to a massive structure concealed beneath a 180-foot-high mound of hardened sand. Oh, wow. Okay, so it's literally just the exact same article. Oh my god. 2 sphinxes. That's the dream stele. They're fucking symmetrical. They made it fucking symmetrical. There's 2 of them on it because it's fucking symmetrical. This is the fucking evidence, guys. This is the evidence that's good enough for these people. This carving that has 2 sphinxes mirrored from one another on a symmetrical stele, and this fucking vague image of, like, something underground. That's enough. That is enough evidence. Oh, and the weird lines. Throw the word resonance up there too while you're at it. The other week when I did my video on r/alternative history, I also noticed that there was a post about this discovery there. I just didn't go over it in the video, so I wanted to see what they had to say about it as well. If you haven't seen my r/alternative history video as well, you should check that out. And I want to give a big thank you to all the folks at r/alternative history. It seems like our communities have been meshing very well, and I want to thank my viewers for you guys seem to have been upholding the high bar, and I appreciate that genuinely. Could a buried second sphinx still have its original head? There's been a lot of talk lately that the possible location for a second sphinx has been identified near the Great Sphinx of Giza. Nothing has been confirmed. How the fuck is alternative history Reddit doing a better due diligence of not claiming that this is fact than the New York fucking Post? Nothing has been confirmed, but it's enough to get people thinking. Yeah, that about sums it up. And it led me to a question that I don't see discussed much. When you look at the Sphinx we have today, something just seems off. The head looks too small for the body, and the body itself looks much more worn down than the head. I talked about this in that video, but there's a theory that the current head of the Sphinx is not what the head of the Sphinx always was, and that it was modified at some point over time from an older iteration. I said in that video, and I'll say again, that I like that theory. I actually think that's really interesting. I don't necessarily know if I subscribe to it. It would be kind of a hard thing to prove. So again, I'm not saying it's 100%. You know what? Actually, no, fuck it. I should say it's 100% and go on some fucking dipshit dude bro podcast and get myself a fucking New York Post article. But I think it's kind of interesting. I mean, we see examples all over the world of pieces of art being modified as cultures change and, you know, things move around. So I don't think something like this is out of the realm of possibility. And what this person is saying is if the Sphinx had a different head at one point way in the past, and this other Sphinx is a Sphinx and does exist, and it was buried around the same time, could it have the same head as the other Sphinx? That's a great question. I have no idea, but you know what? This is already a better discussion than every actual article I have seen written about this. You know who I bet would have some really interesting things to say about this? TikTok.
Guys, here we go again. They've scanned the Giza Plateau and they think they found a second Sphinx. I know. At first I was like, no, we've debunked all the second Sphinx rumors and theories. That's not happening. But then I watched Filippo Biondi be a guest on the Matt Beard Limitless podcast, and he explained his evidence. He explained the scans, and I'm not gonna lie, I think there's something to it.
Okay, so this is a Google image, like from above.
It's bleak, guys. It's bleak. It's hilarious. Oh, it's hilarious. It's like, I always dreamed that the downfall of modern society would be, you know, like aliens or something. You know, it would be like humanity fought hard, tooth and nail to the last, but at the end of the day, we were, you know, we were overcome by a superior enemy. But it's not gonna be that. It's just gonna be all of us are just gonna be like, all right, everyone, fuck it. Let's just be stupid again. And we're all gonna, like, you know, get fucking measles will be back. I mean, measles is back, I guess. I really hope there's some, like, alien aircraft out there taking, you know, notes of all this. Because this is gonna make a really great, like, alien, like, children's book, Aesop fable. The fucking, the ant and the grasshopper, you know? It's just fucking crazy. Okay, good lord. What the fuck do I talk about now? Sweaty Milo back for a second, and I'm here to tell you that this fall, I'm going on tour. Whoa, that sounds like so much fun. You're damn right it's gonna be. If you're a fan of whatever it is that we do here, then this is the thing for you. In my shows, we're gonna talk about pseudoscience, we're gonna do some live Google debunking, there'll be some Q&A stuff. It's gonna be a blast. Throughout the month of October, we will be visiting the following cities: Boston, Mass, New York City, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Farmville, Virginia, Asheville, North Carolina, Atlanta, Georgia, St. Louis, Missouri, Omaha, Nebraska, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and of course, Chicago, Illinois. Tickets to all of these locations are on sale now, and the link to that is in the description. And if you live in the western half of the country and are like, why aren't you coming out here? Don't worry, I am. We just haven't announced the dates for it yet. Those will be coming in the spring, so don't fly all the way out from Seattle. Holy shit, it is so insanely hot in here. This is awful. Anyway, I'm super excited for this. I can't wait to meet some of you there, so go grab some tickets while they last.
Yeah,
open it another
that's
tab,
my fault.
I'll be there when you're done with the video. And now let's get back into it. Okay, so there was about like maybe 3 or 4 days between the clip that just ended and me right now. And in that time, I wanted to kind of really dive deeper into the research on this this topic. You know, I thought it'd be fun to have first half
Maybe
of the
I'll use
video
one
be
feather
learning
there.
about it together in real time, and the second half would be, you know, kind of my more informed analysis of it. But as I said about doing this research, I came across a bit of a problem, one that I kind of already identified in the first half of this video, which is that this is really fucking stupid. Because of how much traction this thing has gotten, I felt like I was getting prepared to do, like, you know, actual research. But the nice thing is when the thing that you're talking about didn't really do any research whatsoever, you don't really have to dig that deep to figure out that it's bullshit. Like, again, my argument here isn't that the data shows something. It very obviously does. More so, my problem is that the researchers jumped to a outlandish and sensational conclusion and then published it on a podcast without doing any due diligence whatsoever. And since that conclusion is based on pretty much fucking nothing at all, it's almost difficult to break apart any evidence for it because there simply is none. Even though I'm sure you understand that and you all get that the video could end here, I still think it's important to do a little bit of actual research into these claims. I'm a firm believer that the way we push science forward is by looking into theories, even those that seem completely outlandish. So in an effort to give this theory what I view as an abundance of good faith, I sort of identified the 3 major arguments and lines of reasoning that are used to support this being a second Sphinx. The 3 major pieces of evidence that I see Boyandi use to try and support this theory are as follows. The dream stele in front of the Great Sphinx, which he says suggests the existence of a second one. The symmetry between the pyramids and the Great Sphinx, which he uses to predict that second Sphinx's location. And finally, the scan of the site itself. Okay, so here's something interesting that I noticed that I just feel is, I feel compelled to mention before we get into all these specific lines of reasoning. As I've already beaten into the ground sufficiently in this video, the whole thing about this being released on a podcast is immeasurably fucking stupid, but I'm not all that surprised. These, like, Joe Rogan rip-off conspiracy podcasts are a dime a dozen now. Pretty much any idiot with electricity and access to their mom's fucking credit card can buy a microphone and just start saying literally whatever the fuck they want. And with the culture of disinformation and anti-intellectualism we see now, pushed by everyone from these idiots all the way up to the highest levels of the government, people doing stupid shit like this has just become a good, profitable business model where you are rewarded by the world that we live in. But I was curious about who this Matt Beal was. I mean, his YouTube channel has like 80,000 subs, which is, you know, nothing to sneeze at, but it's no, you know, it's no me. I'm kidding, subscribers is obviously no metric of quality, as you can see, but I didn't really understand how a guy with not really that big of a following had such a fucking budget for his studio. The place looks like it was designed by Graham Hancock after spending a day tripping on DMT in a Planet Fitness. Now, regardless that I think everything in this set, from the wall art to the fucking piss throne, is one of the most visually repulsive things I've ever seen, I do recognize that that set costs a lot of fucking money. So I decided to do a little bit of research, as it were. It wasn't that hard to figure this out. It was literally a single Google search. And as it turns out, Matt Beal isn't just a Joe Rogan knockoff. He is also the CEO of a Florida-based retail company with an estimated value of $2 billion. Unsurprisingly, the company is called Beals. And you might be thinking, oh wow, what a great entrepreneur, good for him, bravo. Well, he might be, but we wouldn't know that considering that the company was started by like his great-great-grandfather or something. So, you know, he was great-great-grandfathered into it. Now, Matt Beal's personal net worth is not really available anywhere that I could find, but I'd hazard a guess when you have been grandfathered into a company worth $2 billion potentially, I would imagine that the guy has fucking millions in the bank. Now, I'm not gonna go too deep on this because I don't really know shit about Matt. I don't know shit about his company. But I do find it very interesting that someone with God knows how much money to burn is dedicating their time to making a podcast that looks like this. This is probably like one of the best examples I've ever found in the wild of how the ultra rich are using their immense wealth and resources to keep all of us really gullible and stupid. A lot of conspiracy theorists talk like they, you know, have their third eye open, like they've decalcified their pineal gland, when really all they're doing is parroting things that they've heard from people that reinforce the things they already think. And it's so beautifully ironic to me because the conspiracy theorists who spend all their time talking about, you know, the sheep of the world don't see that they're the fucking sheep. They will eat up these narratives as fast as you can feed it to them and never fucking realize that the people that are feeding it to them are feeding it to them for a fucking reason. Do you know why so many people don't believe in climate change despite the insurmountable evidence of its existence? Because mass mainstream media is paid and funded by fucking oil corporations. From a purely business perspective, why the fuck would oil companies want there to be information coming out that's gonna jeopardize them? And so, since these massive corporations pull all the fucking strings, who sounds like a conspiracy theorist now, they have the fucking leverage of funding to make people say or not say whatever the fuck they want. And so with a million different examples of that, you end up with what we have today, where corporations and administrations are directly incentivized to make you not believe the shit you can see with your own fucking eyes. They sow distrust in science, in education, in social services, anything you can fucking imagine. With the end result being a flock of brainwashed sheep who all think they have their third eye open, but are really the victims of the most obvious fucking psyop in human history. The best way to pacify a prisoner is to make them believe that they're free. Now, I have no idea how fucking Matt Beal fits into all of this, and I'm not really gonna speculate on it. In the grand scheme of the amount of money in the world, even Matt is probably pretty low on the fucking totem pole. Benefit of the doubt, the guy's just really interested in this stuff, and good for him. But it's also my belief that those that benefit the most from the rampant spread of disinformation are the ones that sit at the top of the totem pole. Those that look down at us from their ballrooms and their piss-colored chairs. Because if you're too busy living in fear of aliens or archaeologists or, you know, a fucking trans kid playing soccer, then you'll be perfectly distracted so that you don't notice the gas and grocery prices going up, or how we now have thousands of pages of definitive proof that every single person in our fucking government is involved in the most despicable actions imaginable and will face no fucking consequences. So just sit down, shut up, inject the distractions, and stay the fucking line. It is absolutely worth thinking every time you are told something about why someone might be telling it to you. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. You remember when really rich people used to build like hospitals and schools and stuff? Well, now that they do this, I'm sure there'll be a few people in this video who are like, dude, it's not that deep. You know, people have been saying that shit my entire life, and if there's one thing I've learned, it's that the road to dystopian hellscape is paved with people saying it's not that deep. So, frankly, if I don't see comments like that,
Hope the weather's nice. I like music. In fact, I've taught myself to play many different instruments. You don't believe me? Find me a piano, and I'll show you a thing or two.
I'd be worried that I was wrong. All right, Jesus Christ, Milo. Fucking A. Come on, dude. It's a video about the second Sphinx. It's not that deep. Okay, let's talk a little bit about our lines of reasoning. All right, so the first piece of evidence that I want to talk about is this dream stele. Am I saying that right? Stele? It's one of the things I've only ever really seen written. Stella? Probably not that.
Steel.
So again, this is a giant stone stela that is sitting outside of the single and only Great Sphinx that we know of. On the stone, there's a carving of two sphinxes back to back at the top, which is super cool, but I mean, even some genius like Boyandi must know that that's not a very good line of evidence, so it must say something in the text about there being two sphinxes, right? That would be like reasonable supporting evidence. You're not telling me he just saw a picture of two sphinxes and that was good enough evidence for him, right? All right, I'm not going to go over the entire translation, but you can find the entire translation online. I will put a link to it in the description. Here it is on screen if you want to read it. Pause and read it if you want to read it. But for you that's just listening to this while you're, commuting home from work or playing fucking Minecraft, I'll paraphrase for you. So the left side talks about the pharaoh Tutmosis gifting an offering of a vase to the gods. And the Sphinx responds and says something about like, dude, this is fucking awesome. You got my, you got my strength. You got, anything you need, I'll introduce you to my dealer. Then the middle inscription talks about how the Sphinx made it come to pass that he would sit upon the throne as a, I don't know, he liked the guy a lot. And then on the right side, the pharaoh Tutmosis, cool, is giving a gift of beer and incense to Horamakhet, who I believe is also Horus, I think. Citation needed. And Horamakhet responds in the same way. He's like, dude, you're awesome. I'll give you whatever you need. Add me on Snap. I can get you infused Nerds gummy clusters and stuff like that. Then there's a big main body of text that's pretty much just like King Tutmosis just glazing the hell out of himself. It's all that classic, the King of Kings, the he who brought the stars to the earth, and he who hung the moon, and it's just that kind of thing, classic. Who knew that when you were a representation of like a god on earth, you got one hell of an ego on you? Then finally, towards the latter half of the body text, there's a part that talks about how Pharaoh Tutmosis used to play in the desert as a child, and how one day he was playing at the foot of the Sphinx, the Sphinx, singular. Sorry, he rested at the foot of the Sphinx. Okay, important detail. No, all rest, no play makes King Tutmosis, buy infused Nerds gummy clusters on Snapchat. So anyway, the kid has a nap in front of the Sphinx, and then he has a dream in which the Sphinx comes to him and, in addition to glazing the hell out of him, says, my face is yours, my heart is yours, as you are a protector for me, for my present condition is like one that is in need. All of my limbs, dismembered as the sands of the desert upon which I lie, have reached me. So run to me to have that done which I desire, knowing that you are my son and my protector. Come forth and I shall be with you, I shall be your leader. So presumably what happens is the young pharaoh then returns and cleans the sand off the Sphinx, and the Sphinx rewards him with, great power. Again, I'm paraphrasing this, but I'm doing that just to make it entertaining. I'm not trying to obfuscate. If you don't believe me, you can read the text on screen, or there's a link to it in the description. This text does not include anything about, a treasure map leading to another place. It is placed directly at the foot of the Sphinx, and most importantly, it does not say fucking anything about another Sphinx. It is the pharaoh resting at the foot of the Sphinx that the monument is erected in front of, and being told by that Sphinx to clear off the sand on top of it so he would become pharaoh. And in memorial, he later erected the stone in front of that one Sphinx. Now, if you're gonna say, well, maybe they erected one in front of the other Sphinx as well. One, you're just pulling shit out straight out your fucking ass. And two, we're gonna get into the whole thing with the other Sphinx logistics later. So hold that thought. So as far as I can tell, and I mean when I say I really looked into this, because no matter how much I'm ragging on Boyandi, I don't think he can be this stupid. Y'all, I can't figure out how to emphasize this enough, that we're looking at a guy looking at a picture of two Sphinxes back to back and using that as evidence that there is a second actual Sphinx that everyone missed. That's the fucking caliber of research we're working with here. I'm trying to think of a way to compare this to like our modern mythology so you can see how ridiculous this is. Like, I don't know, imagine you get a book about George Washington's life and you're thumbing through it and there's two pictures of Mount Vernon and you're like, oh, there must have been two fucking Mount Vernons. Like, what is wrong with you? Okay, so I think this line of reasoning is obviously pretty bad. I don't need to drive this one into the ground anymore or give any more examples. But I do actually see one, like, sort of okay argument about this. Well, if the Egyptians really liked symmetry, then is it possible that there was symmetry in real life? Which brings us to Boyandi's second piece of evidence, that is symmetry. A big piece of evidence that Boyandi uses is this drawing. Sorry, if you're not done driving or playing Minecraft, I'll explain it to you. He creates a triangle with its points on two of the Great Pyramids and the Great Sphinx, and then flips it so that the Great Sphinx point is in an equidistant on the other side of the pyramids. This one is also something that I feel like is really convincing to a lot of people because it's fun and visual, and it also plays to people's idea of what they expect archaeology to be. You know, Indiana Jones, treasure maps, shit like that. But you should always be very, very dubious whenever you see someone drawing lines on shit like this. Now, there are times where doing something like this actually makes sense. A great example of how this is actually done in archaeology and in some research that I am working on currently is on the Great Hopewell Road. I have a whole video about it that many of you have probably seen, but it's a theorized archaeological site in Ohio that consists of a 60-mile-long road leading between two massive Hopewell earthwork sites. Dr. Brad Lepper, one of the most well-known researchers on the Hopewell earthworks, and I'm grateful to say my colleague in working on some of this research, has spent years trying to prove its existence and has been able to identify a few select fragments of the parallel walls that may have once made up this road. The difference between the line drawing in the Great Hopewell Road and in the second Sphinx thing is that in the Great Hopewell Road, for starters, we are identifying actual fragment sites. Again, this was a structure made of earth, so it was plowed through farm fields, and there's very little evidence of it left. The isolated sections that we've identified with LiDAR data we're able to connect and start to sort of plot and estimate where it might be heading. This isn't just a random line because it's actually connecting real, likely related data points. Whatever the hell it is that Boyandi is doing with the fucking Sphinx is just a guy breaking out a ruler and just making shit up. There is no evidence that is actually leading him to that location. If the inscription on the stone that we just looked at hinted at there being another Sphinx that was the twin of this one, or, you know, something about its location in relation to the pyramids, this would be a really great piece of evidence. But rather than these lines serving as a prediction supported by actual evidence, the lines are just supposed to be the evidence in and of themselves. Again, this isn't saying that this line of reasoning is necessarily bad. It's just that doing something like this only makes sense when there is other evidence. And with a lack of any evidence to support this prediction, it's nothing more than just a random fucking guess. Okay, but guess or not, why don't we look a little bit closer at this? See, many other pseudo-archaeologists, especially those on, you know, the lost civilization people, they're constantly chalking up their lack of evidence to, oh, well, it's just in a place we haven't looked yet, which is its own kind of bullshit. But here we actually have something really nice because Boyandi has given us an exact location where he is predicting this Sphinx is. All right, so let's have a look at that on a satellite map.
I will see things through. Here's your delivery.
I just cannot believe this. For those of you not looking at your screen, the highlighted area in which this Sphinx is predicted to be in is like in the middle of an active and excavated archaeological site. It isn't just in like the middle of the Sahara Desert in a place that's never been excavated. Boyandi is making a prediction that there is a second Sphinx, one of the largest and most well-known archaeological monuments in the world, located in the middle of one of the most excavated locations on the entire fucking planet. The area that he predicts this to be in is called the Great Western Cemetery, and as you can see on satellite imagery, it's had the hell excavated out of it. Something that's interesting about the actual Sphinx, the one that exists, is that kind of the base of it is made out of a natural rock feature. This is why I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility to infer that it may have been carved into a different shape at a different time, because this rock feature has existed far longer than ancient Egypt. So in order for a second Sphinx to exist at this other location, we would need one of two things. One, we would need another Sphinx-shaped surface-level rock feature at this same location, which would be very unlikely, or it would need to be entirely constructed by the Egyptians. With that second option being much more likely, I'm gonna call absolute bullshit that no one has ever found any evidence of this. The excavation at these sites is not digging to find stuff that's buried fucking, you know, what did they say, like 40 meters below the ground? The tombs and the Sphinx and the pyramids were all active in like relatively the same time span, definitely the same geologic time span. So I'm gonna say that there's no way in hell that a Sphinx existed here contemporarily with all the other stuff and was able to somehow be buried so deeply that you can fully excavate the Western Cemetery without even noticing that it's there. Okay, finally, let's move on to kind of the last piece of evidence. And that is, of course, the smoking gun, the scan. So if there's anyone still watching this who really rides hard for this theory, one, good on you. I'm glad you're still here. Congratulations on challenging what you've been taught. But I'm sure that you would also be saying, well, Milo, you're talking about all of these things that are conjecture. You know, the mirrored sphinxes on the carving and this triangular location. But they aren't just random guesses because they have the scan. So if this scan lines up with everything else, then, you know, the rest of it actually makes sense. And that's not really a terrible line of reasoning. If they got a scan that showed a sphinx and it was triangulated to this location, I'd be like, wow, that's fucking awesome. So let's have a look at the scan. Ta-da! If you do have a chance to look at your screen for this one, I recommend you do, because it's really the best punchline I could have ever asked for. The scan doesn't show a fucking sphinx. It's like, it's a lump. Just like Boyandi's last research, a term that I have never used more liberally, what he seems to do is like collect data and then just make up some absolutely crazy shit to go along with it. Once again, when he did the Khafre pyramid scan last year, this was the data that he got, and this is how he interpreted it. Something so disingenuous that I think Khafre should be able to sue him for fucking defamation. And in this research, his scan showed this, which he interpreted as being a fucking sphinx. I'm not denying that the scan shows something. It very obviously does. I'm just saying that I would sooner trust a fucking 12-year-old on a hero's dose of Adderall to interpret this data over Boyandi. But this is just how his grip fucking works. He's able to get a couple pieces of actual legitimate data, and then he can just make up whatever the fuck he wants to enrich himself with fucking podcasts and news appearances. And anytime anyone smells the bullshit, which isn't that hard to do, he can refer them to a piece of actual data that looks really sciencey. And even though most people could probably interpret this data better than Boyandi could, they're not going to, because they're not nearly as fucking irresponsible as he is. That said, what actually is this? I have no problem saying I have absolutely no idea. I can make some informed guesses. I'd be willing to put almost all my chips on the fact that this is a piece of weathered bedrock from the Giza Plateau. It's the same feature that the Great Sphinx is built on top of. It's a piece of rock that was eroded by wind-blown sand and rain and then was buried at the end of the African humid period. If you want to learn more about it, which I highly suggest you do, you should check out my video on the Green Sahara. I'll link that as well, or I won't, and you'll find it on my channel. It's there, you'll find it. Now, if this is the case, which I view to be incredibly likely, this means that it's been buried underneath this sand for, what, 10,000 years? Maybe more? But I don't even need to speculate on how long it's been buried, because there's one thing that's just even more stupid. How the fuck has nobody else found it yet? There is no way in hell that a second Sphinx was either carved or constructed and buried this much lower than everything else. Now, there's an argument to this. There are people that claim that the Sphinx itself is, was first worked by a much older civilization that predates the Egyptians. I don't really have a strong opinion on this. I think it's kind of a cool theory that may have some merit. Again, it has existed for a long time. So they may say, well, if that's the case, then maybe the other Sphinx was carved by the same civilization as well. Again, I'm really trying to fucking steelman this the best I can. I haven't even seen anyone come up with an argument this fucking intelligent. That's not a terrible theory, but you know who shot you in the foot with this one? Fucking Boyandi did. See, if it was carved by a much older civilization, that could account for how deeply buried it is and why no one has found it yet. But all of Boyandi's evidence hinges on it being contemporary to the other Egyptian sites around it. And if it was symmetrical to the pyramids, then they must have known about it in order for that symmetry to exist. So given that his entire narrative is that this was something that existed at the same time, I can confidently say there is no way in hell that this second Sphinx would have been buried and completely fucking forgotten about in the same amount of time. As you can see, all three of these major lines of reasoning fall completely flat. And there's all kinds of other shit like, why would archaeologists be covering this up when it would guarantee them research funding and fucking headlines for, the next 50 years? Or how presenting this on some bullshit podcast is so irresponsible. But there's one other piece of evidence that sort of supersedes all of this. The ancient Egyptians recorded fucking everything. We got their genealogy, graffiti, prayers, fucking recipes for beer. If there were truly two sphinxes that existed contemporarily at one of the most major sites in ancient Egypt, you cannot actually tell me that the only written record of it that would still remain would be two literal sphinxes carved symmetrically at the top of a fucking monument. We know so much about ancient Egypt. It's like probably one of the most, if not the most well-studied ancient civilization on the entire planet. And you'll hear a lot of people say like, It's just crazy. Like, where did they come from? They just sprang up out of nowhere. That's the ultimate sign that someone has no fucking idea what they're talking about, because Egypt didn't just spring out of nowhere. Ancient Egypt covers 3,000 fucking years, and we know a lot about it after, obviously, and way the fuck before. So for a site as significant as this, that existed as recently as this, to have just disappeared overnight without a single fucking record is absolutely insane. So for this fucking guy to go on some bullshit podcast and run his mouth that he has found something that not only modern archaeologists somehow missed when digging on top of it, but also something that somehow thousands of years of ancient people just missed or forgot to record as well, is an absolute disgrace to anyone that gives a single shit about history. In short, Filippo Boiondi thinks that you're stupid. He weaponizes his credentials, speaks authoritatively about things that have no support whatsoever, and claims that he knows more than not only every archaeologist, but every culture with writing in the Near East. And he uses all of this to prey on people like us, people that love history and that want to know more about the past, when all he's worried about is money and fame. Ethics be damned. Oh my god. Okay, let me take 5. I'll figure out how to wrap this up. Oh. Wow, sweaty Milo's back. Look at that. At the end of the last clip you saw, which I finished filming like a week ago, I was like, wow, it's just way too hot in here. I'm gonna just film the outro later. It's now later, and it is a massive heat wave, and it is probably about 95 degrees in this room right now. The air is completely still, and the only humidity worse than what's in the room is the humidity in my fucking pants. So that's what I get for not fucking just following through and finishing the video like a normal person. Okay, so what even is there more to say about this? Not a whole hell of a fucking lot. Something that I want to make very clear, which, let's be honest, the people who need to hear this the most aren't even watching anymore. I am not against independent researchers taking a crack at archaeology or, you know, lending their expertise. Like I said back in the r/alternative history video, I'm a big fan of quite a few archaeological discoveries that are pretty controversial within the community. So even though I'm sure there'll be a couple comments from people that didn't even bother watching the video saying I'm, you know, just an arm of big archaeology trying to suppress the challenging of the paradigm, you here with the mental fortitude to actually watch this video know that is clearly not the case. Similarly, I am also not saying that this discovery isn't something. I'm not doubting his methods or claiming that he faked the data. Instead, my thesis for all of this has less to do with the data itself or the challenging of the paradigm. The thing that frustrates me is the wanton irresponsibility of every single person involved in this. The data shows something, certainly, but instead of interpreting it through the lens of plausible reality, Boiondi interpreted it through his massive fucking ego. Rather than just presenting his data as something interesting, he presented it as conclusive evidence of a second Sphinx. And the evidence that he based this upon isn't even evidence, it's just complete fucking conjecture. In the field of archaeology, you work from the known to the unknown. And if you do it the other way, you're not doing archaeology, you're writing a fucking fan fiction. What we know is this image, a picture of something that admittedly just looks like weathered bedrock underneath the sand. That is the known. But instead of just talking about this known, Boiondi claims with 80% confidence that it's a second Sphinx by bridging the gap between the two of them with Olympic leaps in logic. This image, the known, is something that could be studied. There could be a publication made here. But Boiondi doesn't give a shit about doing actual science. He wants his fucking name in lights. So rather than doing any of the due diligence that would turn this known into a paper of any kind, he went for the fucking coward's route, where you go on some uncritical dude bro podcast and just fucking run your mouth. Sure, he said that he only has an 80% confidence, which is still way, way fucking more than it should be, but this isn't him actually trying to manage the expectations of the listeners. This is him trying to cover his own ass because he knows what he's doing is insanely irresponsible. It doesn't matter that he said he wasn't 100% certain because he knows that everyone that picks up on this podcast is gonna publicize it as though he was. And as we have seen from nearly everything produced about this topic, whether it's a fucking actual news article or some random fucking idiot on TikTok, all of them are regurgitating it as though it's fact. Now, I don't really expect any better from Matt Beal. His entire podcast is just anti-intellectual propaganda like this, so I'd imagine I'm probably not going to be able to change his mind about shit. But the person I would expect better from in this situation is Boiondi. I don't even really know what his credentials and background are, and I don't even really care because I'm going to be abundantly charitable. But judging by the work that he actually actually does with his fucking, you know, scanning information. The guy has some fucking background in science, which is why it is so disappointing to see him do shit like this. Again, maybe I'm being too charitable, but Boyandi should know how fucking irresponsible this is. What he is doing not only undermines the field of archaeology, but the scientific body as a whole. By becoming a stooge of the anti-intellectual administration, he may be scoring a cheap win and some points off the backs of archaeologists, but he's reinforcing anti-science views that will ultimately consume every field of science, including his. You guys know the fable of the grasshopper and the ant? There's a grasshopper who spends his whole summer laying in the grass and, you know, playing his fiddle. And his buddies, the ants, spend the entire summer working and building their nest. And the grasshopper asks, well, what are you doing all that for? Look, we could just be having fun. But the ants know what's coming at the end of the summer. And when the snow falls, the ones that survive are the ones that took shit seriously. I don't expect Boyandi to be watching this, and if he does, I don't think he'll care. He'd probably say that I'm being really mean and inconsiderate and shitting on his work. I'm sure he'd come up with a million excuses instead of acknowledging the responsibility that he has in this situation. But Boyandi, in the off chance that you are watching this, Paisan, come on. I want to say that I know you're better than this, but honestly I don't, because all that I've seen from you sets this as the fucking bar. But what I will say, man to man, brother to brother, Rossi to Boyandi, is you gotta start doing better than this. Because when winter comes, and believe me, it fucking will, in the ranks of the ants, there will be no room for grasshoppers. Holy shit, I'm gonna have fucking heat stroke in here. Here I was thinking, I'm gonna film the outro to this, and then I can film my next video, which is gonna be a fun one. We're gonna be talking about Conservapedia, which is a real website, shockingly. I have it open here, but it is so fucking hot in this room, I honestly don't think I can film that right now. Tour tickets available now. Link for that is in the description. You thought I forgot. I never forget. Go check it out. Get them while they're hot. Excited to see you there. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you all very much for watching this video. I'd greatly appreciate if you could leave an interaction. Things like likes, comments, and shares help promote the video in the algorithm, which in turn allows us to make the ad revenue that we need in order to keep making these videos for free for you here on YouTube. As I've said before, interactions are like thanking the bus driver. It doesn't cost you a cent, and it helps us continue doing what we do here. So, very grateful. If you did enjoy this video and I was able to keep you company while you worked on your homework or, you know, did your laundry, why let the binge stop here? I am also the kind of person that constantly needs to have video playing to drown out the sound in my own head. Well, lucky for you, I have many more videos like this, so feel free to check them out and we can keep this party rolling. And lastly, I'd like to give a huge thank you to my editorial team. I may be the one that you see in front of the camera, but each one of these videos is the result of hundreds of hours of work from my team of 8 creatives. So please join me in giving them a very big thank you, as if it were not for them, none of these videos would exist. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you all very much for watching this video. Remember to stay curious, stay inquisitive, and most importantly, never take too seriously the words of a man sitting in a piss-colored chair. What was I thinking that I was going to be able to film another video? I'm like lightheaded. Holy Christ. I'm glistening. I'm like that guy from Star Wars. What are those movies with the vampires? Star Trek? Yeah, that's the one. I think that's the one. Starmander. Wonder how long it'll be before a bird nests in here. Do you think I could keep it? Would anyone stop me? Would you stop me? You wouldn't stop me. You wouldn't download a bird. You know, I always had a teacher that told me not to do this in a chair because someone fell over once and it blinded them. And the teacher that was blinded, allegedly, was at our school. And she would always tell us, she was like, oh, the reason I'm blind is because I did that in a chair once and fell over. And I always believed it growing up, and I would never do this. And then, like, when I got to high school, I remember I just had, like, an aha moment one day, and I was like, you know, I don't actually think that's true. I bet she was like, you know what? You guys need help keeping these little shits in their seat? I got something for them. If you did enjoy this video, I'd greatly appreciate it. That's my secret, Batman. I'm always sweaty. Batman? No, he's talking to someone else. Who's he talking to? I forget. What is that from? Oh, it's the Hulk. Definitely not Batman. It helps us continue making these videos for free, and for free. Fuck. And finally, at the very end of, holy shit. Woo! That teacher, she flashed before my eyes warning me about blinding myself.
wait and see.
Большая часть Европы только-только выдохнула после волны адской, невиданной здесь жары. В Англии температура достигала 37 градусов, во Франции 44, в Германии почти 42. И это уже вторая волна жары в Европе в 2026 году. И вполне может быть, что не последняя. Прогнозы сообщают, что уже в первой половине июля запад и юг Европы может снова накрыть. С каждым годом вероятность длительных периодов экстремальной жары в Европе будет увеличиваться. Более того, новые климатические модели говорят нам, что до сих пор мы ошибались и недооценивали скорость потепления Европы. И именно об этом мы поговорим в сегодняшнем видео. Почему Европа стала одной из самых быстро нагревающихся зон планеты и чего ее жителям ждать уже в самом ближайшем будущем? Для тех, кто здесь впервые, представлюсь. Меня зовут Ирина Якутенко, я биолог и научный журналист. У себя на канале я рассматриваю самые разные происходящие с нами события с научной точки зрения. Несколько дней назад у меня на канале вышел большой стрим, посвященный экстремальной жаре в Европе и ее воздействию на организм человека. Там я разбираю все эти вопросы со всеми подробностями и отвечаю на комментарии зрителей. Кому интересно, я оставлю ссылку в комментариях. В этом же видео я постараюсь максимально сжато и конкретно объяснить именно механизм постоянно повторяющихся эпизодов аномальной жары, которые мало того, что длятся по много дней и даже недель, так еще и становятся все чаще. Почему это происходит и почему именно в Европе? И начну я с того, что сразу отвечу на самое популярное возражение скептиков. Жарко бывало и раньше. В конце концов, ну чего еще вы хотите летом? Хватит уже из всего пытаться делать катастрофу. Безусловно, теплые дни бывали и раньше. Но у нынешней европейской жары сразу много аномальных параметров, которые не позволяют причислить ее к обычным сезонным явлениям. И первый – это, собственно, температура. В эпицентре жары она была на 14-18 градусов выше нормы для конца июня. Такое невозможно назвать небольшим отклонением от нормы. Это просто другой климат. Как будто бы Западную Европу перенесли примерно в Северную Африку. Во Франции, в Аквитании, это примерно на широте Краснодара, температура доходила, как я уже сказала, до 44 градусов. Примерно столько в это время бывает в центре Сахары. Ночи во Франции были самыми жаркими за всю историю наблюдений с 1947 года. В Испании и Португалии температура также достигала 44-45 градусов. В Британии в один из дней было 37,3 градуса. И это абсолютный рекорд для июня за всю историю метеонаблюдений. Для страны, где встроенный кондиционер есть, дай бог, в 6,5% домохозяйств, а хоть какое-нибудь домашнее кондиционирование примерно в 14% домохозяйств, это полное ЧП. И это, как я уже сказала, вторая волна жары в Европе в 2026 году, что тоже, согласитесь, весьма нетипично. Первая была в конце мая и тоже затронула прежде всего Западную Европу. По данным климатологов, самые сильные аномалии были во Франции, Англии и Уэльсе, где среднесуточные температуры местами были более чем на 10 градусов выше климатической нормы. В Португалии, Великобритании и Ирландии были побиты майские температурные рекорды, а во Франции был зафиксирован самый жаркий майский день в национальной истории наблюдений. В Турине из-за перегруза, в первую очередь кондиционерами, периодически выходили из строя электросети. Во Франции авария на трансформаторе оставила без электричества до 106 тысяч домохозяйств. В Англии замедляли скорость поездов, так как рельсы на солнце нагреваются сильнее воздуха, расширяются и под обычной нагрузкой могут деформироваться. В тысячах школ отменяли занятия или сокращали учебные часы. Больницы также сокращали график приема, и как минимум 117 человек утонуло. В общем, не просто теплые деньки, особенно учитывая длительность и частоту аномально жарких периодов. Почему такая экстремальная длительная жара стала так часто случаться в Европе? Давайте разбираться. И начнем с того, что выясним, что происходит в атмосфере. Во время эпизодов экстремальной жары над затронутым регионом устанавливается большой малоподвижный антициклон, то есть область высокого давления. Он формирует то, что метеорологи и климатологи называют тепловым куполом. И происходящее в атмосфере и на Земле под тепловым куполом можно представить себе как кастрюлю на плите, которую на...
I won't be able to buy it. That's guarantee. I won't be able to complete this stuff mostly because I don't want to bother. But I can go for this thing. Maybe 2 hours and a bit. Bristol Daughter Cage. Let's just start being a nuisance. Okay, let's drive.
I will be great.
Pretty lively here. Thank you for your patronage. Here, this should help. Time for the professionals to take over. Let me mark. Intel confirmed. You'll need to try harder next time. Exclusive delivery, please sign here.
Played, then break. Fighted, fight heroes.
Pretty lively here. Pretty bold of you. You need to be faster than that.
I will see through the next.
Shift change. Don't make me clean up for too long. Pretty light opportunity served.
Great.
Shift change. Don't make me. I'll deliver this one myself. Let's settle. You'll need to try harder next time.
Let me take over.
Intel confirmed. Perfect positioning.
I'll do my best, Appraiser. Doing what I can.
It'll be fine soon. Shift change. Don't make me clean up for too long. Exclusive delivery. Please sign here. Sign for delivery.
Let me take over.
Your express delivery. You need to be faster than that. Secrets.
Okay, let's just die.
Focus. Appraiser, are you? There's still much. Get back, Edgar. I see.
Here we go.
This is your cell. According to the Hetero Detention Facility Code of Conduct, it is now lights out. Your priority tonight is to settle in and follow the rules. No moving around, no noise. Get in bed and rest. During your detention, any misconduct will be recorded and may affect the length of your stay. Understood?
Understood. Maybe I can find something with a bit more leverage later. Like a spoon?
What is it now? Another day down.
Look at you all getting so
Dwelling on it only makes you more anxious and makes it harder to get through.
cutting in line.
Count by weeks instead. Time will feel like it's moving faster.
Last time you visit.
Line up, people. One serving each. Don't you dare get greedy. Look at you all getting so worked up.
Where do you think you're
If I
going?
catch anyone
Lunch
cutting
isn't
in
over.
line, you're scrubbing dishes for a week. Line up, people. One serving.
My mom told me not to worry about a thing. She just wants me to focus on getting my act together. She'll be waiting
Where do
for
you
me
think
at home.
you're going? Lunch
Mom's a
isn't
real
over.
one. Keep your nose clean, get out of here early, and do right by her.
Getting so worked up. If I catch anyone cutting in line, you're scrubbing dishes for a week. Line up, people. One serving each. Don't you dare get greedy.
Another day down.
Let me go! Haven't you figured out that is?
Sorry, I didn't mean it. Please, let me go!
The usual sewers. Why are they going there? A library should have info about the detention facility's underground structure. I should check in the evening.
Got a letter from home.
strange smell. I think I came by the same smell in the bathroom. Is that the entrance to the Whirlwind Gang?
Mind your own business. Sit back down, all of you. What is it now?
Another day
If I catch anyone cutting in line, you're scrubbing dishes.
Dwelling on it only makes you more anxious and makes harder to get.
Line up, people.
Last time you visited, Dad had so many more wrinkles. He used to be so put together. Always so
Look at you
particular
all
about
getting
everything.
so worked up.
Mom's
If
the
I
same.
catch anyone
My hair's
cutting
gone
in line,
completely
you're
white.
scrubbing dishes
Every
for
time
a
I
week.
think about it,
Line
I
up,
feel that
people.
way.
Недавно в Нижнем Новгороде четвертая по счету коллегия присяжных вынесла оправдательный вердикт тренеру Николаю Кукушкину, который в мае 2021 года, отбиваясь от 8 нетрезвых людей, 7 из которых были сотрудниками Росгвардии, нанес смертельное ранение одному из них. Прокуратура настаивает на отмене оправдательного приговора. Это уже 5-я попытка посадить за решетку оправданного человека. И один из самых громких процессов современной России. Сегодня поговорим не только о конкретном деле и особенностях российского судопроизводства, но и о том, что имеет непосредственное отношение и к путинской политике в целом. Какую модель развития предлагает выстроенная Путиным система? И почему многие готовы отбиваться от нее любыми доступными средствами? Прежде чем начнем, напомню, по ссылке в описании есть актуальный гайд о том, как обойти российские блокировки интернета, в том числе и бесплатно. Гайд подготовила наша команда, а спонсирует эту работу МКарт, сервис, который позволяет легко расплачиваться за границей виртуальной картой и пополнять ее через СБП. Насколько мы знаем из многочисленных публикаций в СМИ, 16 мая 2021 года в Нижнем Новгороде к 2 девушкам пристали на улице 8 пьяных мужчин. 7 из них были сотрудниками Росгвардии, не при исполнении, одеты были по гражданке. Вскоре к ним подошли Николай Кукушкин и Григорий Артеменко, которые незадолго до этого отлучились за едой. Одна из девушек была женой Кукушкина, другая — подругой Артеменко. Росгвардейцы попытались силой увести девушек. Началась драка. Артеменко был жестоко избит, получил тяжелые травмы, когда его, лежачего на земле, били ногами. Кукушкин же мастер спорта по рукопашному бою, и он смог отбиться. Он достал швейцарский нож-мультитул и нанес ранение 3 нападавшим. Один из росгвардейцев впоследствии скончался. Сыграли роль и ковид, и неадекватное состояние товарищей раненого. Они повезли его в больницу, которая была закрыта на карантин, и потеряли на этом слишком много времени.
Я вовсе не желал кому-либо смерти, но в камере СИЗО, 1000 раз прокручивая в голове эту ситуацию, я понимал, что у меня тогда не было другого выбора. Тут стоял вопрос здоровья и жизни моей жены, моих друзей, будущего нашей дочери. На видеозаписи видно, что мы все время пятимся назад под натиском толпы. Другу вообще с 4 сторон прилетало, он даже сообразить ничего не успел. Ему встать не давали. Я сожалею, что мой удар пришелся в область груди, но в этой куче я не целился в какие-то жизненно важные органы.
В таких случаях, когда случалась потасовка со смертельным исходом, как правило, полагают...
This is black moss. That explains the smell they have. I must be close to the location. Black moss, weird smell, sewers. Here it is.
Только на публикации в СМИ не стоит, так как материалы уголовного дела могут радикально отличаться от того, что написали журналисты. Однако в случае с Кукушкиным есть факт, который невозможно обойти никак. Это оправдательный вердикт суда. В мае 21...
This place has one rule. Me.
too careless. I have to distract the doctor before making a move.
Wait, there's a library in here too? Got a lot of books?
It's alright, but with this many people and literally nothing else to do, these things have been read to death. They're basically falling apart.
nearby. Better not try anything tonight.
Года Кукушкин добровольно сдался властям и осенью 22-го был, наконец, оправдан судом присяжных. А перед этим 1,5 года провел в следственном изоляторе. Участвовавшие в драке росгвардейцы были отправлены воевать в Украину, что сильно затянуло судебный процесс. Любопытно, что на параллельном судебном процессе росгвардейцы сами получили условные сроки, ровно за ту же самую драку. А единственный гражданский из числа нападавших вообще сел за разбойное нападение, которое совершил уже после той драки. Но эти обстоятельства никак не сдерживают силовиков в их намерении додавить Кукушкина и отправить его, наконец, в колонию, отбывать реальный срок. В Раде государств оправдательный вердикт присяжных заседателей отменить вообще невозможно никак. Даже в тех случаях, когда по всем формальным признакам подсудимый нарушил закон, даже в такой ситуации решение представителей народа превыше писанного закона. Такой вердикт называется нуллифицирующим. В нем отражен принцип народовластия. Гражданское общество в лице своих представителей может решить, что какой-то закон несправедлив или несовершенен. В конкретной ситуации он противоречит общественным интересам и потому не должен быть применен. В России же доля отмененных оправдательных решений судов присяжных приближается к 100%. Конкретно в Нижегородской области за последние 3 года она составила ровно 100%. Абсолютно все, кого присяжные назвали невиновными, были подвергнуты новым преследованиям. Так случилось и с Кукушкиным. Сразу же после оправдания ему назначили подписку о невыезде, а дело пошло на 2-й круг. Была собрана 2-я коллегия присяжных. Она тоже решила оправдать подсудимого, но не смогла. Ее распустили и назначили 3-ю. В 3-й коллегии в роли старшины присяжных оказался сын высокопоставленной нижегородской прокурорши, из-за чего произошел отдельный скандал. Сын зачем-то стал хвастаться перед знакомой девушкой, что его специально внедрили в коллегию, чтобы он повлиял на присяжных и продавил оправдательный вердикт. Девушка же такого не оценила, записала разговор и обнародовала его.
Ну, когда тебе мама об этом рассказала, тебе не было его жалко?
Было. Мне и сейчас жалко. Я и прокурорам это сказал.
А почему ты идешь за обвинение?
Потому что судебная система в нашей стране не предполагает оправдательных приговоров по статье, по которой он идет.
Нет, подожди, ты в этой системе присяжный. Почему ты идешь за то, чтобы его обвинить?
Потому что мне сказали, что я буду присяжным, чтобы сделать вот это.
Тебе сказала
Всё.
мама?
Да.
А суд в курсе?
Ну, я думаю, что да, потому что у меня мама здесь тоже раньше работала.
Наказание никто не понес, но 3-ю коллегию распустили тоже и назначили 4-ю. Она и оправдала Николая Кукушкина летом нынешнего года. Однако прокуратура заявила, что добьется отмены и отправит дело на 5-й круг. Дело Кукушкина стало одним из поводов для круглого стола в Нижегородской адвокатской палате. Там общественности были представлены, если можно так выразиться, настоящие шедевры репрессивного творчества. Самый яркий пример – отмена оправдательного приговора из-за Уинстона Черчилля. Сейчас об этом вам расскажу после небольшой рекламы. Посмотрите, пожалуйста. За год скачивание приложений VPN-сервисов выросло аж в 14 раз. Каждый месяц миллионы людей устанавливают себе средства обхода блокировок, а посещаемость платформ, которые работу VPN блокируют, снижается заметно. Но ограничения становятся все более продвинутыми и, кроме того, отличаются в зависимости от регионов и операторов. Поэтому сегодня важно иметь подписку на такой VPN-сервис, который умеет противостоять разным типам блокировок, а лучше иметь в своем арсенале хотя бы 2 таких. Пока атакуют один, другой будет нормально функционировать. Например, поставьте себе Blank VPN. Он уже 8 лет работает на российском рынке. Мало какой VPN может таким похвастаться. И за эти 8 лет Blank VPN наработал огромный опыт борьбы с интернет-цензурой. Один клик в приложении, и вам станут доступны как привычные сервисы, так и большинство российских приложений, без необходимости отключать VPN. У Blank VPN доступно раздельное туннелирование. Есть 50 локаций по всему миру, скорость до 10 гигабит в секунду. Заботливая поддержка, приложения для iOS, macOS и Android, отсутствуют логи и журналы данных. А еще действует полный безлимит на трафик и количество устройств. Сможете подключить к подписке и маму, и папу, и бабушку, чтобы не покупать VPN каждому отдельно. У сервиса также есть безрисковый период в 30 дней. Вы можете за это время проверить, как он работает, и если вас не устроит, вернуть деньги. А проверить вы можете прямо сейчас, пока идет акция. По промокоду CATS действует скидка до 66%. Переходите по ссылке в описании или по этому QR-коду. К ним уже применен промокод. Продолжим. Если вы хоть раз смотрели судебную драму, то знаете, что в суде присяжных от адвоката требуется не только знание законов и процессуальных норм, но и красноречие. Так вот, в Нижегородской области адвокат в ходе процесса воспроизвел афоризм, который приписывают Черчиллю. Ложь успевает обойти полмира, пока правда надевает штаны. Это и стало поводом для дальнейшей отмены оправдательного приговора. Адвокат, мол, должен был разъяснить присяжным, что, цитирую, «Уинстон Черчилль никогда не жил в России, не является гражданином Российской Федерации, а его цитата отражает законы и обычаи Англии». Раз адвокат этого не разъяснил, он ввел коллегию в заблуждение и нарушил права гособвинения на равные условия состязательного процесса. Другой пример, озвученный на круглом столе. У одной из присяжных заседательниц муж получил штраф за превышение скорости. И сама присяжная и не убила кого-то в процессе, а муж превысил скорость. Но этого хватило, чтобы оправдательный приговор отменить.
Ну, не может быть, чтобы все оправдательные приговоры отменялись, все. Причем выискиваются поводы для отмены, порой, которые носят неразумно. При прочих равных условиях обвинительный приговор не будет отменен, а оправдательный будет.
У нас было 4 оправдательных вердикта, и все были отменены, и на 5-й был обвинительный вердикт, и определено было в 12 лет лишения свободы. Вот так. То же самое творится, что и в Нижегородской области. Это объяснено только одним. Судебные инстанции всячески противятся и препятствуют суду присяжных.
Перед войной на сайте вполне себе провластной Russia Today вышла статья с заголовком «Отменяет почти 90% решений». Почему оправданных присяжными судят по несколько раз? Автор отметила, если взять все судебные процессы в совокупности, доля оправдательных приговоров по состоянию на 2020 год составляла 0,34%. Этот чудовищный показатель традиционно оправдывают одним и тем же аргументом. Якобы в России система устроена так, что уголовные дела против невиновных людей всегда разваливаются на этапе расследования и просто не доходят до суда. Органы не ошибаются. Однако аргумент этот полностью опровергается институтом судов присяжных. В 2020 году, если процесс шел с участием присяжных заседателей, то в областных судах оправдательный приговор выносился в 65 раз чаще, почти в 22% дел. А в районных судах в 88 раз чаще, почти в 30% дел. Популярная отмазка, будто невиновные не оказываются в российском суде, потому их и не оправдывают, не выдерживает никакой критики. Стоит только ввести в уравнение суд присяжных, и оказывается вдруг, что в среднем невиновен каждый 4-й подсудимый. Неудивительно, что концепт народного суда, важнейшего инструмента прямой демократии, для путинской системы как гвоздь в ботинке. Потому сфера применения суда присяжных сведена к абсолютному мизеру. Он может рассматривать лишь около 30 составов преступлений. В Российской империи присяжным были подсудны более 400 составов, а в США присяжные могут рассматривать любые уголовные преступления и некоторые гражданские дела. Недавно около 1 миллиона просмотров набрало интервью с федеральным судьей в отставке Сергеем Пашиным. Он обратил внимание, что в современной России доля судебных процессов с участием присяжных лишь 1 из 500. То есть примерно 1000 из 500 тысяч каждый год. К слову, Пашин настаивает, что если государство придумывает какие-то новые статьи Уголовного кодекса, то у подсудимого априори должно быть право на суд присяжных, чтобы гражданское общество могло показать, что то или иное уголовное новшество оно считает несправедливым, используя уже упомянутую нулификацию.
Я все время и говорю, что плоды бешеного принца надо поверять в суде присяжных. Вот мы говорим о всеобщей поддержке мудрой политики нашего государства, но хорошо бы в этом убедиться. Вот, скажем, эти дела о фейках про армию, там, об отрицании приговора Нюрнбергского трибунала, лайки, репосты всякие. Вот дайте суду присяжных. Или там кто-то не ту пьесу поставил, 6 лет за это получил, или переклеил ярлычки в универмаге какие-то. Господи, ну дайте присяжным. Чего присяжные скажут? Если поддержат, ну тогда что же? Но я вот думаю, что вряд ли поддержат. И скажут, наверное, государству: слушайте, вы коррупцию победили уже, да? У вас уже не убивают? У вас полиция не пытают? У вас судьи не берут взяток? Ну вы этим займитесь. А что вы, несчастные женщины, тягаете к ответственности и даете им 40 как убийцы?
Вообще там отличное интервью с отставным федеральным судьей. Советую посмотреть целиком. Но вернемся к статье в Russia Today из 21 года. Мало того, что суд присяжных применяется в редчайших случаях, но даже в этих редчайших случаях 87,8% оправдательных приговоров, вынесенных на основании вердикта присяжных, потом отменялись. Статья описывает ситуации, когда заново судили трижды или даже четырежды оправданного человека. Мимоходом упомянута некая студентка из Самары, которую дважды оправдали по делу о сбытии наркотиков в особо крупном размере. Но с третьей попытки ее посадили на 8 лет. Эту девушку зовут Елизавета Кенишева. На момент вынесения последнего приговора ей было 22. Статья Russia Today написана в еще очень травоядные по нынешним меркам времена. Но и там описан печальный курьез, когда решение суда присяжных было отменено из-за цитат. Защитник привел афоризм известного российского адвоката Генри Резника: «Правосудие – слишком серьезная вещь, чтобы доверять ее юристам». Произнесение данной цитаты сочли незаконным воздействием на присяжных, и оправдательный приговор отменили. Также незаконным воздействием априори считается заявление о пытке. По нынешним правилам подсудимый в принципе не имеет права сообщить присяжным, что его пытали. Так было еще до войны. Норма действует и по сей день.
Ну как же так? Присяжные услышат о пытках и оправдывают. Они верят, что пытали. Верховный суд кинулся тушить пожар. Верховный суд объяснил: надо запрещать подсудимому говорить о пытках. А если он сказал и его оправдали, отменять приговор оправдательный. И отменяют его по нескольку раз. На Западе, ну, нам они не указ, конечно, но на Западе, если постановлен присяжными оправдательный приговор, прокурор не может жаловаться. А у нас, пожалуйста, по нескольку раз отменяют оправдание.
С 23 года Госдума, тогдашний глава Верховного суда Вячеслав Лебедев и лично Владимир Путин бодро отчитываются о внедрении российской судебной системы в так называемых новых регионах. Преподносят этот процесс как явление сугубо позитивное, как пример развития, будто на новых территориях как-то появилась теперь цивилизация. Но судебные процессы, вроде дела Кукушкина, повод задуматься, что ж за цивилизация такая туда пришла, и что хорошего в том, что она стремится расширить свои границы. Если бы сейчас были мирные времена, мы бы подробнее углубились в тонкости российских процессуальных норм и правоприменительной практики. Ведь тема — это неиссякаемый источник юридических коллизий. В духе «было бы смешно, если бы не было так грустно». Но время сейчас не мирное. 5-й год идет полномасштабная война, и каждое событие внутри России так или иначе вписано в эту рамку. Путинское государство заявляет большие экстерриториальные претензии. Пытается кого-то удержать в сфере своего влияния, к кому-то прийти с автоматами и танками. И в том и в другом случае неизбежен вопрос, который за скобки не вынесешь. Что именно путинская система предлагает одним и стремится принести на штыках другим? В речах из телевизора и в разговорах на кухнях регулярно появляется фраза «они должны быть с нами». Фраза эта уже стала штампом. Украина, мол, должна быть с нами, Армения должна быть с нами и так далее. Да вот только непонятно, а зачем это им? В чем привлекательность путинской модели существования в сравнении с любой другой? Сегодня, какую сферу ни возьми, от средств коммуникации до юриспруденции, путинская модель предлагает людям бесправие, подчинение произволу и отсутствие возможностей отстоять свои насущные интересы. В России сейчас осталось крайне мало вещей, которые могли бы привлечь соседей. Но есть и много такого, от чего соседи готовы отбиваться, дипломатический, политический, а то и с оружием в руках до последнего патрона. Еще 12 лет назад был проведен натурный эксперимент, когда от Украины были отторгнуты 2 областных центра – Донецк и Луганск и их окрестности. Путинская автократия была еще сравнительно молодой и способной на имиджевые проекты вроде Зимней Олимпиады в Сочи. Завоевав куски чужой территории, она могла бы показать, что в местах, куда пришла Россия, дышится свободней и живется безопасней. Но продемонстрировано было другое.
Got a letter from home. Doesn't look any longer what I look like. Focus on your growth for now. It's not too late to
На этой территории царило бесправие, беззаконие и беспредел уровня беднейших африканских стран.
Случались эпизоды и случаи, когда ополченцы с оружием в руках просто банально грабили людей, а хуже всего, когда убивали. В Востоке, я об этом всегда с прискорбием вспоминаю, были такие прецеденты, когда вот в частности из-за какого-то несчастного ланоса всех пассажиров, которые и водителей, которые были в машине, там, 3 человек, вывели ополченцы же, которые вроде бы как мне подчинялись, поставили на колени в какой-то лесополосе и расстреляли. Вот такие случаи, они тоже имеют место, и таких случаев предостаточно. Я сейчас не увожу разговор в сторону.
Я согласна. Мне Захарченко тоже при разговоре показал огромную стопку бумаг, которые он сказал, вот это все твои россияне, и все они убили, грабили, насиловали.
Это, если что, было интервью 17-го года с полевым командиром Александром Ходаковским. Сейчас он замначальника Донецкой Росгвардии. Сегодня в каждом захваченном городе, если от него вообще хоть что-то осталось, у людей главные заботы такие. Не оказаться на подвале, не потерять права на жилье и имущество. И ведь теряют.
Through would be difficult. Better stay out of the waterway. Looks like the guards have already noticed I'm missing. I'll have to be extra careful to dodge their patrols from here on out. Right nearby. Not try anything tonight.
Массово. Записывают обращение за обращением. Мы их иногда показываем, но толку от этого никакого. Так как де-факто нет такой инстанции, в которую можно было бы обратиться за помощью и защитой. Если даже какой-то город и уцелел, и сохранил внешние атрибуты цивилизации, стены домов и стекла в оконных рамах, все равно отсутствуют институты и структуры цивилизованного общества. Территории, завоеванные в 2014 году и после 22-го, это доведенный до крайности пример путинской модели. Земли эти были захвачены вооруженным путем. Прошлая система управления уничтожена полностью, и новая власть разгулялась там без оглядки на какие бы то ни было нормы. В России, если рассматривать ее в международно признанных границах, за исключением отдельных медвежьих углов, по-прежнему принято блюсти определенные приличия. Но направление движения давно определено. Задача поставлена – устранить любую преграду между гражданином и системой, решившей гражданина сожрать. Сейчас немного смешно об этом вспоминать, но не так давно, не в прошлую историческую эру, а при том же самом Путине, резонанс могла вызвать какая-нибудь статья на сайте «Эхо Москвы» с 20 тысячами просмотров. Системе приходилось разжимать челюсти, делать шаг назад, произносить ритуальные фразы, мол, переборщили, не доглядели. Теперь иначе. За делом тренера Николая Кукушкина следят несколько миллионов людей. На одном только YouTube-канале «Новости Нижнего Новгорода» серию репортажей про Кукушкина суммарно посмотрели более 7 миллионов. Еще несколько миллионов прочитали о ней на сайте Пикабу. Но просмотры и скандалы вокруг этого дела не конвертируются в политическое решение – отпустить, назвать все перегибами на местах и пообещать разобраться. На нынешней эволюционной стадии путинская модель в тактических отступлениях не нуждается. Как там сказал сын прокурорши на видеозаписи? Выразился он просто и незамысловато. Судебная система, говорит, в нашей стране не предполагает оправдательных приговоров по этой статье. А присяжные, неприсяжные, добавляю я уже от себя, это ерунда какая-то. Почти. Слова эти относятся к конкретному делу, и человек, который их произнес, вряд ли задумывался о высоких материях. Однако эта фраза касается не только нижегородского тренера. В ней заключается часть так называемого цивилизационного предложения. При каком устройстве общества предлагает жить Путин? Предложение это транслируется и внутри страны, и вовне, и вызывает лишь желание дистанцироваться или отбиваться. Правда, есть в той видеозаписи еще один фрагмент. Он про обвинителя, который волнуется перед заседанием, потому что боится выступать перед зрителями, пришедшими смотреть суд. Важно понимать, что система, перемалывающая граждан, сама состоит из людей, зачастую весьма боязливых, если не сказать трусливых. Системой этой можно пободаться, и возможности такие скоро возникнут. До завтра.
Мне похеру, это не мое дело. Мне сказали, что надо сделать, и все. Что там, какие детали? Ну, зачем мне сейчас вникать? Зачем, я переживательный сам по себе человек. Его 5 лет, представляешь, 5 лет ты находишься в состоянии, что тебя могут закрыть, на 6 лет. Но ты вроде как не виноват. Вот. Соответственно, представь нервная составляющая этого чувака.
Почему, если ты переживательный, ты туда пошел? Просто потому что...
Да потому что нужно, сказали, да, надо сделать, и все. Ко мне еще раз приехали, показали, объяснили, прокуратура. Причем девушка, которая прокурор, которая, читает обвинения, все. И я еще, на первом заседании обратил внимание, и маме начал рассказывать. Я говорю, вот девушка, говорю, волнуется, что ли, толпу, перед толпой говорить. Она, да нет, вроде самая такая адекватная из нас, да, волнуется выступать. А ты как, говорит, это понял? Я говорю, да как у нее руки вот так вот,
А почему так?
Боязнь.
Чего боязнь?
passage leads to the detention facility. Better not go in there carelessly.
Okay, so you're not allowing me to drive myself. There has to be a dude. Oh. No? Okay. Seems that I have to get myself in trouble again.
Our production team has a major problem. Every SD card on this wall is going to die, and I have no idea when. And the most frustrating part is that it didn't have to be this way. See, at one point, premium digital cameras used compact flash, which was faster and more reliable than SD, but it was more expensive. And while consumers love spending money on shiny, fancy camera, they hate blowing money on expensive storage. So ultimately, SD won the format war, which is really bad. See, when they're empty, SD cards, even the fast premium ones, are among the cheapest solid-state storage that you can buy. That was the whole point. But as soon as you put a few hours of footage on them, suddenly they're worth the sum total of every hour that every person put into that production. And when those now very valuable SD cards die, it can be devastating. Now, there is a way to proactively measure the health of an SD card. It's just that, ironically, it involves writing a whole bunch of data to it, which It's kind of like measuring a person's lung health by having them smoke a carton of cigarettes. There is progress on this front. The latest SD Express cards can be equipped with smart monitoring, which tracks health metrics like power on time and total drag rates. But to this day, nobody has implemented it, and we need a solution now. Now, if you ask around online, the conventional wisdom is, hell, those are consumables. You should just junk your SD cards every few years and buy new ones, even if they're functioning well. But when you got this many cards,
Time for the professionals to take over.
that's where Compact Flash or CF Express comes in. If you're in the industry, you're probably already familiar with these cards because they are quickly becoming the standard for filmmakers around the world. And for good reason. But we actually put off transition to them because A, they've traditionally been very expensive, and B, as soon as we switch to these, we also need to look at every other part of our footage management chain, from card readers to networking. But I think, for a couple of reasons, it is finally time. Just like it's time to check out this. Before we start reorganizing this, we should probably. Oh, okay. Before we.
This is your cell.
Sorry. Before we organize this, I do have a few questions. When was the last time we organized this space?
Yep. Yep.
I'm just trying to wrap my brain around the current system. So Sean is relatively new, so he just has a squiggled spot to put all of his in-use SD cards. But also, Sean's actually been here a while, so he actually has a spot over there.
Yep. But guess what? Guess how many Seans we have working here?
Yeah, but do they all check out SD cards?
Maybe 3 of them do.
3 of them do, okay. What is PC?
I think that's PL for Peter Lee.
Oh man, do not use Sharpie ever.
Yep, that was Mark.
This is in Sharpie.
Yep, that was Mark.
So you're saying Mark marked the board.
Mark the board.
He marked it all up. Okay, this is clearly part of the project today.
Yep.
This battery organizer seems well-intentioned.
This is actually the best battery charger we've had in a long time. Dead battery. It sorts it out. Pretty cool. Well,
oh, really?
Super dead battery now.
Oh, so it just like craps out ones that are like bad?
Yeah. Really cool.
I noticed it's nowhere near the battery charging cage.
Yeah, that also needs love over there.
You guys are aware that we have like headphone budget, right?
That also needs love.
The state of this particular pair of them is pretty rough. You know what? This I don't even actually mind. This was kind of the intention, but I couldn't help noticing these are not the workstations we gave you guys.
Yeah, they gave us a standardized workstation.
Right, you guys had Threadrippers before.
We had Threadripper before? What do we have now?
These are just our standard workstations, like you said. These are just...
I did just say it. Oh, sorry.
These are 12th gen. Oh, lordy. We also used to have fiber optic networking over here. Is that before your time?
It is
Do you
before my
actually
time.
not know any of this?
No, I don't.
I mean, if you...
I mean, it's still there.
Yeah, actually, you can get a shot. Don't climb it, please.
Oh my god.
Please don't do this.
Oh, I know.
Okay,
Fine.
He's getting a fist bump.
I got it. I found it.
I found it. Perfect.
What the hell happened here?
That's raw.
What happened to this?
That needs some love too. Don't look at it.
No, don't touch it.
Oh, don't touch it.
This is what it's supposed to look like back when it was... Yeah, there we go.
Wait, what?
You guys are having issues like Windows Explorer crashing or your ingest station crashing, but you were also complaining about how you'd be the last one to leave after a shoot because it just took so doggone long to transfer all the data from your SD card to the server.
Be careful. So more card readers, faster card readers, faster networking,
better ingredients, better pizza,
and just general organization.
And lots of luck.
And luck. Since we're pulling these computers out of here, there were a few ideas that we threw around for potential upgrades, like why not move to Thunderbolt 5? In particular, on something like the Mac Mini. I don't think that there is a better price to I/O ratio on the market, at least as far as speed's concerned. But also, Apple in their infinite wisdom doesn't make computers with expansion slots anymore, so high-speed networking was going to be a major bottleneck, or it was going to be a major unnecessary expense. How you doing over there?
The dust.
What the hell? I didn't even see the front of these things.
What are you doing, bro? What is this? Take the end off.
Why not? He's jet-lagged. He can't think today. Why not?
Wow, what a good cleaning.
Another thought we had was replacing these with like small form factor PC servers, which could help with reliability, but if you're looking for compact, quiet server hardware, it does exist, but it's not common and not cheap. And besides, our standardized workstations are already pretty reliable. 12600K CPU is fine, and if we just pull the GPUs out, because it turns out we don't need that for spot checking footage at all, then we can just replace those cards with these ConnectX 6 network cards, which will give us 25 gig network, which is perfect for faster transfers to the server, which, by the way, was totally what we had before. So times a flat circle.
Technically, if we really want to, we can twin these.
Yes. We don't really want to, though.
Well, some people want to.
Do they? Who wants
I would
to do that?
like to. Why not?
If it's anything like every other network bond we've ever used, then it will be working for like a couple months, and then it will not be working for some reason, and no one will ever fix it.
Just like our ingest stations.
So overbuilt. This is a 5060, right? It's a 3050?
We've got a lot of those.
The thing is that mine's this big, but it does not get hard anymore.
Glenn, you're so helpful.
Hey, Glenn's just making annoying noises that the editors will have to deal with. Glenn's the type of guy to leave garbage at the movie theater and be like, well, but I'm keeping him employed, you know?
Yeah, we're keeping him
Someone's
employed.
gotta do the job.
I used to be that guy.
There's another time flat circle thing here. I was informed in the lead up to this that, it'd be great if we could move the ingest stations right next to the server room. That would mean shorter cabling runs, and it's just so convenient. And I was like, you know that's where they used to be, right? And exactly the reason that's why they used to be there. Did you guys know that?
I've heard it from you about 10 times.
It's because every time someone brings up moving them back there, I'm like, come on!
Then why'd you let those past idiots make the decision to move them over here?
Yeah.
Be careful.
We hate the past idiots.
Yeah.
No, we love past
No, we love past
We love
idiots.
past
Yeah.
idiots. Where are you going?
I'm seeing if I have a key for the server room. I don't.
Yeah, you should have access to like everything.
Oh my god, I have to sign in again. I don't know if it's our IT team or if it's Ubiquity, but fuck off with that shit.
Yeah, those present idiots.
Alright, we're in. Man, I haven't been in here in ages. They completely redid this. That's wild. There's no networking in the back anymore. Everything's patch panel. And in order to do that, they had to put couplers on everything. Maybe I shouldn't have looked. I'm gonna need you guys' help to figure out sort of where you want to put all this stuff.
This is going to move to where the old ingest station is going to be.
Okay, so do I just start moving stuff?
Yeah, let's go.
Okay, alright. I can do that.
It's fine.
Bro, it hit every expensive thing on the way down.
Who puts this stuff up?
Be careful.
You don't like our art?
I see stuff like that and I go, I paid for someone to take that picture.
You see Glenn over there?
I paid for someone to
That
print
one's my
it,
favorite.
and I paid for someone to put it up.
No, it's digital. You didn't pay nobody nothing except for the service that we pay monthly for to keep that out. But
The other part of Linus that sees it is like, okay, that's cool, you know? We have a culture where even people who don't work anymore, I can't walk around the office for an entire day without finding a dentist sticker somewhere. And it actually warms my heart. It legitimately does.
yeah, we can. Oh, that one.
Oh, okay.
I'm Linus.
Are we gonna have any computers over here anymore?
No.
Okay, so network cables will go. At least not for another few years, and then someone's going to come up with a brilliant idea of moving computers over here again, and I will explain that we used to have them there, and they'll go, oh yeah, but this is good idea. We should definitely do this. And I'll go, okay. It can totally come on.
It's fine.
Yeah. I'm like, oh, Adam. Adam.
Yeah. I would.
Approved.
Why do we need the wood?
We don't. Or no, it's heat conductive. Okay, the reason I like the wood is it doesn't bang and creak and stuff like that.
Okay, well then let's get the white,
get the
middle
strings
stuff out.
Nice. But yeah, it doesn't creak.
Careful.
So my plan is that the computers are going to be behind the monitors.
Where's the keyboard?
Well, that's a great question. Here, let me show you. Well, Glenn, we've got these keyboard trays. It's a slide-out keyboard tray. It's going to mount underneath the desk.
Ow! So you're getting a fist bump. Are we gonna keep everything to the side, or are we gonna center everything?
We're gonna keep everything to the side because this is where we're gonna have all of our actual in-desk, like our card readers and stuff.
All right.
So we're gonna have them docked for the tentacles as well as the card readers. So they'll all be accessible here. Basically, you shouldn't have to like interface with the computer.
That's what that was my next worry. Because like we use a lot of these cables to put the tentacles or the SD card readers in.
You're not gonna believe what we made for you.
Be careful.
Oh. Oh. Does it go in that?
I hope so.
I don't believe it.
That's what it says.
We got a supervisor, I'm the manager.
Two guys looking at it, confused at the instructions while the one guy who understands it was actually just doing the stuff. I was thinking we needed more managers here. I just want to make sure that I want to be able to track if the keyboard is going to be able to be under here. Just can we put that in Airtable?
I don't like the idea of the keyboard tray at all.
You know what? Get rid of the keyboards,
change
actually.
The whole thing, right?
I ran this past you. I sent this up to Glenn. Did Glenn not send it to you?
Who's Glenn? Who the hell is Glenn?
All right, who got the drill?
That's right in front of you.
I don't want to do it. Power tools scare me. Ah! Yeah, give her. Strip the fuck out of it. We're never getting this out.
There we go.
They couldn't have chosen a more slippery like material for this.
I mean, well, that was the intent. It is a mouse pad after all.
Did you break it somehow?
Oh my goodness.
Oh, it rotates?
Is it supposed to do that?
That's cool.
That's a feature I did not know it had.
Yes, it's supposed to do that. Okay.
We got extensions, baby.
Oh, yeah. So we've got this huge tray full of USB-C extensions through hubs, and it's all for these. These are Tentacle Sync track keys, and they serve a few purposes for us. One is that they make it really easy to synchronize our audio with our video using timecode. Another is that they record higher quality audio than what goes straight into our camera. And then the third, actually you can see it in action right here, is that by daisy chaining through the Tentacle Sync into our wireless pack, we have redundant recording. So if there's ever some interference on the wireless, then we know we have the clean copy on the tentacle, and if the tentacle ever fails, or a micro SD card, ever fails, right there, then probably we have the track that was going into the camera. But getting audio off these, charging them, hassle. So we need these 3D printed docks. It's just so convenient. Data here. So this could kind of go here without too much work.
It's not
Have
time
you
to
seen
give up
this
yet.
bin? This is nuts. How many CFE cards did we buy for this?
We bought about 10, but then Lexar heard about what we were doing, and they decided to send us over a bunch of extra stuff as well as one of their pro workstation docks. Shout out Lexar.
There's more SD cards, damn it.
Yeah, they didn't realize that we were trying to get away from those.
Oh, they sent the SD cards.
Yeah, we didn't order those. But if we were going to buy SD card,
all right, let's talk about the thing that we actually did buy. This workflow dock. We already had one of these, but it's only usable on one ingest station at a time. And while we did have other multi-card reader docks, not all of them do a great job of having the modules stay in when you try to pull your card out. We did have some creative solutions for that, like putting tape around them, but then they get really stuck. So we thought, you know what, we're just going to get another one of these Lexar professional workflow readers. This is the same one I actually unboxed on Short Circuit.
the camera guys fell so in love with it that they were begging for a second
Really? Yeah, because they don't have to beg for things, right? Like if you guys need something for work, you could just requisition it.
No one told us this.
The different bays operate at different speeds. So you've got 4 10 gigabit per second bays and 2 40 gigabit per second bays. And it actually supports Thunderbolt daisy chaining as well. So in theory, if 6 bays wasn't enough, we could add more bays in the future. So we're still going to use SD cards for some stuff. So we do still have a few SD readers, but the more interesting ones are, of course, our CF Express 4.0 Type A modules. That's what I actually love about these types of... Where is it?
Oh, yeah, so some of them were taken.
Some of them were taken.
Yes.
For
CES.
Computech.
So the interesting thing about these is that they act as their own separate, like, they're fully self-contained as a module, so you can use them as just a Thunderbolt module.
Be careful.
Those are the ones, though. I think it's one of my best.
This is actually a very neat function of these things. Return to camera den.
Please do.
We're thinking for now, this is going to be approximately our loadout. So at the end of the day, the shooter can load up all the cards that they shot on the main camera, and then while also having up to 5 regular SD cards and maybe a micro SD card if they really need it for like action cams or extra cameras.
Oh god. I'm scared. Got it in. Next one.
Okay.
That was being straight, right?
I guess we didn't really think about like any like mouse room here, eh?
Just use left-handed.
I don't know how to use my left.
Listen, every guy here is a dude. I guarantee you know how to use a mouse with your left hand.
All right, you know what?
okay?
You got me there.
All right, I think I figured out why the fiber's not connecting. Instead of doing things the easy way, Infra did things the proper way, which is good. So instead of just following this cable and using the old hole in the wall that we used to use, they ran it through this pipe. It goes into this fiber breakout box. And then Adam, you were saying there were 4 that were hooked up?
Yeah.
I think by hooked up he meant there are 4 that are ready to be hooked up.
Oh.
Yeah. Wait, no. 1 to 4 are connected. Yeah. 1 to 4 are connected. Never mind. Okay, well, why aren't they connecting then?
We have our fiber cables. We're plugged into the network card. They're not working for either. Apparently, you have to reverse the polarity.
To catch you guys up, we had to flip the sides around. All right, so theoretically, this system should come online.
Do we run Ethernet and so they can ingest for today and then we pick this up tomorrow?
I'm so tempted to just harvest back the cables we used last time and then just run them on the path here and then just plug them in. Okay, let's just see how easily we could get this. Oh. The answer is not very easily.
We can just run Ethernet through the tiny hole or just get them on Wi-Fi.
Oh my God. While we wait for Infra to double check the switch configuration, why don't we just take a look at the difference in speed ingesting off of CFE versus SD?
So here we're going to copy from our SD card. This is just onto the system, not to the server.
Right, so 230 megabytes a second, which, I mean, that's a lot of megabytes
Perfectly
a second.
cromulent.
However, when you've been shooting all day and you got a lot of footage across a lot of cards and you're tired and you just want to go home, you want more.
480.
520, 540, 550. Let's freaking go. Wow, we're clearing 600 now. That may actually be limited by the SSD in here at that point. Freaking awesome. Huge difference maker.
And because it's Thunderbolt 4, we can probably copy 2 of these cards at almost full speed at the same time. This is actually slower than the previous tests, and I'm kind of surprised by it.
Well, we turned a camera on.
That is always how it goes, isn't it?
Yeah, way to go, Sean. Time passing wipe. Oh, man. I know what I'm supposed to do is say, wow, this looks great. We've got all the tentacle charging in here. We've got our fiber box mounted. We have dual 25 gigabit connections to each of these systems. That's flipping awesome. We've got our 2 Lexar docks. But the only thing I can still see is these damn headphones. You know you can have better headphones, right?
We love them.
You don't.
No, we don't.
But realistically, they don't use these headphones a ton, and what this upgrade was all about was workflow. So, I mean, show me.
So this CF card has a week worth of all the stuff we shot, B-rolls, A-rolls, and all the sponsor spots. Okay, let's see how fast it goes. 6 minutes, that's kind of crazy.
I don't know, I was expecting a little faster.
Me too.
Why is it that every time I walk into set, things work worse?
Well, there's a limit artificially set on the server as well.
Wait, we limited the server.
Yeah, we limit it because otherwise the editors can't edit if we like slam it.
A man has fallen into the river in Lego City.
Camera den still need love.
Oh, for crying out loud. Okay.
I think there's only one answer then.
You just gotta upgrade the server.
Upgrade the server. Upgrade the server. Upgrade the server.
I mean, this seems pretty good. We're doing 630. I saw it almost as high as 700 megabytes a second.
We're supposed to go 1,000?
Theoretically, it could do 2 gigs a second plus. But I think that would be beyond the speed of a CF card anyway, wouldn't it?
Yeah, actually it would be. I think this is rated at 18.
Can we ask Infra to turn off the limit temporarily? Okay, I contacted Thomas and he has no idea what we're talking about with any kind of limit. But the transfer's done, which,
Yeah, it's great.
I mean, is that faster than before?
Yeah, what I would do is like split it, right? And then do like 4 minutes, so it's faster.
So one system is faster than splitting it across 2 systems before?
Yeah. Because that one was like 6 minutes, right? For the
yeah,
whole thing.
Didn't take long.
Yeah.
So can we also split these? Like, can each of these do 700 megs a second?
I believe so, yeah.
Well, let's give it a shot. Okay, so I'm getting about 700 megabytes a second right now. Let's see if I drop when you start transferring. You're getting definitely the maximum speed that we would expect from that SD card, about 275 megabytes a second. And my speeds didn't drop at all.
That is
so it looks like what Elijah was told about the speed limiter may actually be accurate. So we add another 275 megabytes a second. I am still at...
I'm not gonna lie, I was inches away from uninstalling Zenless. Most of Season 2 was incredibly disappointing for me, personally, and I had all but given up on Zenless returning to the quality of Season 1. So imagine my surprise when version 3.0, the grand Roskalifer expansion, was equal to, if not better, than anything Season 1 had to offer. The glorious redemption of Zenless! Nah, I'm just kidding, that's a bit extreme. But this is certainly multiple steps in the right direction. Look at them! Oh, they're so cool! Let's start with the incredible improvement to the level and world design. Actual, real level design. I never thought I'd see the day. Zenless levels have always been very simple. A collection of short hallways with the occasional square room, and every once in a blue moon we would get a very simple puzzle. Season 3 has made notable strides to improve its level design. There's 2 versions of the levels, the story version and the free exploration version. Both are massively improved. It's impossible to show you all of the improvements without just having super long segments of unedited footage and making this video like 2 hours long. Rather, I'll take a closer look at individual components. And describe stuff. No longer are we stuck in the abysmal levels of version 2, where all we did was walk forward for 5 seconds, watch an 8-minute cutscene, walk forward 7 seconds, watch another 10-minute cutscene, fight some enemies for maybe 20 seconds if we were lucky, rinse and repeat for 2 hours, and then fight a boss at the end that lasted like maybe a minute. And the quality of the writing throughout the Wi-Fi Peninsula story arc was not that good, so it wasn't even worth it. 3.0 story mode does a great job making the player engage with a variety of gameplay mechanics throughout its story, rather than just being a glorified walking simulator like it was throughout most of version 2 and version 1. Naturally creating scenarios to have us continuously engage with all of the new mechanics. For example, Norma is trapped inside of a room, so you have to use the cameras to look around to find a console, then solve a quick labyrinth puzzle to open said door. A turret activates, so you have to reach cover before it fires off its bullets to blow you up. Fly around as Eos using a jetpack to collect coins, fly through vents, defeat enemies, charge your batteries, break down barriers, a railroading segment that is a feast for the eyes. This massive worm demon chasing us down, trying to blow us up or eat us, ran me.
I was in a bit of a rush as I arrived at Warwick Castle. We're running a little bit late, so the folks from the castle are guiding me at speed through here to try and find the trebuchet team. I've not been here before, it's beautiful. Warwick Castle is an odd place. Most historic castles in England are either ruins sitting abandoned somewhere, or they're run by a charity. Warwick Castle is one of the few exceptions. In 1978, it was sold by the family owners, and it's now run by a company that's better known for theme parks. So yes, they have the historical castle tour, but also shows of falconry and jousting, a maze and play areas for kids, and the mighty trebuchet. And so, holding a 360 camera on a long stick because I knew I wasn't going to get a second take of this, I met Mark, the trebuchet master.
I'm so lucky to think that, like, this is my office. Right. This is where I get to come and play with a massive war machine.
Yeah, okay, that's worth talking about because this is ultimately a war machine. Yep. Like, I get that this is a historical attraction. There's going to be folks here later in the day to show us off, but this is a war machine.
It is.
And it's colossal.
From over there, it doesn't look that big. But the closer you get to it, the size and scale of it just becomes so impressive. It's 18 meters. The entire weight of the machine is about 22 tons.
Sewer grates look badly rusted. A highly corrosive chemical should be able to break it. The sewer grates look badly rusted. A highly corrosive chemical should be able to break it. The chemical is working. I'll take a look tomorrow.
So it is a hefty piece of kit.
Wow.
Do you want to take a look around it?
Yes, absolutely. So you're test firing soon?
Yeah, so we're going to do a test shot. In a moment, and I figured you wanted to get some shots of it firing.
Yes,
this is basically the same as when. We do a crew wind. The only difference is, for safety's sake, our first shot of the day has to be done with a winch. So it's done on an electronic winch just to make sure there's not any problems with the arm or anything like that. So when we get the crew in for the first one, it's health and safety side of things. Obviously, historically, it would be like, no, all of you get in there, keep running, keep moving, we're not done. We do things like we clear the machine when we're launching it. Obviously, historically, you just stay in the machine. You don't need to do anything with that.
Of course. Yes, 21st century health and safety is a little bit different. When would this be?
So it's based off of manuscripts and documents from the 1300s.
Right. Trebuchets fling stuff with a counterweight. You put a lot of heavy things in there, and then you wind the arm down. Now, obviously, I'm doing this manually. There's a little ratchet system, but Warwick Castle uses either the electronic winch for test shots or, well, actually, I got to help manually wind it later. I'll show you how. It's quite a lot of work. Then, when everything's ready, you prepare the payload, the very heavy D4 here. You get it securely in, and I hope this works. You fire. Which way are we firing? You're firing over the jousting arena.
Yes, yeah, over that way. I will say, firing will get you a little bit of comments. Because everyone will say you cannot fire a trebuchet because there's no gunpowder.
Looks like the guards have already noticed I'm missing. I'll have to be extra careful to dodge their patrols from here on out.
Involved.
Right.
I've had that one.
Okay. We are launching the trebuchet?
Launching, loosing,
okay.
shooting.
I disagree with those potential comments. Words change their meaning over time. In modern English, you can fire an arrow, you can fire a torpedo. We were going to fire that trebuchet. And the distance the rock's going to go is somewhere between 150 and 200 meters. It is not an accurate device. This is a siege weapon.
Yeah.
So its job is to take down a wall, not to accurately hit a target far away.
No. And it's not even just to take down a wall. You can use this to destroy a wall, but the second we've destroyed a wall to the castle, we've then got a castle with a big hole in it, which, you know, not always the greatest thing.
It's not what you want in your castle, really.
Exactly. But you could do things like you could throw over burning pots, pots of lime, because lime gets in the skin and it's really burning.
Right.
You could throw over dead animals to try and get stuff into wells and get diseases. So you defeat the people in the castle, and then everybody leaves the castle going, oh no, we can't live here anymore.
Right.
And then you've got a whole castle perfectly intact for you and your army to just walk straight into.
Other than the dead animals and the poison.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Send your peasants in to deal with that.
Yeah. We joke, but that's, you know, massive loss of life now.
Yeah, it's absolutely horrific.
You could probably hear the plane there. Warwick Castle is under a flight path for Birmingham Airport. Our rocks are not going anywhere near high enough for that to be a concern. So before the castle opens to the public, time for a test shot. So you're going to test fire using the winch?
Yes.
So the winch is going to pull it into place?
Yep. Everything is exactly the same.
Right.
It's just the winch is pulling it out. This would be more like if you were using cattle.
Okay,
So instead of using people where our rope would go through and into there,
yep.
This would be if you were using cattle or horses where your rope comes down into a lovely block and tackle.
Right.
And the pulley system through here then goes through up that way, and the cattle will just pull it in that direction.
And in this case, we have, well, we've got quite a lot of horsepower over there instead. Yeah.
You'll be surprised how slow it is still.
Yeah. That seems reasonable. That seems reasonable. I'm skipping over a lot of the safety stuff here. Mark checked over the radio with the marshals, who were in place to make sure no one wanders into the launch site or the landing site, and that no one in a boat picks that moment to sail down the River Avon, just in case.
If you see the trebuchet misfire and it goes straight up, run.
Right.
Run in an opposite direction to the way it's coming down.
Does that happen often? Okay, good.
No.
But it's in the brief. Mark pushed his button. The winch started winching, the rope tightened, and the arm started descending. That counterweight is already full of rocks.
It really is just wild to look at, isn't it? So if you step up actually onto the machine, you'll actually feel some of the creaks. You'll feel the cracks. You can feel the vibrations running through on your feet.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the whole thing is just juddering slightly. And that rope seems to be moving very, very slowly.
Yes.
Until you look up and realise how much stuff is being moved. Because remember, that winch isn't just pulling the arm down, it's pulling the counterweight up. There is so much force there. I have to ask the cheeky question.
Yeah.
I assume I'm not allowed to pull the pin.
You wouldn't be able to pull the pin, but you might be able to do an assisted trigger shot with me.
That I will happily take. I don't know what that means, but I'll
We'll both
try
be on
it.
the rope together.
Yep.
And we'll pull it in unison together after a count of 3. So I'll probably...
Okay, let's go like this. First, hope for the car. No. Do I want the car? Yeah, 2.5 10 pulls. Ah, fuck it. Okay, was a nice video. 25 pulls. Fucking 25 pulls. Is how much this cost me.
Pleasure working with you.
Is this one of those fake accident scams?
Give me something they want then. Give me daffodil. Give me, you know who.
Recipient
Hathor.
confirmed.
Give me Hathor right now. Another one. No. Refund. Give me one. Okay, I'm not interested in much of that. Okay, well, whatever. Fuck this game. Seriously. And now I'm gonna do some other stuff for a bit. Okay. It's 1 a.m.
Do that if we do our second shot.
Yep.
Just so you can see one of the pools to start.
Yeah,
with,
absolutely.
And then we'll talk it through together on how that can happen.
Thank you very much, sir. Slowly but surely, the arm descended and the structure strained and groaned.
There we go, it's a big one.
Okay, that was meant to happen, that's fine.
Yeah, no, that happens every time.
At that moment, the only thing that was holding the arm down was the winch and the rope. So Mark put in the pin that kept it in place and also a second chain that acted as a backup. Okay, that's going nowhere.
Yeah, there's to make sure we have 2 points of connection the entire time to make sure if there was any issues, it's safe.
Yeah.
Because that's what we need.
Yep.
So what we'll do, if we'll step off the tread now. Just because
I need to be back behind the line?
No, you've got a little bit of time. Yeah, we've got I've got to, before we can fire it, we've got to get rid of all the rope.
Yep.
Get the rope into a place, because otherwise, if you leave the rope unattached, you've got, how long is it? I think it's 34 meters. You have a 34-meter whip.
Oh,
that go.
Yeah. No, that's bad.
Yeah,
that's bad.
That will go faster than the speed of sound. You'll hear the whip crack of it.
I have seen old US Navy training videos of why you don't leave ropes lying around.
Yeah.
It will bisect a person.
Exactly that.
The US Navy video in question is called Synthetic Line Snapback, and thankfully it demonstrates with mannequins.
The fragile human body can be torn apart by this vicious assault.
The trebuchet is a weapon of war, and while it's no doubt a lot of fun in this context, there are huge forces involved.
As I release the tension on the winch, you'll see the trigger actually engage, and that's how we know trigger's engaged and it's safe to use.
See how close I can get my camera to that.
So it'll just be a tiny little movement. There you go. That's the trigger engaged.
It's a very small movement, but I can tell the difference there.
Yeah. So that's how we know the arm is fully engaged. There's no tension in the winch anymore.
The rope is slack.
This is all on the trebuchet.
Until I was standing here, I didn't understand the scale of this or how much force there is just wound up there right now. And all that's holding it in is that one bit of metal.
Just moving that out the way.
Yep.
Again, just so there's a nice clear path for the ball as it launches out of the trough.
Right. So, talk me through what's going to happen. The ball is...
The ball is at the moment sitting on this lovely long rope that's going down the centre there.
Right.
I will be bringing in...
I was going to say, I couldn't find a projectile.
Well, I'll be bringing in my wonderful assistant from just over here.
Right.
Literally now. Loader to the machine! And they'll come in and they place the ball on the trough for me.
Right.
While I attach the loop to this point up here. This is really, really important. The curve of this has been scientifically worked out to make sure that it launches at the correct time, in the correct place, and the correct way. And this helps keep the rope on so it doesn't slip off earlier and launches it further. And we measure it with our scientific measuring device of a piece of wood carved to the exact same measurements. If it's gone out of alignment with this, we know there's a problem, we can't shoot.
Right, because every single time it runs, that could get pulled out of whack.
Yeah. Right.
Okay.
Prepared to load? Ready to load? Load the machine.
Because you do not load early.
No. So here we go.
Same as any weapon. Until you know you're ready to fire, you don't have anything in the chamber.
No. Especially with the climbing around it, the moving around it. You don't want anything there in case anything did go wrong.
So how heavy is that?
That is, I believe that's an 18 kg rock.
Okay.
It's obviously attached to the rope. We have got a little bit of a modern thing in there that we have a little bit of a metal rebar put into it, and it is basically a concrete block.
Right.
Obviously, historically, it's just a lump of stone.
Lump of whatever you've got to fire.
And this is the point. I'm going to start undoing the safeties in a second. Once I have taken that safety off, I'll need you all to just head back over
Back behind there. All right.
Position A, am I clear to shoot?
Position A, code green.
Position B, am I clear to shoot?
Position B is code green, over.
Position C, am I clear to shoot?
Green over.
All positions are code green, all positions are code green, getting ready to release the safeties.
All right, let me know when I need to go. I'm going to keep the camera on you until the moment when you tell me to go away.
Chain! Remove! Pin! Remove! So if you'd like to stand, probably about, say about here.
Okay.
Over here. Championship live!
When Mark pulls the rope, you'll hear him yell, "Have a care," which is an old-fashioned way of yelling, "Heads!"
All positions code green, all positions code green, getting ready to release the rock. Have a care!
No Hollywood sound effects, no big thud on landing because it's so far away. I hope that's as impressive on camera as it was in person. There is so much mass moving so fast.
What I'm watching for now is just to make sure that as the arm is flinging back and forth, everything stays on it, there's no problems. The machine after firing, loosing, launching, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
And also that the rope is going to sit nicely for us, because we had a crack developed last year. So you can see there's a huge load of metal bracing that's been added down the arm, which has added, I think it's 84 bolts to the machine. And it's quite easy for the rope to get tangled around those 84 bolts.
And that's still tons of wood and stone rocking back and forth like it's just a swing set.
Historically, kids actually used to sit in the counterweight.
What?
Yeah, because of
no, sorry, historically. Do you mean historically or like historically at Warwick Castle?
No, historically.
Okay, right.
I would love to sit
I would pay money for that.
Yeah, that experience. Because it is, like I said, it's a big swing. It's not a jagged action. Because of the fact of how it's axled and the weight of it, it swings freely. So you could sit in there and be...
Whoa! Okay. I can't find any evidence to back that up, but it's such a good story that I hope it's true. I really wanted to ride in that counterweight. Anyway, trebuchet working. An 18-kilo rock about the weight of 3 bowling balls has just been launched nearly twice the length of a football pitch. So someone went to fetch the rock, and before I got into the trebuchet to wind it and then helped fire it, we took a quick break. This is a little owl. That's the species name, the little owl, and they've been brought back from local extinction by something that I'm part of, Planet Wild, which is like crowdfunding for nature. Every month, more than 25,000 Planet Wild members, including me, fund a new targeted rewilding mission together, like the predator-proof nesting boxes that help protect these owl families, which has worked. The little owls are back in this part of Germany, and I'm really grateful to the team here for letting me visit and meet a couple of them. It's so much more than just some nest boxes, though. Planet Wild have a great video all about it. I will link it in the end card. It's worth watching. And Planet Wild are incredibly transparent. First, every single mission is documented on their YouTube channel within 30 days, along with text updates on the app, so you can see exactly who they're working with and what they've achieved. They follow up a year later, too. And second, there are quarterly financial reports on their website that give a lot of detail on where the money goes. So if you'd like to join me and be part of a group that is saving owls or building beehive fences in Tanzania to protect both humans and elephants, or any of the other dozens of measurable concrete things that Planet Wild does, if you'd like to help protect the planet from your sofa, then you can sign up and give whatever. And with the first visitors of the day arriving, they set up for the Trebuchet Show. Just a small crowd this soon after opening on a school day. It'd be hosted by someone called Noel over on the other side of the river, and I'd get to take part. This was, oddly, not my first time in a treadmill crane. Thank you.
Let me know if it doesn't.
That should work.
Staying in then, Josh, for the first unwind.
Yeah, I can. That's the right way round. Yeah. They have quite sensibly put the person in 21st century clothing with the big camera away from the tourists. That's I think a reasonable thing for Warwick Castle to do.
Winders to the wheels!
Right.
So then you can grab down the wheel.
Okay. Joining me in the treadmill crane was Josh. 2 other winders were on the other side. The rope was now connected to our wheel, and as we climbed forward, our weight would turn the wheel and pull down the arm. I've been told there was a call and response. We'd hear, "Winders, ready!" and we'd reply, born ready. And I missed my cue.
Winders, ready!
Born ready!
Born ready!
Walk on!
And you look out that way.
Yeah, pick a trick.
Yeah.
You want us to slow down at the flag?
I'm good. I'm good. We were told, don't look forward. If you look forward, you get confused by the rotating wheel, you get motion sick, you fall over. It's embarrassing for everyone. Instead, you look out. You pick a fixed point, like a tree, and you keep walking.
Yeah, you start feeling some resistance now.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, it's a real leg workout.
Yeah. I mean, I'm hoping I'm putting enough energy in. I hope it's not just you doing this.
No, it's
certainly feels like I am. This took a couple of minutes of climbing.
How are we all feeling back here?
Yeah,
We're
really
good?
hard on your calves.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah. We're nearly there. We're nearly on the break.
How can you tell?
There's a tape on the rope here.
All right.
So you can tell. Maybe in the next 2 seconds.
Winders, slow home!
So, halfway there. How are you feeling?
I'm good. You okay?
Yeah, great.
Halfway there?
Yeah.
Well, halfway to it down.
The rope has to pull the trebuchet down. We were about halfway to doing that. And then once the trebuchet is locked and ready to fire, the rope has to get wound out of the way again because 34-meter whip.
Everyone happy to continue?
Yeah.
I'm slightly late on the born ready thing. I knew that joke was coming. I was still slightly late.
Right.
Here we go this time.
Ready again? So, Winders, ready!
Born ready!
Walk on!
Oh! Look out that way!
Want to climb the tree?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's much harder than I thought it would be.
Yeah, because you're not looking ahead of you, so you can't really see where you're going.
10 feet remaining!
Endless meetings.
I don't know what he said, but we're not stopping.
Yeah. So the arm is 10 feet away from where we need
8 feet remaining!
I want 8 feet. We need
6 feet!
6 feet.
4 feet! 2 feet! Winders, slow and hold!
Job done. You did it. Thank you. Good job, bro.
Winders, one in, one out! So you just go, if you like to, you can just stand on the back.
Yep.
And you can help with our braking system, which is a very advanced piece of technology.
Okay.
That's the stopper, and it's usually underneath here.
All right, yeah.
So when we do one in, one out, the other person will come around here and be on the brakes.
I am much happier with you on the brakes.
Steady! Walk on!
So, with a bit less effort required, we wound the rope back in.
You're doing great, everyone. Keep it up. Ready on the brakes. Winders, slow and hold.
All right. Swapping over?
Winders, leave the machine.
Yep.
One in, one out.
Got it. Okay. They can pick the barrels.
Do it your pace, okay?
Okay. Thank you. I don't know what my pace will be, so that's appreciated.
Winders, ready.
Born ready.
Walk on. There is no rush. Take your time.
Eyes that way. With that, most of the physical work was done.
Winders, slow and hold. Winders, leave the machine. Josh to load. Would you like to assist with the loading?
Sure.
Yep, so if you follow Josh just over there, he'll take you through into the machine.
Many different instruments. You don't believe me? Bring me a piano, and I'll show you a thing.
Yeah, this is what we shoot.
Okay.
Prepare to load?
Yeah.
Ready to load?
Ready.
Load the machine.
Okay. Cool. Then we pull it back as far as we can.
Right.
Happens to not facing upwards. See, that's perfect.
Okay.
You happy with the positioning?
Yeah.
Right, you can leave the machine. Position A with clear to shoot.
Can I take green?
Position B with clear to shoot.
B code green.
Position C with clear to shoot. All positions code green, all positions code green, getting ready to release the safeties. So I'm just about to get ready to release the safeties again. Amelia, I'm going to be waiting for Noel because he will go through his talk on the other side.
Yep.
He needs to be able to finish his stuff without me rushing him.
All right.
hold the rope, you'll stand behind me.
Yep.
I'll count us in. We go forward and then pull backwards together.
Pull hard backwards.
Yeah.
And I will
and
be...
as soon
I'll be behind you?
Behind me, yeah.
Behind you.
And as soon as it goes, let go of the rope.
Okay.
Don't keep hold of the rope, just in case.
Just in case.
Anything happens.
Okay.
Board ready! Chain!
Back to the Zeppel Learning
Removed!
Palace again? Ugh.
Pin!
What's the point in all these
Removed!
endless meetings?
Championship! Live!
So remind me again, we're going slightly...
So we have a little bit of slack in it.
Yep.
We let the arm, let it go slack, and then pull back as hard as you can.
All right.
So if you stand...
I'm behind you.
Yeah, if you stand with the rope just there.
Yep.
There you go. We'll keep it about here. They're going to count us in.
Oh, of course they are.
So, a little bit less tension, just a little bit. Okay, go forward. And... Let go.
Thank you for the reminder to let go.
What answer? There you go.
Thank you very much.
Your first trebuchet. Or loosed your first trebuchet, I should say.
What a joy.
It's such an experience, isn't it?
Don't forget about the owls. You can watch Planet Wild's video at the link on screen and use the code TOM7. Next time, or right now on Nebula, about 50,000 people are going to hear me try and play music, whether they want to or not.
Oh boy, I think I've watched too many YouTube videos and read too many posts on this topic to the point where I've now started seriously thinking about character design in Zenless Zone Zero. I've seen most of the videos from creators like Vladimir and Arikado Zodan, as well as plenty of unfiltered opinions from the Twitter side of the community. Since this discussion has also been coming up in my own community, I figured I'd share my own thoughts on the matter. The problem is that I'm not an expert on character design, and I can't claim to have a special eye for aesthetics that lets me objectively judge what makes a design good. So I'm not going to pretend this is a list of universal standards. Instead, what I can offer is an analysis of the current discourse and why there seems to be such a strong divide even inside the ZZZ fandom itself. This topic has been discussed at length, each content creator has made their video and moved on, while the rest of the online conversation continues to feel like a lot of people talking over each other. There have been quite a few varied opinions, from people saying that any character design beyond version 1.x is utter garbage, to others saying that 3.0 designs are absolutely stunning and are made for the target audience and tourists should just get the hell out and play another game. I am going to be making this video with the assumption that I am talking to people on both sides of this argument that are genuine in their love for Zenless Zone Zero and not the people who are LARPing, as they say, and don't even play the game. Because I believe the major reason for which this conflict exists is that most people are misunderstanding one another. Online discourse is very difficult to navigate, even when you have the best of intentions. You're often talking to complete strangers who already assume the internet is full of bad faith actors or people who enjoy rage baiting. Because of that, a lot of people go into conversations already wearing their hazmat suits. They expect hostility, so they start interpreting neutral or even mildly critical comments as attacks. This can easily become a self-fulfilling prophecy, because when you're primed to see threats, then you end up flagging comments that weren't actually hostile. Obviously, I'm not saying this is always the case, but I wanted to bring it up because it is something that can happen. It's good to keep in mind that online anonymity does end up causing people to lower their inhibitions quite a lot and speak not only with less of a filter, but also with less care about how they formulate their opinions. There might actually be a compelling argument behind someone's comment, but if it's just phrased as "it just looks stupid," then there's very little room for a productive conversation, and you're more than likely going to just mark that person as an idiot and move on. I, on the other hand, think there's something that both sides aren't noticing, or at least I haven't seen it be talked about online. But first, let's set the ground rules for what makes a good character design. A good character design is instantly recognizable, it communicates personality and backstory at a glance, it feels memorable, and it works functionally in its medium. In the context of a game like Zenless Zone Zero, that means that the design should fit the character's personality, backstory, and the world the character lives in. I'm sure a lot of you are going to easily recognize some of these characters just by their silhouettes alone, meaning this design did its job perfectly. The design was impactful and memorable enough to be instantly identifiable even when you can't see the details. A good character design doesn't have to be extremely detailed or photorealistic for it to be a good design. We're talking about an anime-style game here after all. Anime, as a medium, has always embraced stylized and unrealistic designs, and we accept that convention when we engage with it. We're willing to buy into worlds that are more exaggerated and fantastical than our own because the mundane reality we live in can feel boring by comparison, so we want that sense of escapism. This is the same suspension of disbelief we apply to any piece of fiction. We accept the rules of the world being presented to us. I mean, how else are you going to accept a universe like Fate, where almost every notable male historical figure has been turned into an attractive 20-something-year-old waifu? Where the way you're supposed to share your power is conveniently done through a specific ritual that involves two people being naked in a bed together. The reason we can accept these outlandish happenings is because we've agreed to play by that world's rules for the sake of the story. But if so, then why are fans of ZZZ suddenly feeling like something feels off with Season 2 and Season 3 designs? If we all started from the same point where we accepted Season 1 designs as part of the ZZZ world, why did some of us feel like something changed? Well, that's because a change did occur with the direction of their character designs. If you were to look at Season 1 designs, you're going to find one thing they all have in common. They accurately portray their character's identity and faction at a single glance. And this did something that many ZZZ fans took for granted. It sets the scene for a world where what you wear not only represents who you are, but also what you do for work and what your place in the world is. The outfits themselves told you something meaningful about who they are and what they do. Take one look at Billabong Industries and you can immediately figure out who they are thanks to the white overalls. You can immediately understand they work in construction, handle heavy machinery, and that they're rather skilled in demolition work. Same can be said for the new Eridu Public Security with Zhu Yuan, Qing Yi, and Seth as the visible official side of the force, while Jane serves as the double agent femme fatale working in the shadows. The Sons of Caledon is full of bikers, so leather pants and jackets are the gang's signature uniform, and speaking of uniforms, even Section 6 is easily recognizable with their office worker-like outfits, while Victoria Housekeeping is full of maids and butlers. Now that doesn't mean that all characters need to wear the same outfit. In fact, most of these characters have their own unique spin on the faction uniform, like how Miyabi gets to have a more traditional kimono look because of her background as part of a prominent family of New Eridu. Yanagi works as the team's secretary, but she is also wearing an Oni-like shoulder pad that is a nod to her backstory and her role in the Oni rebellion. The Cunning Hares, on the other hand, don't have a uniform, as they are a band of hollow raiders formed of unlikely allies from different backgrounds that have come together, and as such, they each have their own individual style of streetwear. This already sets up a clear hierarchy. The ones at the bottom do with what they have, scrounging up anything they can at street level through shady dealings. Meanwhile, the higher classes have better resources, order, and structure. These outfits are representative of who they are as people, what kind of work they do, and what their place in the world actually is. Then what about Season 2 designs? Season 2 brought us 4 new factions with Yonkui Summit, Spook Shack, Krampus, and the Angels of Delusion, while also providing new additions to Obo Squad through Orphe and Seed, and to Neps through Cecilia. Yonkui Summit's dominant colors are yellow and black, and while the female outfits don't really scream traditional warrior monk, they do make sense with the philosophy behind the origin of Suibian Temple's name, as well as Yishuen's more lax nature that goes against those strict traditional teachings. Jufufu, as Yishuen's disciple, obviously takes after her. Pan, acting the role of the old man of the group, goes for the more traditional warrior monk garb, and Yishuan, who wants to portray the image of the older brother who is well put together, follows suit in his own way. These character designs still adhere to the same philosophy as the Season 1 designs. Meanwhile, Ye Shunguang's outfits stand as a stark contrast to her personality. Her paid skin actually fits her good girl vibes much more than her default skin, but it still makes sense as this was an outfit that was picked out by her other repressed personality. And as a character that was training in isolation to become the keeper of the Qingming sword, the outfit is also representative of her unique position within Yonkui Summit. Spook Shack, on the other hand, is more similar to the Cunning Hares. There is no actual faction called Spook Shack in the game's lore. It's actually an online forum for people to share spooky stories, and all agents from this faction were people that met online through this forum. That's why there's no real faction cohesion in their outfits, as they're all from different backgrounds, from orphans to night watchers to proxies and even noble ladies. Krampus is also a mixed bag. As a faction that values skill and results above everything else, considering the type of work they do, they are rather lax with their uniforms. They allow anyone to wear whatever they want, especially when it helps them keep their cover, much like Dylan's cover as a customer representative agent. Even the newly recruited Banyue is allowed to keep his usual outfit. The Angels of Delusion are pretty self-explanatory. They're an up-and-coming idol group formed of 3 different gremlins, and their outfits are pretty much what I'd expect to find people wearing in Japan. No, I'm not joking, I've been there and I've seen some really fashionable outfits. It's no exaggeration to say that you'd easily find someone dressed like Vivian, Arya, or Suna over there. Orphe and Seed still kind of fit into the Oboe Squad theme, but even I must admit that they don't really feel like a completely natural addition. And as for Cecilia, I love this goober snake to bits, but even with her background as a former outlaw turned police officer under Severian, I find it hard to believe that she would be wearing this kind of revealing outfit, especially under Severian's strict supervision and while he dresses this sharply. You can probably already sense where this is heading, but let's finish off what we currently have in Season 3, and then we'll tackle these differences head on. In Season 3, we have Valina, Norma, Roxy, Claret, Sigrid, the Storyteller, Phoenix, Severian, the Sunbringer sisters Eldreda and Dracula, and of course, Ramiel Dan. These characters mark what I consider to be the biggest departure from Season 1 designs. Now, bear with me here because I'm not trying to say the designs are bad. In fact, I like a lot of them, but there is something here that needs to be addressed. As I said earlier, you may have already noticed that the primary difference between these seasons is the amount of skin being shown. Far be it for me to pretend like I'm some prude that faints the second I see a lady's ankle, but having more skin shown doesn't always mean it's a good thing. Conversely, having more skin on display isn't automatically a problem either. The real issue is whether that choice serves the overall design and fits the character's established role and personality. Just like what we discussed at the beginning of this video, a good character design isn't just defined by a single element. It is the combination of multiple details working together that lead to a truly satisfying design. If fan service was the most important aspect in character design, then we'd be seeing half-naked men and women everywhere, including in works like The Lord of the Rings, or Black Myth Wukong, or Darktide. The amount of fan service given to a character needs to fit with its other design choices. Take Valina, for example. In her promotional material and in the story, she is portrayed as a refined and elegant lady, emanating poise and charm everywhere she goes, but her default outfit straight out shows off her underwear. Then there's Sigrid, whose outfit is... Okay, I'm going to be honest here, I really don't know what her outfit is, but it keeps the same idea of exposed thighs, visible cleavage. Honestly, the more I look at her, the more she appears to just be wearing a shirt and underwear. Considering her role in Ross Caliper, one would think she'd have a little more armor on her than she's currently wearing. Of course, this is ZZZ, so I wouldn't expect her to be fully suited up in armor like Neural is in Arknights, but I did expect her to have armor on more than just her left arm. What about Eldreda Sunbringer? Her outfit is rather similar to Yishuan, Lucia, and Yidhari, showing off a lot of her cleavage and insane amounts of thigh, for which I will be eternally grateful, praise be to our Lord in heaven. But do these designs really fit with the core principles mentioned at the start of the video? Let's see. Are they instantly recognizable? Yes, but they can end up blending into each other at some points. I'm specifically talking about Eldreda's design here. Do they communicate personality and backstory at a glance? Personality maybe, backstory not so much. Do they feel memorable? I'm sure they will for some people. But the most important question is, will they work functionally in their medium? Well, that one, I would argue that no, they do not. Show anyone outside of the ZZZ fandom Sigrid's design, and I think they'll have trouble telling you she's a knight, much less that she is an important figure in a security organization. The same can be said about Valina and Eldreda. You would be hard-pressed to find anyone outside of the ZZZ fandom who would be able to correctly name these two as leaders of their respective departments. These designs might cause some trouble even for actual ZZZ fans who actively play the game. Even within the player base, these designs require more explanation to understand who these characters actually are in the world. And again, I need to reiterate, this is not about showing skin being bad or the designs being ugly, uninspired, or lazy. There are people who are making this argument, but if you're going to take a look at Ramiel Dan or Eldreda Sunbringer and tell me these women and their outfits are ugly, then holy hell, I love ugly women because I would let them do unspeakable things to me. What people actually feel, I would argue, is the disconnect between what the character designs used to prioritize in Season 1 and what they're prioritizing now. Showing a lot of skin isn't the actual problem. The problem is that players are recognizing a shift in the philosophy behind ZZZ character designs. In Season 1, the top priorities were clearly identity, faction affiliation, and the character's place in the world. Fanservice was present and appreciated, but it sat lower on the list. After all, we all know how many people were praising the designs of Nicole Demara, Zhu Yuan, and Jane Doe. Starting with Season 2, however, that list changes with fanservice making its way up the ladder and arguably becoming the core design principle in Season 3. That's why these discussions often feel like people are talking past each other. The newer designs might still fit inside the broad aesthetic of ZZZ, but they don't always feel like they fit these specific characters and their established roles. What these designs communicate most strongly is hot, sexy, badass women. What they communicate much less clearly is this is Eldreda Sunringer, a leader in Ross Gallifrey, or this is Sigrid de Lazur, Deputy Administrative Director of the Airspace Patrol Department, or this is Galena Ergid, Administrative Director of the External Strategy Department. And if anyone's wondering why I'm not talking about Remy Aldan, it's because she's a bit of a special case considering she's supposed to be an Elysia / Cyrene XP or variant or whatever, and we know that this character archetype more often than not serves as an intentional anomaly in their own world. Again, I love these designs for what they are. The amount of fan service these characters have provided me with will keep me fed for months to come. But even if I enjoy these designs, that doesn't stop me from noticing that a change in priorities has taken place. The discomfort some players are feeling comes from the fact that these designs are pushing against what many consider believable within ZZZ's established world. Their suspension of disbelief is starting to strain. Obviously, some people are going to embrace the ZZZ is a Gunnar game meme and will want to see even more fan service, while others will value the integrity of ZZZ's world building more and will not want to see gratuitous fan service if that means damaging their immersion in the world. But if we're being honest for a second, ZZZ is not a Gunnar game. Whether we like it or not, Gunnar has become another overused word that has kind of lost its meaning. It's now used as a term for anyone that consumes any sort of fan service content, even when its initial meaning was referring to someone who engages in extreme or prolonged consumption of adult content. Now, what people choose to do outside of the game is none of my business, but what I can say is that ZZZ is not a Gunnar game simply because it doesn't show adult content. Does it show spicy character designs or sexualized body movement? Yes, but that in and of itself is not enough for it to be considered a Gunnar game as much as we like to joke about it. The gacha games that actually do end up dipping their toes into Gunnar content are games like Azure Lane, Brown Dust 2, Snowbreak Containment Zone, and, this last one's for the ladies, Love and Deep Space. Yes, ladies, I'm sorry to say, but from the bits and pieces I've seen from Love and Deep Space, you gun harder than any Zenless player. Be proud of that. Then there are actual Gunnar games out there, and we all know how to find them. I'm sure many of you have experienced some of these popping up on your Steam page every now and then. The point is that many of us are playing ZZZ primarily for the combat, the story, and the characters, not because it's the most extreme fan service game available. Even if I've joked about the Gunnar game label before, that's not the main reason I and many others are here. Just to illustrate how far this could theoretically go, imagine if ZZZ ever received a full sex update like some players jokingly ask for in gacha games. Even though I've criticized how stagnant romance often feels in these games, and I would like to see that change, I still wouldn't be comfortable with the game crossing fully into explicit 18+ territory. There is such a thing as too much fan service when it starts undermining other parts of the experience. As for how much fan service is too much, well, that's entirely subjective. It's going to depend on each and every person watching because everyone's limit is different. But to bring it back to the actual topic of this video, I'm relatively certain that nobody out there considers any of these character designs to be outright ugly. I don't think these new character designs are a sign of creative bankruptcy or outright laziness. It's not an issue of beautiful or ugly, good or bad, creative or lazy. But what I do think is that these new designs are a result of a decision that was made by the powers that be at Hoyoverse. A decision that is, for all intents and purposes, nothing more than a business decision with the sole goal of catering to players' base instincts in an attempt to increase the sales of characters. Whether this strategy will be successful in the long run remains to be seen. Only time will tell how it affects the game's identity and player retention. But that's going to be it for me. Let me know what your thoughts are on the ZZZ character design situation in the comment section down below. If you enjoy what I do, please consider subscribing, leaving a like, and sharing the video with your friends to help out with the algorithm. And if you want to support the channel more directly, memberships are always appreciated and go a long way. As always, thank you for watching. Thank you.
When we think of German rail, we imagine the pinnacle of rail transport, the best trains and tracks ever, a system so punctual you can set your watch to it, an industry leader carrying the torch of European rail. This idea is so entrenched in our culture that even the Big Bang Theory included it in a scene where Sheldon is like,
My bowel movements run like a German train schedule.
but you may or may not be surprised to learn that this is not how Germans think of German rail, or anyone else who has used it more than once. Because, and it pains me to say this, but German rail is utter shit. Train cancellations, breakdowns, delays, decaying infrastructure, filthy stations, utter chaos, Weichenstörung, the AC doesn't work, the toilet is clogged, and you're trying to get on, but someone walled off the fucking door. Meanwhile, punctuality in long-distance traffic is reaching historic lows, currently hovering around 60%, in late 2025 going as low as 51.5%. Leonard, my bowel movements run like a German train schedule. I haven't been on the toilet for 5 days. It can come at any moment. I have no idea when. Leonard, help me. I can't leave the house. I'm trapped. As of 2026, German rail is in shambles. Now, some people might butt in and say that this is still better than in my country. Yeah, great. Where do you live? Albania. Yeah, of course it's better. But everything is relative. Like, imagine your tap water being slightly yellow and smelling funny. It's nothing dangerous, but you still complain about it. But then some genius comes along and says, well, did you know that some people in Central Africa don't even have running water in their house? Yeah, great, but I'm not some people, and I don't live in Central Africa. I live in a developed country, I pay taxes, lots of taxes, I pay my bills, and so I want clean water in my fucking tap as a civilizational minimum. Same thing with rail. Actually, it's worse, considering that Germany is Europe's biggest and strongest economy. You're the richest and most powerful, and this is what you were able to accomplish? 60% punctuality, rotting infrastructure, aging rolling stock, filthy stations. That's it? Mediocre. And it's all because of politics. To understand what the issue is, picture your average, aging, post-war centrist politician. They don't believe in much. They don't have any particular strong beliefs about anything. They have no particular ideology or vision. The only thing they are able or willing to do is to keep the system going somehow. To be fair, for most of their lives, they've been living in a world where that's all they had to do. Pax Americana, the Soviet Union was done, Western neoliberal capitalism reigned supreme globally, and so on. So really, all they had to do was to keep the machine running. And back then, it really looked like their world will be the end-all be-all. New modern technologies started appearing, like airplanes that weren't dangerous, or cars that could reliably start in the morning. Look at that sleek, modern bus, that car, that sleek, modern airplane. How cool they are, how new they are. Now compare them to the old and busted trains and trams chugging on rails from the previous century. Obviously, the future is roads, airports, cars and airplanes. Maybe buses. And once again, in their defense, back then it really looked like that's going to be the future. Wait, what's that? Japan built high-speed rail, proving that rail is actually the future of long-distance transport? We're just going to ignore that. But such politicians in Europe couldn't just rip up all their tracks and kill rail transport, like Americans did. Voters in Europe would not have liked that. So instead, they just started defunding and neglecting rail, except for a few important lines that served as a showcase, kind of, around which the entire system was slowly decaying. But hey, oh my god, look at this shiny new train, the Intercity Express. It's basically an airplane on tracks. Seriously, things start making so much sense once you realize that those post-war boomer politicians could only think in terms of airplanes and cars. So when designers showed them the ICE-1's interior, they were like, I'm getting airplane vibes from this. Great, approved. So while the post-war political class labored on making rail service look and feel more like airplanes and or luxury cars, the only things they ever knew, the rest of the system was slowly decaying. Switches and sidetracks were removed because they were not efficient enough. So let's just rip them up. We save on maintenance, and so rail will make a profit. Everything has to make a profit. It's the 1990s. The name of the game is generic skyscrapers, airplanes, cars, and the line going up. Imagine like an endless vaporwave music video, basically. That's the world they wanted. But then, one little global oil shock later, we started realizing that trains were actually pretty great. In fact, when built properly, they are...
Wait. Fucking Irmansul doesn't exist anymore. Dude. What the fuck? Chat, is this real? This is ridiculous.
Superior to cars and airplanes. If only someone had proven this already. So, alright, German Rail starts investing in rolling stock. The Deutschland ticket comes out, providing unlimited countrywide train travel at a bargain price. People flock to rail, passenger numbers are at constant growth, and then the cracks start appearing. As traffic volume grows, punctuality and reliability take a nosedive, mostly in long-distance traffic. Local traffic is still fine by and large, though only due to shorter distances and the sheer volume of transit. Long-distance rail, though, is screwed, producing the aforementioned bottom-of-the-barrel lows of 51.5% punctuality, with trains being quote-unquote punctual as long as their delay does not exceed 6 minutes. So what went wrong? Why is this happening? The short answer? Because they took all those new traffic volumes and threw them on a decrepit, underfunded, crumbling network which was meant for half that volume back in 1965 when it was still new. It's hard to maintain a constant, frequent service of long-distance, local and freight services on tracks built half a century ago, with most of the equipment being decades past its original intended service life. Because of that, you get things like what happened with the Deutschlandtakt, an integrated clock-face scheduled timetable for the entire country. If you don't know what that does, basically it makes all the trains be very punctual, the schedule very reliable, and rail travel very convenient. Everything is connected to everything, frequencies are high, everything is on time. It's what the Swiss have, and their punctuality is the best in Europe at 94.1%. And for them, a punctual train is one with less than 3 minutes of delay, not 6 like Deutsche Bahn. Hey, do you know what else is Swiss? Proton Mail, the sponsor of today's video. Are you looking to break free from American big tech? So the Deutschlandtakt was envisioned for Germany as a way to create a world-class rail system rivaling that of Switzerland. Plans were to enact it in 2030, but because of the state of German rail infrastructure, it had to be postponed a little bit. By 40 fucking years. Deutschlandtakt, coming in 2070. Brought to you by the country with Europe's strongest economy. Because of the constant problems with German rail, Swiss Railways actually started restricting the entry of German trains. The rule is, if an ICE is late, it does not go further than the first station past the border. From there, passengers are free to use local Swiss Railways trains to their destinations. Because German rail is so unreliable, it actually started messing with the meticulously designed Swiss train schedule, which is beyond embarrassing, of course, when your rail system is so shit that your neighbors stop letting in your trains. Speaking of... Now, when we think of German rail, we usually think of rail within Germany. Now, you could say, well, duh, it's German rail. But it's not that simple. Austrian Rail, ÖBB, has an impressive international network. Their trains go everywhere, even to Italy, despite the fact that, as they say, it's easier to send a train to the moon than to Italy. German Rail is much bigger than Austrian Rail. They have more and more diverse rolling stock, a larger network, more employees, and they are strategically situated in the very center of Europe, directly bordering 9 countries. Historically, Germany has had a large international network, including via the Trans-Europe Express program. Now, that was first class.
Hello everyone and welcome to my Stygian guide for 6.7. In terms of the bosses we'll be seeing in Stygian this time, we have the Automaton Pillar boss, the Lord from Nodcry, and the Secret Source Control Array, a new local legend introduced this patch. So, let's get into it, starting with the Automaton Secret Source Control Array. Note that this guide will
This is Sam, and he's got a huge problem. See, Sam's the head honcho of OpenAI, the biggest AI company in the jungle. Except, things aren't going too well at his company, and despite his
If you've played KSP for a significant length of time, you've likely at least once wondered, how high of a velocity can I achieve with a rocket? So you strap something together, flew it into orbit, and maybe achieved, let's say, 10,000 meters per second. Or maybe if your planning was a little more sophisticated, you basically just dropped yourself into the sun. Which is a sentence I never thought I would ever say, but here we are. But yes, that's right. Today we're going to be doing something incredibly simple. No complex orbital maneuvers, no gravity assist chains, no pinpoint or precision landings, none of that. Today, I'm simply going to just accelerate and accelerate and keep on accelerating until, hopefully, I end up breaking the all-time vacuum speed record, which currently stands at an impressive 210,474 meters per second, or in bald eagle glazed donut terms, 470,817 miles per hour, which also converts to about 0.0051 astronomical units per day, 24,761,647,000.0588 barley corns per second, or 589,272,637,719 attoparsecs per day for anyone watching from the great nation of Listenberg. However, before I can set about trying my hand at breaking this record, let's set up some rules, and I should also clarify what exactly I mean by a vacuum speed record. The rule set I'm going to be following here is the same as that laid out in a video by Linear Path, one of the challenge's previous record holders. Rule number 1, no glitches or exploits, aka no Kraken drives, no Cal overclocking, what are you, a war criminal? No Eve parachute shenanigans, and absolutely no phasing through planets with landed state tech. So, to all of you who saw this video and immediately thought, well, actually, I've gone 58 billion times the speed of light due to a random Kraken attack one time, so, rookie numbers, yeah, you can politely shut up now. For the purposes of this challenge, I'm also not going to allow myself to use mass drivers either, as literally anyone could just strap together 100 Clydesdales and fling a flag off into oblivion at millions of meters per second. Like, it's boring. And yes, decoupler cannons also fall into this category. Sorry, Melvin.
That's the point, Melvin!
Rule number 2, no cheat menu. Pretty self-explanatory, I think. The only acceptable use of the console here is for the purposes of debug info, but that's about it. And lastly, rule number 3, no mods, with a bit of an asterisk there. And by no mods, I really just mean no mods that would impact the final result of the mission in any way. So while I can't use parts mods to increase my crash performance, quality of life mods such as better time warp and background thrust are fair game, as long as I don't, say, abuse the thermal system to become immune to heat at 100 times time warp or something like that. And with that, we've established our rule set, which I'm just gonna go ahead and call the no-nonsense rule set because of how it disallows some things that aren't technically glitches or exploits, but are just downright dumb. And so, with all of that out of the way, how about we actually design a craft in order to try and beat this already insane record? In order to achieve as high of a velocity as possible, we obviously need as much delta V as we could possibly get, which entails quite a few interesting design choices. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the... well, I really couldn't think of a good name yet, so let's just continue the Yeetcraft nomenclature for now that is well established at this point, and call it the Whiskey Tango Foxtrot Yeet, which, as you can see, is basically just this extremely long block of Xenon tanks propelled by one singular ion engine. Yeah, that's right. Your eyes do not, in fact, deceive you. this entire several hundred-ton craft is going to be propelled by one singular little ion engine, which, while it will give us a rate of acceleration in the literal millimeters per second, will also allow us to squeeze as much Delta V as possible out of all of these multi-million fun Xenon tanks. Because if I were to add a second, or say, God forbid, even a third engine, that would be adding mass, which would lower our Delta V, and that's just plain unoptimal. Yeah, but you know what? That's not even the most absurd thing about it, because take a look at the staging stack. I've been blurring it out for dramatic effect, and yeah, that's right. It has 275 stages, each of which consists of just 2 Xenon tanks mounted on opposing sides of the craft, which are in turn attached by 0.625 meter stage separators, the lightest option for stage separation. Why did I give it 275 stages, you ask? Well, again, we're min-maxing for Delta V here, and holding on to tanks after they've emptied? Unoptimal. This preposterous staging setup is also divided into several segments, or rings, each of which consists of 24 stages, before going through a final 25th stage of just 1 Xenon tank, after which that is jettisoned and the next ring begins. This ring setup also made the craft's whole design scalable, meaning that I could just add ring on top of ring on top of ring for extreme amounts of diminishing returns on Delta V. You know, tyranny of the rocket equation's a hell of a thing, isn't it? Also, yes, if you are wondering how long it took to set up all of his staging nonsense, it took at least an hour, maybe 2, which was made worse by the fact that the game would just lag whenever I opened up the staging display once I got over about 150 stages or so. Like, it was pretty bad. But now that your eyes have been cursed with this abomination of a craft, how about, before I waste a bunch of time sending it out and probably finding a fatal design flaw somewhere when it's already too late, we actually go and run a test to see how fast this thing can really go. To do this, I pretty much just teleported myself into deep space, about 1 billion kilometers out from Kerbal, and in the interest of time, turned on infinite electricity so I could actually throttle the engine all the way, and right away you can see why I've installed background thrust. If I hadn't, this burn would have taken literal months to finish. Yes, months. I'm not even kidding. As each stage already takes several hours on its own to complete. Essentially though, what I ended up doing for the next 3 hours, yes, that's how long just the test took, by the way, is I would rush through every stage at 10,000 times warp, slow down at the end, decouple when the Xenon reached 0, rinse and repeat 275 times. Initially though, everything seemed to be going quite smoothly. You know, other than me being stupid and overshooting the next stage by 100 Xenon every now and then. Unoptimal, am I right? However, I later noticed something pretty alarming, actually. I was getting noticeably less Delta V from each stage than I should have been getting based on the Delta V readouts. Like, if you watched this stage here, like, bam, I got 4 meters per second less than I should have. What's going on here exactly? Well, after initially just thinking that the game was broken or something, which wasn't all too unreasonable considering how the Delta V readouts were constantly flickering and all of that, I discovered that at very high time warp settings, your engines actually lose a small amount of efficiency. Like, if I do this burn again at 1,000 times warp, you'll see, I don't actually lose any Delta V. Because it turns out that this has to do with limitations on KSP's resource calculations. More info on that here, by the way. But for the sake of this challenge, what it means is that I had to cut the time warp down to 1,000 times just to prevent myself from taking further Delta V losses, which really sucks, but hey, you know, speed and all that.
Stars rest in silence, awaiting their fated journey.
Except, once I actually got to the last ring, it became apparent that 1,000 times warp was also causing me to incur significant Delta V losses, and by the time the test had finished, I had lost a whole 8 kilometers per second under the expected value for a final velocity of 189,832.7 meters per second. Disappointing, I might say. This wouldn't do. Also, in case you're wondering why that velocity is way higher than the starting Delta V, that's because I closed the valve on the final fuel tank until it was actually ready to be used, because otherwise it would drain first, and I am definitely not installing an auto-clicker just to lower the flow priority manually. But despite its disappointing final results, I did actually learn a number of things from this test, namely that high time warp causes efficiency loss, solar panels will be completely useless because I traveled 175 million kilometers during this test, and last but not least, further optimizations can be made. So, taking these points to heart, I set about designing a successor craft. The Compound Interest, called that because of how small design changes led to massive Delta V gains over time. Firstly, I decided to take after highway planners here and add just one more ring. Just one more lane, it'll fix everything, bro, trust me. For another 2,500 meters per second or so. I've also removed the solar panels and reaction wheels on the final stage entirely, because as it turns out, you don't actually really need any control when your craft's whole directive is just to burn prograde in a straight line. I've also swapped the solar panels for RCGs for actual power generation, and lastly, for an extra 10,000 meters per second or so, I've added a penultimate stage consisting of one Xenon tank, which should, in theory, bring us comfortably over 210,000 meters per second. But now that that's all done, let's actually send this thing to space, shall we? On board this 17,000-ton launch vehicle, on which I didn't even bother to set up the actual staging because of how long that would have taken. So instead, I just rigged everything to action groups. Before we launch, however, we need to address an issue that later became kind of irrelevant, but whatever. When I go way out into deep space to start my burn, I won't have a commnet signal. So, in order to remedy this, we're bringing along a convict, if you will. That's right, it's Catley Kerman, fraudster, corrupt politician, known explodium trafficker, and Trippy Rebellion collaborator. As punishment for her heinous crimes, she's being sentenced to serve on this mission, on which she has one sole purpose: just correct the craft's attitude, because we won't actually have a signal. Once her one job is done, she will then coast back to the Kerbal system on the spent nuclear stage, and maybe returned home one day if anyone remembers she existed by the time this is all done. The launch here, for the most part, went surprisingly well, barring the 10 FPS or so I got at the start of it because of this craft's part count of more than 2,000. And then there was the second stage separation, which was quite eventful, because it turns out I had forgotten to add a bunch of the decouplers to the staging action group, resulting in a mild panic. Regardless of this staging error, we continued on, and the Compound Interest successfully reached low Kerbin orbit. Once orbit had been achieved, and Catley's sentence had truly begun, I then began the next phase of the mission, getting the compound interest all the way out into deep space to begin its burn. Because, you see, given the speeds that we'll be traveling at, and with how absolutely abysmal its thrust-to-weight ratio is, it'll need quite a bit of runway to get up to speed, let's say. How much runway, you ask? Oh, not that much, you know, only a couple billion kilometers or so. And so, in order to reach these ludicrous distances for a little cheaper than usual, I decided to plot a course for Joule to give us a gravity assist that would then allow the compound interest to coast all the way to a distance of 4.5 billion kilometers from Kerbal for free. Well, free in terms of Delta V. In terms of time, let's just say it cost a pretty penny. And Catley's sanity, but does anyone care about that? I certainly don't. This is a Kerbal guilty of a plethora of crimes, after all, including bribing the Kerbal Astronomical Society with government funds to name a comet after her instead of its actual discoverers, embezzlement, money laundering, declaring Hadwell Kerman legally dead, explodium trafficking, funding the Trippy Rebellion and making propaganda for them, and worst of all, being a politician. Oh yeah, she also got a speeding ticket one time. It's also part of a KSP's new policy, you see, because ever since the Sugar Kerman incident, it has been decreed that the KSP may send Kerbals on torturous missions such as this one for penal purposes only. So, as we now spend the next millennium coasting to an apoapsis at up to 1 billion times time warp, let us rejoice in knowing that the Kerbal sentence to this torment is anything but innocent this time. Until some 1,000 years later, the compound interest at last reached its apoapsis of more than 4.6 billion kilometers from Kerbal, where the orbital speed was now a blistering 84 meters per second. Some time later, a short burn was done to entirely cancel out this velocity, setting the compound interest on a trajectory to fall directly towards Kerbal. Once this had been completed, the acceleration to record speed could finally commence. Why did my craft just disappear? Hello? Oh no. Oh no. No, it can't be. It's back? How is it back? Is this some kind of cruel joke, KSP? What is this? That's right, the Spectre of Drez forever haunts my KSP install, it seems. Seriously, you can't make this shit up, dude. How did this happen? And so, following what was clearly just a bad dream, I reloaded the quick save and continued the burn. And in practically no time at all, the third stage of the launch vehicle ran out of fuel, and the nuclear stage's burn commenced, during which time Catley was subjected to increasing levels of heat and delicious radioactive particles. In total, this stage contributed another 5 kilometers per second of delta V to the compound interest velocity, meaning that once it was time for Catley to be jettisoned and left to her fate, the craft was already moving at a brisk 5,600 meters per second. I say left to her fate as she is currently on a collision course with Kerbal after all, but I'm sure someone will come get her as she barrels back into the Kerbal system, as this was never supposed to be a death sentence after all. All I know is, by this point, she's way too old and frail to ever do any harm ever again. And so, the now uncurbed compound interest continued along with its burn, at which point I could only throttle to about 70%, because that's the maximum load that the RTGs could even keep up with. So yeah, we're gonna be here for a very long time. I should also clarify here that I'm not actually going to throttle above this, even though, yes, ion engines usually give you a little more thrust than they should when they're out of power, because doing so seemed to cause the craft to incur significant delta V losses. And while yes, technically I could go full throttle because of how background thrust disables electric charge usage at 1000 times warp and above, that would kind of invalidate this run because it would no longer be able to be replicated in stock.
Yeah, alright. That's going to